fully painted is for closers. Driver's podcast contains Elroad Banter.
Never back down, never give in.
Welcome to the Horus podcast, coming to you from beautiful Queensland in Australia. Michael's here in the studio.
Good evening, everybody.
And I'm here in the studio too. My name's Tim. If you hear a fan in the background, it's because it's fucking hot in the Garrett V. Low Memorial Studio and Podcast. Memorial Podcast Studio and Garage.
Garage.
I don't know what the fuck I said that.
Well, that's more podcast studio.
Yeah. We've got a packed show tonight, and I'm going to tell you what we're doing, which is, first of all, what we've been doing. Number 2, new stuff. Number 3, host questions. Number 4, mailbag. And then we have a segment, a big mystery segment coming up in the middle of the show. And then we'll do a little bit of a wrap up at the end. Actually, we might save the mailbag for the wrap up. That's a good way to do it.
All right.
Okay, so number 1, what we've been doing now. The top of my list. What I do is I create a notepad file called EOH 204. I think this is 204. Hopefully this is 204.
It is now.
Didn't actually check. And at the top, I was driving and I heard this on the radio, and I got my phone out and typed in risk the $1,000 24. No, I mean, I wasn't driving. I was like sitting in the passenger seat.
Yeah.
And I typed in the heading for this little mini segment, and I typed in Vanessa Anatolia, which it's not the Turkish version. It's nothing to do with Turkey. What I was trying to type was Vanessa Amorosi. Oh. Did you know Vanessa Amorosi was in the news?
Yeah, I saw that today.
Oh, did you? Oh, I was going to... Fuck. I thought it was... I should have known you'd be up to date on your fucking Vanessa Amorosi information.
Yeah, she's like having some drama with her mom in the house.
Vanessa Amorosi was the first celebrity that we ran into when we were like 18 years old and hammered drunk in broad daylight, and Michael tried to touch her snakeskin pants and shit like that.
Well, I didn't try to touch it. She had dragon pants, and I tried to tell her that they were good. And
you tried to touch them though, didn't you? No, or you were like, what do they feel like?
Well, I said they look awesome, and she had a good voice.
Oh, that's true, yeah. And then she said, yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah. And she waved like some like...
She said we were hot teens.
Yeah, and she waved some dude who was going to crush me away.
Yeah, so apparently she's been in and out of court because she gifted a property to her mother, and then her mother... What is it with celebrities in Australia owning properties and then going fucking like psycho? Remember the guy from...
Jeff Jarrett? Yeah, Wolf Creek guy?
Yeah, Wolf Creek guy. And he like fucking... he like spray painted winner on the side of his own house that he owned, just to intimidate his housemates. She's she's literally taken her own mother to court to get control of her property. So yeah, I thought, oh man, I can't believe you knew about that. Damn
I'm sorry, I saw it this morning and I nearly texted you that, hey, did you see this?
Fucking
that's a blast from the past.
Australian celebrities in court. Okay, cool. So next up, what else have we been doing? MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. That's a really good... That's a good game. We've been playing a lot of that.
Like taking a lot of our time.
So
it's only 3 or 4 years old, but yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it that old?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess there is like 5 expansions.
Yeah.
Well, finally we started playing it, and like we've been big MechWarrior Online fans for years. And then, we jumped on that. And you can play co-op mode. And I know when it came out, like, it was apparently fucking shit, like the co-op mode.
Yeah, yep.
But, now it's, like, really compelling. You just fly from star to star murdering people and just, like, getting C-bills.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yumi lead them. Sometimes Rudolph from Grimdark jumps on. Sometimes Cat. But I think the last time we played, he was pretty drunk and died in the first 5 seconds. And then we had that insane mission. We were like, I wish Cat hadn't died in the first 40 seconds of this mission. But yeah, it's really good. Need to get... Jackie Rambles is like dead into it as well. We've got to get him on at some point. So someone... There's like it's basically a single player game, but then there's a co-op mode where you load your game and then other people load in and jump on. Did that fan just turn on?
It sure did.
The hell?
Ghosts.
Whoa, that is ghostly.
That's alright.
Why would power in just one part of the house fucking stop working? It's bizarre.
It's ghosts.
That's plugged into the other end of the house. But yeah, and then they can control your Mac. So yeah, really good. If you haven't played that, definitely jump on and give it a go. And if you've got a crew of people, it's fucking really fun.
I've enjoyed it. Yeah.
Walk around murdering people.
Talking smack.
What have you been doing in the meantime? I've got a couple more things. Like I've got the second event I want to talk about.
Oh yeah.
But what else have you been doing? I'm gonna fix that fan.
All right. Well, I've been doing some Grimdark Terrain. I've been getting some of that ready, printed and based up and ready to paint. So I've got some of that on the table. I've got a really good one is I finally got my son into tabletop wargaming. He's finally just discovered that it's a thing, and like it blew his mind when I was into it. And I'm just like, do you just like not?
Have you looked in this room full of shit,
mate? Do you ever
mate?
listen to what anything I've ever said or shown any like? But now he's just like, yeah, man, I just want to paint. So we started playing Star Wars Legions. I only started playing it because like. That's what he really wanted to do. He played Armada and was like, yeah, tabletop wargaming's sick. And then I showed him like a whole lot of other ones and he's just like, I might like to try Star Wars Legions. And I was like, okay, cool. So we just got the core set. And actually, it's not bad. I've been having some good, like, fun. Yeah. And now we sit there and paint together and stuff.
Yeah, I remember I came around and we were looking at all the different shit that you could get for it. And I'm like, hey, look at this fucking clone trooper with a gun. And Alice is like, no, that's a fucking E23 blaster.
D107 diesel.
And I'm like, well, what's this other one? What's the one that's made out of an MG34? And he's like, oh, that's a blah 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 blaster. And he knows everything. He knows some patterns of helmets. He knows as much about that shit as we know about Heresy, which is fucking insane.
Well, and that's the thing, like he started, I don't know how many times he's watched Clone Wars from start to finish, but he's just like, because he got the, like, we obviously had to get the Clone Wars set.
Revenge of the Sith.
I play Grievous and the good guys, and he plays like those fucking, I don't know.
Yeah, those fools.
Those fools.
The losers.
And I like the prequel movies to a degree. I like Star Wars. I just can't get into Clone Wars. I sat down. He's like, Dad, you got to watch Clone Wars with me. And I've never seen a kid sit there and watch trade negotiations and like deregulation, voting on deregulation of banks in a democracy.
Well, you see, these are the Nemoidians.
And I'm just like, what the son? What? And I was falling asleep because, like, I swear to God, like 2 out of every 3 episodes is just like, all right, now we got to vote on deregulating banks. Now we've got to vote on this.
Well, you know what the secret is to that is at the start of the episode, it flashes up. There's a colored thing that comes up.
Yeah.
And they all mean something. Like green means something. Green means it's a droid-based episode where it's C-3PO and R2-D2 doing shit.
Yeah.
Red or whatever the fuck it is means it's a Armadillo episode. Some other color means it's a Jedi. Some other thing means it's based around. It's more about the whatever. So you basically, as soon as that comes up, you can just be like, droids, fuck off. But dude, there's an episode, the worst episode of all, which is like literally R2-D2. Sorry, no. C-3PO and Jar Jar Binks just like having an adventure, like a retarded adventure together. Yeah, that was funny when I came around because I was just like, oh man, I've got to fucking, and they knew everything. I'm like, oh man, I've got to, one of these things I must know more about than this damn kid. What the fuck? But he knew everything.
I don't know how he know. Yeah, like I've only just
Wonderful, the mind of a child is.
But the upside of that is now he's just like, tabletop wargaming. I like it. It's for me. So now I'm like, okay, cool.
Time for some adult themes, bro.
Yeah,
little bro.
So I'm just like, so anyway, as we're sitting there, I'll just be like, so anyway, like the Emperor from Star Wars is cool, but have you heard about my Emperor? And then I'd explain it to him, and he's like, yeah, this is pretty cool.
Imagine if these clone troopers had like extra organs so they don't die easy, and also guns with chainsaws on them.
So he's right into it. So he's just like, Dad, you have to teach me to airbrush. And I'm like, I've been waiting for this day. Yeah. So that's what I've been doing a lot of, actually. But
won't be long before he can join the dick dogs.
Oh yeah. So he'll probably start coming to events soon.
Yeah, awesome.
Can't wait.
Oh, I mean, then we'll have to tone it down.
Nah,
it's true. It's Australia.
It's good to learn.
Yeah. The amount of fucking horse shit that we had to listen to, like Australian adults going on about in the 80s.
Yeah.
Fucking.
For better or
what was
worse.
that sailing thing? Fucking.
America's Cup.
Yeah. God, the amount of
That's
shit.
all we had.
Yeah, I had to listen to that shit.
Oh, cricket.
Right. Oh man, I need to close this window. Vanessa Amorosi looks like she's on the fucking
Botox?
Yeah, ibogaine or something. Alright. Okay. Oh,
what have you been doing?
Second ed event. I played in the second ed event, which is really good. I painted a Necron army, and I had it built and spray painted, like undercoated. And because I do the basing, and then I spray paint just the whole thing black, and then I do the basing separately, or just airbrush the base and do the shit after it. But they were just like entirely black, and it was a public holiday on the Monday, so I started painting on the Monday you came around.
That's right, yeah.
And that's when I started. So the Monday, and then then that Saturday was the event. So 1 week I smashed those things out. They're only Necrons though, but
they look good though. They look cohesive. I like the way you've done the bases with the pigment and stuff.
Yeah, the yellow pigment. Yeah,
it really works nice.
Yeah, so check it out. iHorspod on Insta. I put some pictures up there. But yeah, the basing is what everyone's been asking me about, and it's super easy. Like you just put down the PVA, like squirt it down so it's like thick, and so it's like white, and you can't see the black of the base, of the plastic base. Then I sprinkle. I've got like a whole bunch of different types of gravel, but crusher dust is really good. There's crusher dust. Just get some of that, or just coarse gravel. Sprinkle a little bit of that on. Dump sand over the whole thing. Just and so it's like piled up. Let that dry. Fuck it off. And then paint it the same way you normally do. And then what I do is I just get this. It's called German Grey by Tamiya.
Classic color.
Wonder what that's for painting. And then spray that on, and it's really nice. Like it's a grey, but it's also really matte.
Yeah.
And then I just got the yellow pigment. Oh, I don't have the shit here. It's out in the other room. And a little bit of orange oil paint. Like not as much as I use when I'm doing the the iron oxide sort of bases.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of that just to bind it, and then white spirit in a shot glass, and then just like mix it all up, and then just splotch it on, and then it spreads out, and you try and splotch it on, not on top of the gravel, so it all goes around the bigger rocks.
Yep.
So they stay one color, and then all around it is like the yellow color. And I started doing that with the orange shit. Just if you look at a picture of Mars, that's what it is. It's like orange sand with like black rocks all sticking through it.
Yeah, like an oxide.
Yeah. So really easy to do. And if you need any help, or you want me to text or write this to you,
do a PDF.
Yeah, just
you should
PM
do
me.
a PDF.
No, that's way too.
Yeah, you should put it on Instagram. Do a PDF. Just like do a step by step.
Oh, it's
on
you reckon? Just taking photos of my phone. Maybe
that's what all the pros do.
But and then the models just got that really nice gunmetal to Vallejo.
Yep.
True, is it not?
Yeah, I think it's
metal
the
color.
Metal color.
Yeah, not true. Yeah, true metal. I keep saying that, and it's not.
That's something else.
It's not that one. Yeah, and then and then did a bunch of shades. Like I'm really good at metallics now because I fucking hate painting flesh, and I can't really. And I'm not very good at painting flesh, but you start with like a dark metallic and then build it up to some lighter metallics, and I was really happy with how they turned out, and got lots of good feedback as well. So,
they look good.
And then on the tabletop, not so good. Turns out second ed, a list that came out in 2 parts across 2 separate white dwarfs in 1997.
With 3 different units.
Yeah,
4 different units maybe if you count the character.
Yeah, 4 if you count the character. Yeah, not super good. They're decent, but fuck man, I could not kill any vehicles. I didn't even manage. In one game I played against a Space Wolf guy in the second one, and he had 2 dreadnoughts, and luckily I got one of the the stratagem cards, whatever they're called, that was play when someone fires a heavy weapon and it explodes, and either does a strength 4 neg 1 hit to the dude, or if it's a vehicle you roll on the vehicle table. So I'm just like, fuck you, Dread. So he fired a multi-melter, and I'm just like played the card and rolled a whatever, and it was just like blew its arm off. Yes. I'm just like, fuck you. That's all I did to any vehicles.
Wow.
Except for the first guy I played with, Eldar. I shot his Warwalker, hit the pilot, wounded the pilot, and he rolled a 1 in his 2+ power field save, and I just shot the fucking pilot dead, and the thing just fucking collapsed in a ship half.
Fuck.
But yeah, like those squadrons, like the only decent weapon for AT is the strength 6 gun. It's strength.
The scarabs.
No, they don't do shit. Well, that's the thing. Against vehicles, it reduces the armor facing by 3 on all things. But against a dreadnought, you'd have to be in close combat to be touching it. And then it's just gonna punch fuck through.
Yeah, stomps you.
and then you can't shoot it either. So, sorry, you could, but then there's a chance. There's only 50-50 chance or something that you actually hit the dread.
You could shoot in the close combat,
Yeah. So it's a big hole is dreadnoughts for that Necron list, because there's just that strength 6 gun does 2d6 pen. But even if you roll double 6, so each 6 you roll, you can then roll an extra dice, but you're totally relying on that, and it's really hard because like almost every time I shot, I was at -1 to hit to begin with, so I'm hitting on 4s, and then you need to roll like 2 really high. You need to roll like basically a 5 and 6 or a 6 and a 6, and I was only rolling. I'd roll like a 6, but then the other dice would be a 1, so it's only 7 plus 6, and some of the shit, like if you hit a lot of the shit's like 18 to 22.
Yep.
So yeah, I just couldn't fucking stop those dreads, and it was a bit of a nightmare. But yeah.
Did you have fun?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
It
really
looked like
took
a
me
good
back.
day.
Yeah. 25 years. I think I played that one game that we played on New Year's that time.
Yeah.
And fucking man, I the night before I basically got the rulebook out and read it on my iPad, but. Yeah, dude, I didn't need it. I had the books. Everyone had rule books. It was like full like.
So everyone had their psychic cards.
Yeah. Timothy White has like 12 or something. Just like those big plastic Ziploc bags with everything in it, like the rule book, all the templates, the war gear book, all that shit. The psychic fucking thing, Dark Millennium. All the templates, all the cards and everything, and he's got like a whole bunch of sets of those.
Yeah.
But it was very rare that we actually got the rulebooks out. It was just to check really minor shit. But yeah, I wish you'd been there, man.
Well, I had something on the afternoon, so unfortunately I had to pull out because I accidentally double booked myself. But I did go in the morning.
Yeah.
And it was so good just to see all the retro armies, all the painting, and just to have some really good chats with people about hobby. Some people I've never met, probably about our age, probably a little bit older, that were like, oh, fuck, man, I haven't played for ages, and talking about shit. Oh, there's that shop in the city. Oh, Napoleon's. Oh, Napoleon. And just talking with all these people. And some of these guys hadn't played war games since they stopped playing, like, Second Dead. And they're just like, oh, shit.
Dude, the Space Wolves dude I played against he had some unpainted models, and he's just like, I've had these since the 90s, I just haven't had time to paint them. I'm like, motherfucker, it's like fucking 20 years. Like,
I will defend that man to the end, because
That's true,
I am in the same boat, and I know you are in the same boat.
That's true. Well, I was thinking about it, because I saw that dude's Chaos Army. There was only one guy there with Chaos Marines, I'm pretty sure, and I was like, oh, fuck. I totally forgot that I had that whole Iron Warriors Chaos army. Do you remember that?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck ever happened to that?
I don't know.
I must have some of the medals somewhere, but
you had an awesome old
I had
Chaos
bikes.
army. Yeah.
I had a land speeder.
Yeah, Predator.
Fuck. I wonder where all that shit is. That's some demons, I think. But yeah, man, after that, I fucking want a Gene Stealer Cult army so bad. Holy shit. Like, I think they might run another one. It was the 20th. Was it called Sustained Fire?
Yeah.
And it was the 30th anniversary of the release, the original 1993 release.
Yeah. Of
Second Ed. Yeah. So and oh man, yeah.
It looks so good. There's so many people having a good day.
I think he's gonna. People are just openly like, please run another one, run one every year, and then some people are like, run one every fucking month, man. Like, people are really fucking like balls deep in it. But yeah, Timothy White, shout out Timothy White, fucking good dude, and he had all this shit there as well. You know how he just has like fucking tons of stuff that he sells and stuff, like all the bits and shit. And I went through that, and I found this Skaven. He had a Skaven bag that was like one of those A4 Ziploc bags, like one of those, just fucking filled with Skaven shit. And I was just like. And I looked in and I could see a rat, and I'm like, oh, I could use that rat for Necromunda. Hold on, I'll show you my bag of rat.
How did you get it?
Oh, no, wait, no, I'll see.
Okay, so what's happening is Tim is literally running to get a sack of rats. I hope they're plastic rats, but here we go. You got a sack of rats, you say so.
I went through like a 3 kilo bag of rat sprues and pulled out every rat.
Oh, Jesus.
So I can base them for Necromunda.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. It's like fucking tons. It must be like 60 or something. Or more, maybe.
There's like a million.
Yeah.
Fuck, you could make like the craziest D&D style Necromunda adventure, right? You gotta kill a tavern of like, that's got D100 rats in it.
Yeah, I'm fucking pumped. So, some of them are pretty small, so I mean, I might have to put 1 or 2 on a base, but I reckon I've already got about, I don't know, 8 based rats. With these, I reckon I'll be able to make like almost 60 fucking rat bases. Yeah. And then I've got those 30 zombie. Oh fuck! That reminds me. Harley has a fucking really good file for zombies.
Oh, okay.
I've got to get it from at some point and print those out. Shout out to Harley. I scared the shit out of him at Bunnings this morning. I saw him just like putting his daughter in the car, and I ran out. I got out of the car, I ran over and just like grabbed him and went, "What are you doing?" And he like fucking shit his pants. Almost. This is my child. But yeah, fuck man, I was sitting there for probably like, I know, it was this massive bag. I literally dumped it. I was pulling out handfuls, putting them into a box lid, scavenging through and finding all the rats, pulling them out, and probably took me about 20 minutes just going through that looking for rats. There'd be more than 60 in there. Must be like 80.
That's awesome. Well, there's like little scrolls and shit. That's cool.
Yeah, some of them are just on the spruce. I just took the whole spruce.
Oh, that's rad.
And yeah, it was like 30 cents a gram or some shit because he sells by weight.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, shout out to Timothy White, good dude. We've known you worked with them back in like the 90s or something at Woolworths or something.
Yeah, but I think we met back in 99 and then figured out that we both played Warhammer and that he only just lived like a few streets away.
Yeah, he reminds me of Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah.
And then he called us fat as well. He's like, "Fuck, you guys look old." No, he said to me because I'm like fucking. I got Ferris Menace style grey sides. He's like, he like, has he aged? He looks exactly the same.
Yeah, I don't
talks
think
exactly the same. I don't think he has.
No.
So I think the more miniatures you own, the less you age. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
that would be my hypothesis because he's got a lot of shit.
Yeah, he's the little girl from Interview with a Vampire.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a good day, man. Like that really made me.
Dude, like
I've just been thinking.
It's made me.
Dude, I came home and I had a few drinks and I purposely got my wallet and hid it in, like threw it into a room and like hid it so that I wouldn't buy a fucking Gene Steelcode army. Because I was just like, oh my god, Gene Steelcode.
So I think I brought this idea up like a while ago, and it's always been lurking in the back of my mind. What if we just did some 30k lists for second ed?
Yeah.
And went at it. I reckon that would be fucking fun. I reckon. Yeah. It would be super good because it's so
on that small scale. Yeah,
like it's
1,500
so granular.
points is nice. Yeah, you're moving each model. You're fighting like 1v1s, which is really cool. Yeah, so you could literally have a little nameplate on every guy with a name.
Yeah, and it could be really and it could be it'd be perfect for Zone Mortalis because the rule set's so kind of like granular.
Yeah, it'd be that would be nice to play some Zone Mortalis second ed. I don't think we've done that yet. I know we've talked about it. I know, like, I always wanted to play Necromunda on Zone Mortalis, and then when it came out, and it was, like, literally the starting box was Zone Mortalis, I was like, oh my god, it's coming true!
Yeah.
40k second ed, Heresy armies, because all the rules for Marines and all that shit's there. There's, some of the equipment, like chain bayonets, isn't. You'd have to make it up.
Yeah, you'd have to just invent a few rules for Volkites, like a few.
But I mean, the strength, the armor pen, like you know what a chain. What a chainsaw is. You just make a chain bay the same similar thing.
And then
take away parry.
I think just introduce some Legion rules. Mm-hmm. Like you could almost leave them the same.
Yeah.
I think
it is very similar, and it's based off the same shit. Like, it's got the same to wound chart.
Yeah,
it's the same to hit shit a lot of the time.
A lot of the time.
It's just the AP that you need to really invent on some of the weapons. Like Volkites, you need some shit for Volkites, but other than that, and if you're not playing Marines as well, if you're playing Mechanicum, then fuck you. But
they got rules. In the black codex, there's electric.
Yeah. For some of them, yeah.
Some of the you could almost go one for one, almost. But yeah, you would have to invent some stuff.
Yeah, but all that shit like tarantulas.
It's all there. Rapiers,
thud guns, rapiers. Yeah, all that shit's there. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what we did. We used our heresy models that time.
We just basically used heresy models to play a
second ed game. Yeah.
But I reckon there's some scope to just kind of invent some bespoke shit.
Yeah, 100%.
Just look at the way lists work.
They're not even that big. Like that. I mean, that Space Wolves dude I played against had 2 Dreadnoughts, a 5-man Wolfguard Terminator squad, like a 5-man squad that just had a missile launcher.
Yep.
And some, I don't know, close combat guys, wherever the fuck they are, wolf blood claws or something.
Yeah.
with some guys with plasma pistols and a tech. Well, you have to take a tech marine because you're taking dreadnoughts, and then he had a psyker and some other shit. Yeah, like it is not a big army. Like
no,
literally,
and it's just
chuck that together.
It's
really,
some total hero hammer shit.
Yeah. So yeah, really good. It was a nice, refreshing change as well. Like it's always good to mix it up. Like I know we're like always balls deep in Heresy, and we play Heresy every month, and then every now and then we're playing like pickup games outside of that. And there's always events coming up and things like that on top of that sort of monthly Briz 30k Heresy. Shout out to Briz 30k. But it is nice to play those other games. And sort of just like like a palate cleanser, like you playing Star Wars, for example.
Yeah. But I would like to play some Second Ed. Definitely want to play some Second Ed.
Oh yeah, well Kurt couldn't make it as well. He ended up being sick, but he had his Elder army ready to go, and his Elder army's here, so we'll have to get him around. Maybe like sorry, Kurt. Oh, did I say Kirk? I meant Kurt. Did I say Kurt or Kurt?
I can't remember.
It's been fucking 20 years, and I still fucking more than 20 years, and I still fucking like how long have we known Kirk? Like since more than 25 years.
I was in high school.
Yeah, in 95 or something.
8 or 9.
I still fucking say Kirk when I mean to say Kurt. Yeah, it's important. Yeah, playing.
That's like nearly 30 years.
Playing D&D, and I'm always calling him the fucking wrong name. Yeah, but yeah. So maybe next weekend or something, get Kurt over and fucking play some Second Ed again.
Sounds good.
It's really good. Like I had a really good time. I was kind of like, because I think like last time we played, I was kind of like, by the end of it, I was like, I don't know. I wish I was just playing Heresy, but. Yeah, for some reason I was just more into it. Maybe it's because I was using a specific army that was built for the edition rather than just grabbing models I already had and stuff like that.
Yeah, because that's a big part of it too. Because I find that as well. It's like, fuck, I can't make a Devastator squad because I've only got 10 las cannons.
Yeah, and I will. Do you know what I will be doing there is making Gene Silicate army. Fucking 100%.
I will be painting an Eldar army.
You're gonna need to paint those old medals. Dude, if you paint those, the 3 awards were the best painted or presented, the most retro. So the best painted was that Orc army. It was that Orc army.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was fucking really nice. Is it Marcus something or other? Brisbane guy and really nice army. So it was best painted, best theme, and most retro. And I think the Ultramarines army got most retro.
Because he had all the old scouts with painted like from the old book with face paint.
And some of his shit was like had dust, and because somebody literally voted for that dusty ass Ultramarines army. Because I think that dude literally it was most retro because he literally just like it's been sitting on a shelf since 1997.
25 years.
Yeah, and then which army? I can't remember the other one. I can't remember what the other one got, but. Yeah, man, and I know we don't talk about it much on the show, and we don't talk about it specifically for Heresy, but for Second Ed recast, holy shit! Like, if Second Ed Tyranids, if somebody recast that fucking range, oh my god! And the
I love those models.
Yeah. And that's where recast I think comes into its own is. Recast of those really old models that Games Workshop's never gonna fucking sell them again. Yeah, and there were medals. And, I mean, they're never gonna fucking do them again. So who gives a shit? So people sort of sending in their OP armies to China or Russia or wherever the fuck, Ukraine or whatever fucking war zone they recast them in. That's where I see the strength of recasting is for those OP models. Yeah, because anyone you can just go and fucking buy the plastic shit that's coming out. Yeah, but those OP models, I'm really hoping someone gets that old Second Ed Orc range. I would love to do them like.
They were good. I always wanted those commandos, those Blood Axe commandos.
Yeah, Blood Axe commandos.
Snakebite, much good shit.
The Bad Moon, fucking Mega Knobs.
Flash gears. So much good shit.
Since then, I gotta run into I gotta run and grab another thing to shoot.
I have no fucking idea what he's gonna go and get. It's just ran. I don't know. There was a lot of stuff there. There's a lot of crazy people there. Oh.
Alright, describe this thing.
Oh shit, okay. So
that's I built that during this week.
It is a bang bus. So it's like a God. So it's gone Caterpillar.
I don't know if I've seen this before. Oh, you saw it with
unpainted, yeah. So it's on Caterpillar tracks. It's painted gold. It's got
Do you like the how the gold worked out?
Yeah, it looks really good.
That's just like fucking Dulux yellow gold. I went to Bunnings and looked at all the golds, and that was the most yellow one.
And it's like mega reflective as well. That's cool. I like that.
So what it did is it's that really high reflective, is it fleck? Like really big fleck? Is that what they call it?
I think so, yeah.
Almost like Duco, almost car paint. And I got the Tamiya. You know how I hate fucking buying fucking Nuln oil and shit?
Yeah.
I just mixed Tamiya matte black with some water. Boom. Just really tones it down. And it almost makes it like color. Like at some angles, it's really goldy.
Yeah.
And you can get a little bit of thinner on a tissue and just wipe the edges and stuff. And I've done some sponging. So if you want to see it, it's called the Golden Maggot. It's the we're finally doing an Ashways campaign for Necromunda.
I love it.
And I've made this to be the transport for my Chaos Cult, the Golden Path. So this is a bespoke MDF, like super hipster MDF kit from a Turkish guy called Iliada Studios, and I've been following this dude on Instagram for years, and I saw that and I was just like, oh my god, I gotta have it. It looks so fucking weird. And I've added some extra shit like
I love the chains and the wires.
Yeah, big callback is those wires. That's network cable, and the callback is that's what I used. Exactly the same shit on those Nazgul models to make the Golden Path back in the day. So that's why I put these wires. I drilled little tiny holes and like stuck wires and stuff. If you get a network cable and just rip it open, it's filled with little pairs, copper pairs. I think it's like fucking whatever it is.
Love it.
Should know that being in IT. 8 pairs or something. 4 pairs. You just get those wires and they paint up really nice. They look just the right scale for tubes and stuff.
Nice. Well, you've been very busy.
Yeah, painting a thing a week, an army, a tank thing. Who knows what next week will be.
I've been slow on painting, but I have been assembling shit also. I got to get ready for the fucking grudge matches in January.
I came around and we did some paint. We did some painting.
So I've I've listened to Kat. Kat had a really good idea. And he's like, dude, you don't have a super cynical Praetor yet. And I'm like, alright, cool, Cat, you convinced me.
You want to win games, man? Like me? You want to table fucking Custard's armies like Catty Boy?
So I went and made a new Praetor for my Emperor's Children. So he now packs a Thunderhammer and Lightning Claw.
Yeah.
So mix and match, do what evs, thanks rules.
Wait, isn't Paragon Blade? Oh, yeah, you were running the Paragon Blade. Yeah.
So now I got the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
I went and I've got my 20 Sun Killers made now. So that took a while to convert because I made them all out of like fancy boys, so all out of Cacophony and Palatine blades.
That's a Palatine?
Palatine, yeah, Patalatines.
Can't believe you pronounced it right. I got it wrong.
Yeah.
That's crazy. What's happening?
So converted 20 of those bad boys up, and I converted a fancy sergeant up. Whoa. So he's got like the over-the-shoulder las cannon. He's just like the tough boy. So he'll be either number 21 as a cool sergeant, or an Armistos that I can put into the Sun Killers.
Yeah.
So just for a bit of variety.
Yeah, I think that Armistos is good. Like when you say, "Oh, I'm gonna put Armistos in a squad," people go, "Oh, this fucking shit, they fucking suck," because you can't fire the heavy weapon and use the Cognisignum thing as well. However, people who have run heavy squads, such as myself, first of all, you end up shooting them more with reactions than you do actually just in your shooting phase, because people are always shooting you and you're shooting back, and people are always charging you and then you're overwatching. And like I actually was making a tally, and I think probably I took tallies for about 10 games, and 9 out of those 10 games I shot more as reactions than I did in the shooting phase.
Yep.
And that's where the Armistos the Cognisignum you can only use in your shooting phase.
Yeah.
So if you've got a Master of Signals or a Tech Marine with a Cognisignum, which I've been running a Tech Marine with a Cognisignum, when you're doing reaction fire, they just sit there and go, "Well, boys, can't help you here. Just fucking do your best." Yeah. But if it's a Armistos, then he can fucking just fire a las cannon into some shit. So I've definitely considered that, putting an Armistos in my Culverin squad, just so when a vehicle shoots at them, normally they'd be like, fucking, "Oh, tee off and us, we can't do shit with our fucking culverins, except scratch your paint, or, do the fry your paint or whatever. But if it's an Amistos with a fucking las cannon, a mastercrafted BS5 las cannon, then they might be like, maybe I won't just fucking shoot it. Yeah, I don't want to get fucking one shot by a goddamn.
Yeah, and the other thing is, leadership 9 is super important. The last thing I want is someone to deep strike, because like these things, 20 of these motherfuckers is like, I need to kill these cunts. I kill on sight. I need to like. Whatever it is, I'm going to deep strike 2 squads next to him. Yeah, I'll probably lose 1. I might pin him, and then I'm just going to rail him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go. And you're intercepting as well. So you'll be even firing even more. My Iron Hands thing means that I can't do movement phase reactions, so I can't intercept, and I'm still shooting at more as reactions. If you're intercepting as well, that's like up to 3 times in the other person's turn.
It's not just like getting the kind of signums like shooting effects. It's also that it ignores night fight.
Yeah, exactly. So, yep, huge. That Cognisignum ignores night fight, and so not only do you ignore night fight, so you ignore night fight, which means the no range penalty, the no BS penalty, but also the leadership ignores that, and you also night fighting. If you have night fighting, you cancel evade as well, so they can't evade against you.
Yeah.
So it's fucking really good.
It's not bad, yeah. And I tossed up, it was either Master of Signal or a Mistus, and I thought I just wanted to make a model for the Mistus.
If you're not deep striking, if you don't have reserves or anything, and you don't give a fuck about that reroll for reserves, then who gives a shit, right?
Well, yeah, and it's heaps more points.
Yeah.
It's like way more points.
Yeah.
So I was like, this guy, I'll take this guy. And it was just a cool modeling up. So
well, who else is going to go with a bunch of like he's like the premium Sunkiller.
Yeah, he's like
a Sunkiller king.
Yeah, he's a Sunkiller killer.
Exactly. Yeah, if I wasn't so attached to Warmongers, I would definitely run into Mistos.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to using those boys, and at the same time, I'm also assembling a fucking Mastodon.
Yeah.
God, that's hard.
You get peer pressured into doing a Mastodon.
That's just like...
That's so huge.
Oh my god. And it's just... fuck me. Please, for the love of Christ, I'm not going to say make it in plastic because you won't sell any because the rules
are dog shit.
Rubbish.
Yeah.
But I'm still running one because we've agreed to a gentleman's Mastodons at dawn.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be cool. So I'm like trying to slug through putting that motherfucker together.
Yeah.
It's crushing me.
I'm gonna name your bully Dono. Dono's fucking peer pressuring you into a Mastodon thing.
Well, he peer pressured me into a Mastodon thing to not take a Mastodon, and then I've seen some of the shit that he's taken, and I'm like, whoa.
What's he taking? Is he just tooled up an anti-Mastodon gear?
Not really, but.
What about the other thing? Is there secrets and lies and shit?
We don't want to talk about. I'm not going to say too much.
Okay, all right, okay. We don't want to talk about the other stuff Michael's working on.
Yeah, I was going to save something for Guggenhive 2.
Fuck, that was a while back we were doing. Oh, that was a few weeks ago, wasn't it? Because that was the end of September. I ran my nullificators. Oh yeah, okay. Let me tell you the tale of the nullificators. So I built 2 10-man Cataphracti 10-man squads, and then I was like, more Cataphracti. And then the rules for Morlocks came out, and I was like, oh yeah! Only shame is that you can only go up to 5 Morlocks. And then I was just like, what else can I do? I need more Cataphracti. I bought tons of Cataphracti. I need more shit. And then I realized, Nullificators are in Cataphracti. So built a whole full squad of Nullificators.
Yeah.
With some really nice 3D printed disintegrators that Maka found for me and then gave to you, and then you printed them for me. I'm really happy with how they turned out. Fucking really nice squad. I've done them all on the same color scheme, slightly sort of different color scheme. They're more in my army, they're less specifically nullificators and more just like veteran motivated cunts who are just like yeah, I'm gonna take this disintegrator and I may die, but I don't give a fuck.
I'm gonna fucking disintegrate some shit.
And then I'm warmongering them into combat. So those guys out of everyone in my army have the most like limited fucking hang because they fucking teleport in. There's a chance that they just break legs and shit from the janky teleport. And then once they get there, they fucking gets hot weapons, 2 shots each, AP2. They're only getting 4+ invulnerable saves so they can kill themselves. Played the first time it was a big narrative game, so we played this massive narrative game at Briz 30k. Shout out to Jack. who wrote this like fucking insane scenario.
Yeah, it was fun.
That was really good. Like I think every couple of months we played like a really fucking crazy scenario that's like the one where it was 5 different ZMs. And each one sort of represented part of a ship. That was fucking awesome. And this one was like there was a forward operating base held by the Loyalists, and the traders were attacking from 3 different directions. So the 3 tables, and then a table in the middle, a big table in the middle. And we had to hold the zones, and then they could move on, and then they could move on to the big table, and blah blah blah. So most of my army that deploys on the table just got fucking ruffle stumped by a fucking Reaver Titan and a Warhound, and what was that? What's that fucking Mechanicum tank? The
the Ordinatus
Ulator just got fucking rocked by that. That isn't as good as it used to be, though. I'll tell you that. But man, a Reaver Titan. Fuck, I want a Reaver Titan now.
Me too. That looks so good.
Yeah,
that's one of the few times I've seen one in person.
When Titanic,
like, that's fucking sick.
Back before Horus Heresy, I always wanted to get a Reaver Titan, and then when Heresy came out, I was just kind of like, there's so many other super heavies. And then Titanicus came out, and I was like, I'm never going to get a Reaver Titan, who gives a shit? But after fucking Sweet Baby Ray crushing us with that fucking Reaver, I was like, oh my god, I want my own Reaver. They're fucking weapon skill 8. I want a Reaver with a fist, so I can just like punch on with knights and other shit, because it's weapon skill fucking 8. Like, imagine
slap them.
Yeah, just punching knights, punching fucking tanks.
5 fingers say to the face.
Slap. But all of that shit got wiped out, and then my teleport. Oh fuck. So a Reaver Titan and a Warhound Titan fired all the missiles, the Apocalypse launcher of the Reaver Titan, the Melter cannon of the Reaver Titan arm, the Volcano cannon of the other arm, a Hot Dog's little fucking plasma gun, and Hot Dog's TLD. All 5 of those weapons into a 10-man squad of my Cataphracti. Still 2 alive. I only killed 8 with all of those heavy weapons. So definitely, I would say Titans have definitely taken a big nerf in terms of their weapons.
Yep.
Because you don't have D anymore. You don't have that death blow. That death blow used to be just like, fucking fuck you. The Apocalypse launcher isn't like 8 fucking missiles anymore. And then the Titans themselves, they have, I think the Warhound only has 2 void shields, and the Reaver has 4 void shields. I think it does have like 18 hull points, but it's only got 4 void shields, and the void shields don't come back up. However, the interesting thing is none of those weapons can, unless I guess the VMB might be able to, Vulcan Mega Bolter might be able to, but all of those weapons can only take like 1 or 2 shields per shot. So if you have 2 Reavers just shooting each other, the first turn's going to be like the old classic fucking Titanicus Grandmaster version, where you just strip shields and they come, but they don't come back up. So I think that's the saving grace for Titan on Titan, is once their shields are down, then they actually just start smashing each other. I think shields should come back up on a 5+ personally.
I think they should.
Even though we were getting smashed by Titans, I still think that's kind of horseshit. But yeah, Titans, I'd like to see some more. I don't think they're as fucking insane as I remember that time you played 3,000 points against one Warlord and it just crushed you.
Yeah, and we just had ongoing reserves, which just couldn't do shit.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I think those days might be gone. I think they're a bit better now, but I don't know.
Well, I'd like to play against.
I'd like to see some more. Yeah, exactly. More fun to play against. Because when they were all firing into my termies and I'm just like 4+, fuck you, 4+, fuck you. That was so good. Like, it actually felt like my dudes were just getting like, they were just like in a maelstrom, just like, holy shit, hold on.
Those dudes are specifically built to do just like fucking, I can walk into the heart of a sun with this, don't give a fuck.
Yeah, super high intensity warfare. So yeah, that was really good. But yeah, so anyway, the nullificators, I deep struck my Morlocks, but then I rolled a fucked up thing. So I rolled a 1 for the disrupted teleport. So those nullificators got placed by you guys, and then you Murray scarred like your fucking whole shit next to them. And I was just like, oh, actually, this might turn out well, because you drove on your Spartan and got all those spear cunts out, and then you're obviously going to charge, and I'm just sitting there going, oh my god, I can't wait. Because when you declared a charge, I was going to say, well, I'm doing my Legion-specific double Overwatch with I think I had 8 nullificators, so it would have been 32 disintegrator shots straight into your spear tomies.
You would have done me.
Would have just gutted them. But
then I had a plan. I had a friend.
Okay, your friend Robbie threw a fucking telepathy spell on and pinned my shit, and then I just didn't get to Overwatch, and your spear tomies just murdered. I think it was like one turn, wasn't it? Just murdered all of them.
Killed everyone in one turn.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Could have been so good, but so that's the only time I've used them so far.
You just got unlucky.
Yeah, exactly. And it was in a crazy narrative game too, like where people are able to team up, and we were each side determines where everything comes. So you could do like really fucking insane shit.
Because that's the thing. Like at the end of that game, I still had 100% of my shit left because I was just broke it all up and just went in like I was a Cat Empress Children player and just like, oh, there's an easy kill there. I'm just gonna fall. And just started
sneak around, just cutting around. But that was really good, and hopefully I'll give people some more feedback on nullificators. I on paper I feel like they're pretty good.
I want to make some just for the modeling. Like adventure.
Don't know how great their special rule is, where they get to reroll. Neg 1 to wound. It used to be reroll invulnerable save against psychic weapons, last edition. Now it's just neg 1 to wound with psychic weapons. So, and there's not that many psychic weapons other than every psychic has like etheric lightning and shit like that.
Wellness.
But it doesn't help you against something like Robbie throwing that fucking pinning telepathy shit on.
And I mean, and if they're like supposed to like destroy demons and fight demons, that's their fucking big thing on psychers. Like, sure, but what about like making it just against demons? Like you get some bonuses against.
They are a legacies unit, so I can see why they don't give a fuck, or like they're not probably gonna get much extra shit. And it's, but I feel like once I teleport down next to a full Galvorback unit and just fucking obliterate them with disintegrator shots, it's gonna be amazing. And that full unit, when I was around Michael's and we were assembling shit, I just was throwing shit together, and then I built a psyker essentially, and then I was like, oh my god, I fucking make this guy a divination Terminator character, and then he can teleport down with them, and then he can give them precision shot 5+ on their disintegrators. So that's like the ultimate and
some fuck you shit.
And sort of fluff wise, that's totally what gun pigs would do, right? Like have a psychic dude who's just like, okay, the plan is you teleport us, Warmonger. I'm gonna point out the fucking guy using my psychics. I'll determine where the psychers are, and because I can recognize psychers no psychic shit, and then I'll just point at him, and then you guys I'll identify him, and you guys just fucking vaporize him with disintegration.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. So that's what I imagine is like they're like the fucking prime kill team for just like. Send the Seeker. Nah, the Seekers are fucking bullshit. The Seekers will never survive this mission. We need fucking termies.
High intensity shit. It's high intensity shit.
Yeah. So that's what we've been doing. All right. Oh no, one last thing. Doombreed. I was reading the second ed Chaos Codex.
Yeah.
And I was like, reading the in the demon list, and I was like, Doombreed. It says Doombreed. It says Doombreed was in the Heresy fighting alongside Horus and all this shit.
Yeah.
Where the fuck's Doombreed?
Well,
I went into a Matreon chat and I said, where the fuck's Doombreed? And I think Jay Adams was like, oh yeah, he's mentioned, and he copy and pasted the thing. Apparently there's a bit in, what's it called? The end thing?
The very last one.
Siege of Terror?
Yep.
And some guy is just like lists out all the demons, and they mention Nakari and Doombreed, and he's listing out the hosts of demons and all that shit. And he mentions Epidemius, the counter guy?
Yeah.
Tallyman. There's a bunch of other, Scarbrand, and a bunch of other devils they mentioned. But yeah, they do mention Doombreed.
Fuck yeah, cool.
And then when I reread the paragraph, it says that Doombreed was on the battle barge with Horus and fought against the Emperor. So that'll be fucking exciting. So yeah, I think they've been like keeping him secret. Like, we won't mention Doombreed. It would be a big like throwback.
Don't get me started about that. How I want to make the army list for that Lost in the Dam fucking list from the back of the second ed Chaos Codex.
Yeah.
That'd be perfect for Heresy.
Demon World one. Yeah. Fuck. So good. Okay. So yeah, shout out to Jay Adams who immediately was like, "You dumb fuck." Of course it's mentioned.
Is you dickhead.
Yeah, you idiot. Okay. So. Let's get on to new stuff.
Oh shit. Okay. Where do you want to start with that?
Now, there's some stuff that's coming out, and there's a thing that has just come out. So let's talk about the stuff that's coming out first. Right. So let me turn this giant curved screen so you can see.
Show me what you got.
Not that. Okay, so this, the preview said the 14th of October. Oh, so this is tonight. So after we're recording this, Michael's going to run home. We're going to play some of MechWarrior 5 and then check the stream out. Watch the stream.
Yeah.
But yeah, so at midnight there's a stream. There's no Horus Heresy shit listed.
But Old World.
So there is. Yeah, there's some Old World. People are sort of thinking there might be some Epic mentioned or Epic shown.
Ooh, Kill Team. Like, I've heard a rumor that Plastic Striking Scorpions in Kill Team. If that's the case, I'll be like,
Ugh! Look at the background here, though. Look at that.
It looks pretty.
That's a Rogue Trader era Chaos Marine. That is the Green Knight, which is old as fuck. That's the seconded Ragnar Blackmane.
Yeah. Well, I did hear someone.
Barbarossa Dullahide.
Oh, yeah. I did hear this week somebody say that they were going to republish, like,
Rogue Trader.
Rogue Trader, yeah.
Well, yeah. They've said Rogue Trader, and apparently they've said other games too.
Or maybe Second Ed.
Well, yeah.
Well, they're Second Ed models.
Possibly Second Ed. But I mean, Second Ed's like 3 soft covers.
Well, maybe they
combine it into one book.
Maybe they just fucking remembered that this is in fact the 30th anniversary of the release as well.
I don't know if they do, because they didn't recognize the fact that it was the 10th anniversary of Horus Heresy in 2022 when they brought out Horus Heresy 2, which you would have thought, like,
a big deal.
That was a big Warhammer community. I guess it's all fucking 20-year-olds sitting on their fucking phones not talking to each other. But if they'd walked around the studio or asked any of the grognards or gone down and asked any of the Forge World guys, I'm sure all those guys would have told them it was a 10 year of Horus Heresy, and they brought out a new edition, but they didn't fucking mention it at all. Yeah, like, they could have been the 10th anniversary. Here they go.
Surprise.
Anyway, so yeah, I mean, maybe they're onto this.
Yeah, well, that should be good. Well,
but yeah, so new shirt. Exemplary battles. So this is out. I'm so disconnected. Yeah, dude, I'm so disconnected from their drip feed shit. I've just turned off all the shit because I hate the way they drip feed the rules. That's not for me. I'm like, whatever gen we are, not into it. But yeah, the Exemplary Battles book is apparently out for pre-order. I've heard someone.
Oh yeah, no. So when you said out, I was like, no, it's. I thought it was for pre-order. But yeah, I tried to pre-order all this stuff today. Can't get it.
Exemplary Battles is web store only. So if you're listening to this and you're wondering why it's not in your local what's it called?
Friendly local game store?
Frigless?
Yeah.
Gaming. Frigless? Whatever the fuck it is. If it's not in your local Frigless, it's because it's web store only. So you have to go to the web store and buy it from there.
I have to go get that pre-order.
This, though...
Man, I tried to pre-order that.
Which is the Legion Astartes battle group.
The internet just laughed at me.
Oh, you couldn't pre-order it? Or was it sold out or something? Oh, it's gone. Fuck. Okay, well, maybe some other distributors or vendors or Friglisses have boxes.
I really wanted this. I was just like, yeah.
So describe, what is it? So you get a
Derrideo, you get a Land Raider,
Rodius,
yeah, and then a whole lot of awesome fucking Mark III dudes.
They've put them in such a way that makes it really hard to count them. Like,
I don't know. I've heard a lot of people just going, "Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it."
20, 25, 30. So 30 Marines. Yeah. 30 Mark III. You don't like it? What do you mean?
No, I like it. No, I love it.
I have heard people fucking lost their minds about them redoing Mark III, but I don't know. I don't want to upset people who are upset. I don't want to upset the upset.
Yeah.
But if you fucking listen to what they actually fucking said, the last, however, like when they brought out the new Heresy, they said, we're redoing the entire range.
Yeah.
And people were like, oh, why are they redoing the plastic Mark III?
Scales.
They said they're redoing the whole fucking range, mate.
Yeah.
So that includes Mark III. I'm assuming probably Mark IV.
Like, hopefully, like, they've got it in the pipes, ready to go. Here's breeches. Here's a breaching sprue.
Hopefully, yeah. So yeah. And the way I see it, right, is as well, and I did a post on Facebook saying this, is that these are Mark III D. So Mark III A was the original Mark III that they brought out for 40k, the resins when they were doing whatever the fuck it was, Battle Wars or something.
Yeah.
Then they did the Heresy resin Mark III. That's Mark III B.
Yeah.
Mark III C is the plastic Mark III.
Yep.
First plastic Mark III, and then this is the fourth Mark III, Mark 3D. So, like, the fluff literally says that Mark III, all of the armors were built in not only chapter fucking armoriums, but also forge rods and shit all over the planet.
Just make shit different.
All over the fucking galaxy. So, of course, they're going to be slightly different, and then each legion's going to have its own fucking sort of shit that they, their own signature thing. So I didn't understand why people fucking lost their minds about,
I see it from a perspective, like, so if I've got an existing army, and I want to expand it.
But don't do that. Just go buy the old shit so it looks the same.
Well, that's the thing. What if I can't? Yeah, what if I can't?
Fuck you, man. I don't know.
You see, that's I get where people are coming from.
Okay, alright. Yeah, I will concede, but I mean, that's like saying, I haven't painted my second-ed army since 1997.
But I do like these models, and the other cool thing I liked is on Warhammer Community, like some of the guys in the studio had done all their armies, and you just went past
we're gonna
it.
get to that. Yeah. Oh, wait, what?
Did you go? I think did you just go past it?
No. That's a hold on.
It's a different fucking thing altogether. But new heavy weapons. The return of fucking
let's
shoulder-mounted fucking weapons, heavy weapons.
Yeah, those Dark Angels Mark III las cannons, shoulder las cannons.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just like,
I want to get them pregnant.
My eyes deceive me.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, so I was just like, oh, that's fucking sick.
Oh, dude. Have you seen this? 40 years of Warhammer celebrate with a box full of exclusive goodies. Oh my god! Okay,
here's a new flavored candles.
This is a new segment called Michael has to guess how much this costs delivered.
Oh god!
So if you go to the web store and go, oh my god, 40 years of Warhammer, I want to celebrate with a box of exclusive goodies celebrating 40 years. So you get a poster.
That looks pretty cool.
Looks like some AI art. A T-shirt with whatever the fuck that is. It's a
Bretonian helmet and a Mark 6 helmet. It's a
I don't think that. I think that isn't. Is that Harry the Hammer?
Yeah.
Whatever that is, like a moleskine. 2 mugs. One is a 40 gay mug. One is a AIDS of Shitbar mug. A sticker thing. One of them is a skull that says "Need more skulls," which is kind of funny in joke.
I'm ready.
More Nuln oil, and it's a splash of Nuln oil. A hammer with Sigma written on it. Some helms and shit. A hoodie that says Warhammer 40 years and has a picture of the Emperor on the back.
Yep. How much?
So that is it. So
$350.
It's $320 delivered, which includes $80 postage.
Fuck.
For Australia.
I was being super cynical, man.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I know. Yeah. $320. It's a fine hoodie and some stickers.
Yeah, I'd rather buy like the new fucking. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
well, there's some people. If that's for you, cool.
So there's a mini segment called Michael Guesses the Price of Shit.
Remember that day I guessed the thing off eBay exactly?
Yeah.
They were the days.
Okay, here we go. How to model heavier weapons onto your Mark III Space Marine.
See, I like that. They look really cool. Like, they look more proportionate to me. Yeah, that's how I saw that and I was just like, holy fuck, I was trying to figure out how they did it, and then I figured out, oh wait, that's the new shit.
Dark Angels with the las cannons look fucking hot. Even the special weapons. Now, if we scroll down, they've got some... There's some little bit... Oh, it doesn't show the little... I thought I saw some... Oh, yeah, so it's got a... So you got a little wristy bit, see? So an extra little wrist bit.
Oh, yeah.
Van brace or some shit. But, so these are the Mark 6 weapons, and you can put them onto the Mark III, essentially.
Cool.
Is what it's trying to say.
That's good.
So,
because I know a lot of people have got a whole lot of those heavy and special weapons. They'd be like, what the fuck?
Well, let's read the article. So this weekend marks the next stage of the galaxy-spanning Horus Heresy, as Legion Astartes Mark III D Tactical Squad comes to pre-order a 20-strong unit of warriors clad in the iconic iron pattern power armor.
Yeah,
we all know and love. These miniatures are cross-compatible with the special weapons and heavy weapons upgrade sets released for the Mark 6 tactical squads, as Les from the Warhammer studio has demonstrated on his Dark Angel. So good work, Les. I was jerking my fucking ding-a-ling hard to these, metaphorically. And so continuing, each of the guns has been designed to be non-specific to any particular Horus Heresy armor mark. So, I mean, they would have to be fucking insane not to do that.
Yeah.
But Warcom, I hear you cry. Mark III armor has van braces on the forearms. They look totally different to the Mark VI armor. Never fear. This is back to Warhammer Community's point of view. Never fear. The sprues for Mark III Space Marines contain 5 sets of armored van braces on each frame, which are designed to be fixed onto the arms in the 2 heavy weapon upgrade kits.
Cool.
So essentially you put those little boys on, and then you chuck on the van braces, and then you've got the Mark III little van brace.
So just to confirm, those shoulder-mounted las cannons are new?
No, they're from the Mark VI heavy weapons set, aren't they?
No, because the Mark VI ones are held at the waist still, I'm pretty sure.
Didn't they do both?
I can't remember. Well, that's the thing. Well, this is blowing my mind now. I'm pretty sure that the new las cannons, because when I was making Sun Killers, I had a very close look at what las cannons I was going to use. Was I going to use all shoulder mounted?
The shoulder mount.
Oh, it is too. Cool. All right.
The plastic ones. So they're in that set. You get the little stubby culverin, autocannon, or a shoulder las cannon, and then the other set has a heavy flamer, multi-melter, and shoulder plas.
Oh, okay.
But it's not the bubble plas.
Drugs.
It's not the bubble plas.
I'm on heroin because I'm sure there was 3 different sorts of las cannons identified. But anyway, I'm not on heroin. I'm just
in Minecraft.
Yeah. But anyway, those shoulder-mounted fucking las cannons look sick.
Yeah, I saw that. That's like. If you go on social media, anytime anything comes from Games Workshop, anything out of Nottingham just gets immediately fucking posted. That, and we don't do that. It's like, what the fuck? Like, everyone's doing that. But that's one of the few things. Every now and then, I do see a thing, and I'm like, holy shit, and I reposted in our Facebook group, and that was one of the few things. I was like, oh, fuck, look at these Dark Angels guns. Oh, speaking of Nottingham, did you know, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
The tree got cut down.
Yeah, the tree.
Yeah.
That's one of the few... Like, remember we said, if we went to Nottingham, going to Warhammer World would be second on the list after going to see where they shot Robin
Kevin
Hood,
Costner made the definitive fucking Robin Hood movie.
Yeah. They cut the fucking tree down.
Yeah.
So there's basically no reason to go to
But apparently it's a mystery. Like, they arrested some dude, and he's just like, no, I can't. I didn't fucking do it. Like, I'm a 7-year-old man. How the fuck would I cut a tree down? And they're like, yeah, but you're like a professional lumberjack. You can't account for what they did during this period of time. Like...
Yeah, why would he do that?
And then the dude was just like, they asked his opinion on it. Like, what do you think of the cut? And he's like, oh, it's super fucking jacked. Like a super professional, excellent lumberjack did that. And they're like,
not me.
How would you describe yourself, sir? Oh, super professional, Matt Cunt lumberjack. Oh, okay.
But it definitely wasn't.
But it wasn't me.
But yeah, so that's new stuff. So yeah, those Mark III are out.
Man, that's hot. I tried to pre-order that box set because I can use all the shit in that box set. Like, I definitely want a Dare Dare. I definitely want a Land Raider.
Yeah,
I couldn't get it. So I don't know. Maybe Santa will bring me one.
What we need to go back to is...
I think it's a certain PDF.
Oh, no, hold on. I just want to... Cause, didn't they show the studio... Wasn't there a studio thing?
Yeah, there was. Yeah, there's a really good post that had a whole heap of people's
here we go, yeah.
armies. Yeah.
Behold, new Horus Heresy Space Marines and Dreadnoughts painted by the Masters. The Masters. Wow. What does that mean? The Masters of what? Masters of painting? Masters of the Heresy?
Masters of Glam Rock.
So yeah, here we go. So there's some Space Wolves done by Dom. Some Space Wolves done by Rob.
They look really good.
Yeah, these are all look very nice. James's Iron Hands, shoulder las cannon Iron Hands with shoulder las cannons. I do think the Dark Angels are slightly better. Sorry, James, but I think Les's are slightly better. Yeah. Even though I'm an Iron Hands diehard. Well, he does have the Robo Hand pointing though.
That's a cool Robo Hand. Where did he get that Robo Hand?
Maybe okay. James and Les may be on the same level.
Left a D20 off.
That's I'm pretty sure that's a 40. That's a 40k one. Yeah. I think. Chris's Imperial Fists. Boo for Imperial Fists there. What's this? James Iron Hands again. Oh, this is Culverin Squad. They look really nice actually. Dan's Blood Angels. I'm assuming no decals or anything, but I'm gonna say Blood Angels. Could be Turd Bearer. Nah, too bright for Blood Angels. Could be Black Shields. Stu's White Scars. Cool. They're very nice.
They look good. You don't generally see White Scars in Mark 3, but that looks good.
Sally's with those special helms. Done by Jason. Good work, Jason.
I enjoyed this article.
Ben's Dark Angels. Good work, Ben.
And then
wonder who all these guys are.
This is good.
Cal.
Yeah, I like that one.
Where's Andy Horse stuff? I want Andy Horse stuff. I love looking at Andy's shit.
There's some Word Bears there.
That's a lot of last cannons. Cal.
What?
Jason.
It's only 10,
Jesse.
Which is still 10 less than what I'm going to be packing for Sunkillers.
Jesse's getting bitter, Jesse.
Maybe that's Jesse the Buddy Ventura.
Why didn't you tell me why I painted 100 autocannon Iron Hands?
And Warriors. Oh no.
No, this is Ewan. Ewan with autocannons. And then what do we got? Jim. Oh, there we go. Turd Bearers by Jim.
They're good. I like that color. They look.
Sunny with what is this? Oh, Sons of Horus. He's used the helms. He's used those cool helms.
And what are they packing? They don't have bolt guns.
Oh, that's the close combat weapon sprue thing. You have to buy a fuckload of to make a 20-man squad.
Look pretty good.
He's got a heavy chainsword. Very nice. Well, has that dude got 2 pistols? Oh no, it's a chainsword, just a weird angle. Connor's they White Scar.
It could be Lunar Wolves, but
they got an Eye of Horus. Then they must be Lunar Wolves. Yeah, very nice. Good work, Connor. Repping the fucking Lunar Wolves, and then all of the Derrideas as well. Mark, Paul, Rob, Jason, Chris, Ben, Les.
Yeah, I really like the Derridea. I really want to do one up. I was really sad I couldn't get my hands on a pre-order of this today.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I wasn't on the ball because the drip feed of rules and shit.
Thanks for bringing that up. I did not know the Exemplary Battles was web store exclusive.
That's a good segue. Let's talk about.
Because I need to get that because it's got fucking Fulgrim Ascended.
Yeah. So, the YouTube shills have got their copies. And the people with
if we were House of I have Horus from Westeros, our words would be we do not chill.
We do not chill. We don't use AI. We do not chill. But yeah, so there's a good I will give a shout out though to spruesandbrews.com. They're the first dudes that I've seen. Shout out to Darcy, he linked this. Exemplary Battles of the Age of Darkness Volume 1 review, and it's quite a lengthy review. They've gone through all the different things. So number 1, the biggest thing obviously is Demon Fulgrim. Or Devil Fulgrim.
Man, I really want to paint that. As soon as that drops, I want to get it. Like, I fucking can't wait to paint that. You've got Emperor's
Children Army, don't you?
Yeah. Fucking earth.
You're the target audience. So I might just read, like, you know how... Who that podcast that you love? The only podcast
Mysterious Universe.
Yeah, Mysterious Universe. You know how they just fucking...
They talk about Warhammer now.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, one of them. Like, because Nurgle is like a thing. It's like an actual demonic entity.
Oh, yeah,
Nurgle, yeah. One of the guys was trying to describe it. It's like, so yeah, it's the same thing as in the Warhammer game. And Aaron, the other guy's just like, what the fuck's a Warhammer? Just like, the game we used to play?
Of course Aaron wouldn't know what the fuck is going on.
They do videos now. So you can watch them doing it. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. What does Aaron look like?
They look like two cool dudes. No.
Michael does shill though for Mysterious Universe. It's like the only podcast he listens to. He doesn't even listen to this podcast.
I listen to a couple others. When I run out of that one.
Shh, don't talk about this. Okay, so so Sprues and Brews, good dudes. I'm gonna we might, but what I was trying to say is, you know how Mysterious Universe
you just do a bit, and I'll do a bit.
Just rip shit off. Like most of their content is just reading stuff that other people have written,
then ragging on it.
Yeah. So we'll
not be ragging on this, but I know what you're saying.
Well, we might.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll start off. So from before the release of the second edition of Warhammer: The Horus Heresy, and through the following year, we have had a series of exemplary battle expansions released on Warhammer Community that expand the lore, unit options, and missions available to Horus Heresy players.
Today, these see their first physical release in Exemplary Battles of the Age of Darkness Volume 1, up for pre-order today, which brings together 4 of these updated for the current edition of the game, alongside a new exemplary battle featuring the Slamamanders.
Oh.
We also get rules for Demon Primarchs, and the first of them, Fulgrim, along with some expanded rules for the Emperor's Children to represent them in a late heresy state once they have fallen to excess and cocaine.
Wow, so expanded rules for the Emperor's Children for late heresy. That's
Fuck yeah. Well,
finally.
See, for me, I don't know how I have to see these rules.
Yeah, you don't give shit. Like yours is more.
I'm more straight trade, like
straight edge.
There's There's
you're not sniffing
loyalists.
the warp cocaine. You're in the normal cocaine, but not the warp cocaine.
Yeah, there's loyalists. There's traders.
Yeah.
And then there's fucking whatever the fuck they are doing cocaine and like smoking reefers with that Iron Warriors dude on a battle barge.
Yeah.
And like that fucking zebra skin shit. So I'm somewhere in the mid ground.
Yeah, in between.
I'm a centralist.
I'm a centralist. Okay, so in this full review, we're not going to read this whole thing, obviously, but in this full review, we'll be checking out the content to see just what is included in this 112-page tome. 112-page.
Fuck, I'm going to order this tonight.
Seeing if anything has changed from the free exemplary battle PDFs, and seeing how Fulgrim looks in a fight.
Oh, sorry. I was just
you already forgot the whole. Like,
no. I made eye contact. I made eye contact with Fulgrim.
Oh, yeah, I scrolled.
He started gazing at me.
Devil.
I was like, okay, so massive thanks to Games Workshop for sending this as free review copy. Check out on the site. If you'd like to support the site, then why not order the Horus Heresy goodies through our affiliate, Element Games. I just saw their new shop. It looks fucking sick.
The Element Games site.
Yeah.
Shop. Other shops are available.
Yeah, we also have a full unboxing of the new Legion Astartes battle group up on the site today. What? People have got it? Fuck, maybe we should shell.
Nah. Oh, maybe. Nah.
Fuck, I want a new box set.
But then people know we're shells, that's right.
True. Yeah, so without ado, let's look at the exemplary battles.
Alright, cool. So yeah, then they go on to sort of like go through and talk about all of this stuff. And then, yeah, so it looks like there's the Defense of Sotha, which is Night Lords. They gain Atramontar Terminator Squad. Rules here match the updated rules put out to update the exemplary battle series. So basically no change there.
Yeah, actually, I'd be interested in what the changes are, if they fine-tuned any of it.
Well, I mean, he's saying there that the Atramontar are the same.
Yep.
I know that Mournful Events have definitely made them Weapon Skill 5 and stuff like that.
Yep.
The Honor in Duty mission has been reimagined for 2nd edition as Sothopolis Burns. In this mission, the attacker has the majority of the heavier elements. Start the game in reserve, and the battle goes on. Various units are brought on the board. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Siege of Hydra Cordatus. This one is focused on the Iron Warriors, so they get the Dominator cohort. Again, using their updated rules from the update PDF. These are a special retinue for Perturabo that have the Feel No Pain 6+ and Thunderhammers. Okay, whatever.
Looks like the missions might be updated slightly.
The Battle of Armatura. So this is the Red Hand Destroyers, who again match their existing rules. Their bonus to determining on who has won the combat, increasing with sweeping advance rolls. So yeah, all the fluff. I think the main point of this is to get the fluff, like because those exemplary battles are fucking really nicely written. Yeah. I've really enjoyed reading those, and we haven't really reviewed the fluff. Maybe once we get a copy of this, units, we'll go through and talk about the units again. But I mean, from what he's saying, the units are pretty similar. I think that'll probably be maybe like a Warmonger episode. We'll go through this book when it comes out.
Yeah, I might order it actually because I really, really want to play. Oh, fuck, I so want that Fulgrim model. It's fucking awesome.
Last of the returning exemplary battles is the Battle of Kauth, with a focus on Ultramarines and their Mortarfire Bolter Arm Nemesis Destroyers who force morale checks on anyone wounded by them. Campaign-specific rules for a variant type of Demon Brute that can only be used in the mini-campaign. Again, like with the previous few entries, we get a mini-campaign consisting of 3 different battles and rules to represent the devastation of Kauth on the battlefield. So all of these things are really fun to play as well. Like, we've played through some of them. We don't always, like, there's so much stuff that, like, you know...
Yeah, it's very difficult to actually do it all.
It is hard to play through it all. And you know, when we review something, we like to sort of have played it So definitely, like when we sort of been reviewing some of these exemplary battles as they come out, we really haven't touched on the missions and the fluff side of things, just because we haven't fucking played it. Like.
Yeah. And because we don't have a lot of these armies.
Okay, and then so here we go. So while all the battles so far have previously been available as free downloads, the final one included in the book is brand new. Focus is on the Slammermanders facing off against the Emperor's children in the region of space known as the Pale Stars.
Fuck yeah, that's one of my favorite places.
Third Legion have spread whispers and temptation to swamp the mortal populace of this sector to that cause, and so the Salamanders have been deployed to eliminate them. Joining the ranks of the Salamanders are the Sanctifier Squad. These are essentially a custom assault squad. They can take unique obsidate rotor cannons. These are only strength 3 and AP 5, but are assault 3 with pinning and breaching 6+.
Yeah.
Breaching 6+. Dude, that's totally what they needed.
Yeah.
Making them pretty nasty.
Demon Fulcrum!
Also get some interesting mechanics. Basically, the battlefield's split into different sectors. Each sector worth a different number of points. Blah, 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 blah. Here we go. Emperor's Children. Final part of the book will be of particular interest to trader players as we get the full rules for Demon Primarchs, Fulgrim, and expanded Emperor Children rules. Demon Primarch rules are basically expanded from the standard Primarch rules, with them getting Eternal Warrior, Fear 2, It Will Not Die 5+, Bulky 6, and Relentless. In addition, they can never have their stats negatively reduced, always fire snapshots at BS. This is all just pretty similar, except for the Fear 2, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
They're immune to fear and pinning, but if they ever fail a morale check, they suffer D3 wounds that cannot be negated. So they're not fearless?
Cool.
Wow. They're not fearless?
Yeah, well, it'd be a dark day if you're losing combat with one of these guys. Like,
so what's the very first Demon Primarch Fulgrim like? Well, I can't wait to get my hands on him. He clocks in at 600, but has an impressive profile with movement 9, weapon skill 8, initiative 8, leadership 10, and then 7s across the rest of his profile. So 7 attacks, crazy. Keeping him kicking in a fight is a 2+ armor save, 4+ invuln. One really cool ability that Fulgrim has is that when he has 4 or less wounds left, he actually gets +1 to his It Will Not Die, making it more likely for him to heal once he hits half health. And for the ultimate insult to enemy, if he ever has only 2 or less wounds,
that's rough as fuck,
left at the start of your turn, you can return him to the warp. Fulgrim is no longer in play for the rest of the game, but your enemy does not count as killing him for the purposes of objectives or abilities. Jesus. This is a really nice way of cheating your opponent. It's like the classic fucking "fuck you everybody, good night."
Yeah, some dust so done shit.
Man, I hope that's what the rule should be called. "Fuck you everybody, good night." So yeah, Fulgrim can opt to use his wings, which increases his movement to 14 inches, allows him to move across terrain and models, though he treats difficult terrain as dangerous terrain if he lands in it. Blah blah blah. He can also run while flying to go 24 inches. His weapon has a split profile. He can either strike with 7 strength 7 attacks at AP2 and murder strike 4+. Holy shit. Or he can trade these for 3 strength 10 AP1 attacks with brutal 2. I guess. Shit. 3 strength 10 AP1 attacks. Oh, he is weapon skill 8. That's pretty fucking savage. I like this as it makes it so Fulgrim has to weigh up which way he'd like to fight. So 7 attacks at AP2 murder strike 4+. Or 3 strength 10 AP. I guess you're only going to use the strength 10 AP1 against
vehicles and shit.
Vehicles against a dread. You probably want to go the murder strike 4+, right?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, because that's D3 wounds.
And I'd quite like to see this rule come into effect on other units with brutal, and I guess let us get less attacks if they want to make use of brutal. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's been a year now. People are pretty used to the whole brutal meta, right?
Yeah,
like,
brutal's good.
I mean, it's taken you a while, but you finally fucking gone with Thunderhammer.
Wow, why not have an AP, like an Initiative 2 Thunderhammer?
Yeah. We also get rules for taking a Legion's Hereticus Emperor's Children army. Now, this is what I'm interested in. Because, like, how is this going to be different from the Third Company Elite, right?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
So, this is something that can be selected to represent that these are not just traitors, they are now in the sway of the Dark Gods. Dark God, the Dark Prince of Self-Improvement. If you take Fulgrim, your entire army automatically gets this keyword, but you... keyword. Blech. You mean army-wide rule. But you can choose to give it to them manually. I was enjoying this article till he said use the word keyword. Next he'll be saying sticky objectives or some shit like that. Okay, if you do so, then you unlock a number of new abilities. The first of these is being able to become stupefied. When a unit shoots you, you can opt to make the unit stupefied. This has some downsides, such as making it so you only snap fire and any charges disordered. However, you gain +1 strength, and it also gives you a damage mitigation roll of 6+ to any incoming shots. At the end of your following turn, you are no longer stupefied and can act as normal. Okay. So essentially you trade shooting at full effect next turn in exchange for a pip extra of strength and a chance to ignoring incoming damage.
Yeah.
Playing off this mechanic, Emperor's Children get a unique reaction where a target of a shooting attack becomes stupefied, but with a 4+ damage mitigation roll. Okay, now we're talking. Phoenix Terminators and Legion Hereticus Force also have rules changes, with the Living Icon and Phoenix Retinue rules swapped out for a +1 combat res modifier, which increases to +2 if Fulgrim is nearby.
Yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad.
Yes. If it stacks with a little banner or something, maybe.
Yeah.
Legion Hereticus also gain access to 2 unique Rites of War. Brotherhood of the Phoenix is a cool one.
Ooh.
It allows you to have 5 HQ options. Oh my god, I would fucking
That's fucking sick. Oh, keep reading that. Keep reading that.
But each of those HQ choices has to be Eidolon Lucius or a Legion champion of whatever flavor.
That's alright.
But it means you can put more Warmongers in.
Well, yeah, it does.
You also, or Armistas. You also have to take Fulgrim. Essentially, this represents the various heroes of the Legion, all trying to get Fulgrim's attention, and in reward to taking these 5 HQ choices, each of your champions gets preferred enemy everything. Holy shit.
Fuck, I'm gonna run that, son.
Oh my god. Second is Children of Maraglia. And this requires an allied detachment of Solar Ox or Milish, but grant the entire allied force stubborn. Entire allied force. Oh, so stubborn to all the Milish. Okay, yeah, not terrible. In addition, Fulgrim starts off the board and you select a turn for him to be summoned on the battlefield, with him appearing within 6 inches of a friendly Emperor's Children unit. There's a bit of a gambling element here, as your entire Emperor's Children army also gains stubborn until the Primarch turns up, leading to some decision making on when you want him to arrive. So you want him to arrive after the enemy has done their full deep strike horse shit.
Yeah.
Finally, the surgical augments are replaced with debased augments and are a little cheaper at 15 points each. Warp Scream gives a model Hammer of Wrath, and this Hammer of Wrath have rending 5+. Fuck. Oh my god, that's savage.
Good.
What's really cool here is if they already have Hammer of Wrath, then it increases the number of hits caused, and they all have rending 5+. Okay. Abhorrent Sensoria gives the model precision hits shots, which is handy for sniping characters. So yeah, precision shots on like Cacophony would be pretty apeshit.
Oh fuck!
Finally, Michael's reading heading. Sublingual glands give them a template attack with blind and fleshbane, which is pretty cool. My only real complaint is that exemplary battles featuring the Emperor's Children Sun Killers is not included, which seems odd given this is very Emperor's Children heavy. Yeah,
that's cool though. Like, I'm not angry at that.
Could chuck the rules, reprint of the rules, I guess, but whatever.
I just want to see how this interplays with like the current list. Does this supersede the current list?
Yeah. It looks like it's just a variant.
Can I take Fulgrim and still run a normal trader list?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
Something
that's my only question.
To find out when we get a copy.
Because we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, check out Sprues and Brews. I'll put a link in the show notes if you want to read that full article. There's a big there's a lot of stuff there. But yeah, so Exemplary Battles coming now. It's available now on the web store. If you're listening to this, it's already for sale.
Shit. Yeah, that slipped under the radar. So I want that model.
And then the last thing that has come out, and I mean we probably missed stuff because man, I find it really hard to.
There's been a lot of little model releases since we probably didn't last show.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And yeah, cool. Nothing major.
But this last thing is the Legacies of the Age of Darkness, Demons of the Ruinstorm PDF list. So this is a free one, just like the other Legacies of the Age of Darkness. It's a full list for demons. we're not going to go through this.
You've read it, right?
Yeah, I've had a look through it. Yeah. We'll cover this in a Warmonger episode. It's only 24 pages. I think it's good. I don't think it's definitely not like the old base.
It looks a bit more fun to play against.
I think so. Yeah. I know, like the previous version was fucking fucked. So anyone who looks at this and goes, "Oh, it's too weak compared to the old one," yeah, good. Because that old one was fucking fucked.
Yeah, the one from the Black Books.
If you're a person who was running it and you were saying it was weak, or if you're a person who's running it, fuck you. Because it was fucking harsh as shit.
Yeah.
Or you were just taking the wrong shit, motherfucker, because it was
you were playing a different game.
Because I played against them probably 5 or 6 times, and like the biggest problem for me was that just the fucking portals, everything came out just right on your shit, and you had no chance of doing anything. And you had one shooting turn, you snap. There was no reactions back then, so you couldn't just do a full BS fucking
I
stand and
get the whole, they start strong, they finish weak, but the problem was they started fucking far too strong, so you never got to fucking turn 4 or 5.
They started strong as shit 5 inches away. Like, the portal was 12 inches away, they disembark 6 inches, so they're only 6 inches away, and then they're charging you. And half their shit was like fleet shit, so they could move 12 inches out of the portal, and the portal's only 12 inches from you. So they could be an inch away and then charge you.
And the crazy mission, and like the insane mission thing, how it was so easy. They were already overpowered, but then they had the crazy missions, which made it like, oh, I get a point when I kill you, and I also get a point when you kill me. So how can I fucking lose?
Yeah, my opinion on that old list was, fuck off the portals, make the whole deployment zone for the demons a portal, so they could still reroll their invulnerable save in their deployment zone, so they wouldn't get flattened by Medusas and shit like that. Although that's not really a problem anymore, I guess. And then get rid of those fucking stupid custom missions, or the free mission where, like the Corn one, you get a point for every unit that dies in close combat. Not every unit you kill in close combat, every unit that dies in close combat.
Yeah.
So all you had to do is charge a unit into close combat. Whether you killed them or they killed you, you got a VP.
Matter.
Who gives a shit? And as I said before, you're literally on turn 2, 1 inch away from the enemy and charging them.
And you're like strength 5. Fuck it. You're
strength 6,
insane.
toughness 6. Just on flesh hounds with strength 6, toughness 6 on turn fucking 1. So this is definitely more toned down. I mean, what we will do, let's talk about just the basic demon. So we'll go to the...
So the only thing that I think would have been good is you can't take these guys as allies.
Yeah, that's gonna get house ruled by everybody everywhere there. Right? Like that's
I think it will, because like it's not custodes. Yeah, fuck, you can take a whole custodes army. You can ally custodes in. I feel that this should be similar, this for the traders.
Yeah,
for a bit more variety.
Yeah, 100%.
But let's look at the base demon.
Why do you think they did that? Like, why do you think they can't be taken as a primary detachment?
I don't know.
What the fuck is that? Okay. That's pretty insane.
I think, I think they would have had to make some conditions and say, right, if you have an esotericist or a psyker and you're a trader, then you've got access to this. So I don't know. I honestly I don't know why.
It seems insane. What people want, and like, I mean, Games Workshop isn't in the business of giving people what they want necessarily all the time. People just want to take demons and Chaos Marines together, like they have been able to since fucking Rogue Trader.
Yeah,
that's all people want.
Yeah,
so
like, I get it. I'm not going to run this as an allied detachment if I'm playing Istvan 3, Istvan 5. Cool, I'm not going to do it, but like later down the track,
it's just open
Witchy-Poo shit's fucking
yeah. All right, so let's talk. So we'll cover quickly the Ruinstorm Lesser Demons, because that's Lesser Demons have been around since fucking Rogue Trader. Everybody knows that, like, they're a good benchmark for the entire list, I feel. So movement 7, so the same speed as Marines, better than a human. Weapon skill 4, yeah. BS 3, whatever. Strength 4, tough 4. I think that's good, because the first 2 turns they're strength 5, tough 5. Which is going to actually keep them alive now that they don't have the portal. So the portals, the portal is changed into a different thing where you can hold some shit in reserve and then drop a portal and an assault out of it. So you still have the opportunity to do that shit.
And
but you're not
you get a fighting chance as well. Because, if you're playing demons, I'm going to stay back, I'm going to try and weather the storm, as opposed to last time. It's just fucking, right, I'm just going to try to turn one, fucking, you just die.
Yeah, there's nowhere for you to go. Yeah. You can't do anything.
You can play around it.
They've got all those rules stacked, they used to have all those rules stacked. Initiative 4, 2 attacks base, leadership 7, 5+ invulnerable. They've got the demon rule and the lion rule for less demons. So the demon rule obviously is back in the basic rulebook. You can look that up. And then the special rules are Etheric Dominion. This is basically like their Legion Astartes rule, and they've got a whole bunch of different Etheric Dominions. You can only take one there.
Yep. For army wide?
Yes, correct. Yep. There's Ethereal Invulnerability, so they've got a 5+ invulnerable save. However, you do not get it against force weapons.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to check if it's psychic shit as well. I think it's just force weapons. Maybe you don't get it against. The Trader rule, which goes without saying. And then Demon Armaments. Now, Demon Armaments is, I believe they are... Let's just double check. Demon Armaments is Strength as User, AP4 base, melee, with the Immaterial Blades rule, brackets AP3, and the Immaterial Blades rule... What the fuck?
Where'd you put it?
Where's the Immaterial Blades rule? Here it goes. So
X.
when rolling to wound for a model that has the Immaterial Blades X rule, or is attacking with a weapon that has the Immaterial Blades X special rule, for each roll to wound or armor pen roll of 6 or higher, the controlling player resolves these wounds or any penetrating hits at the AP value listed in brackets instead of the weapon's normal AP value.
Okay,
so
that's not
AP
bad.
3 on a 6 to wound.
That's
So essentially, it's almost like
breaching,
like rending or breaching 3. Yeah, but each one has a different.
Because I think it said automatic wound, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, demonic armaments. Oh, does it say automatically wound? Controlling player resolve these wounds. Each wound roll armament of 6 or higher. Controlling player resolves these wounds. Oh, well, you always win in 6 anyway,
yeah,
right?
Okay.
Yeah. But it's AP3, so they do have something they can actually rip Marines off with.
And that's not bad because, like, I think I just remember seeing there were 120 points for 10.
Yeah, 12 points each.
That's not bad. That's very, very similar to your base TAC Marine.
Yeah.
And it's a fair trade-off. Yeah, they don't have 3+. They don't give an armor save of 3+. No. But having that, like, kind of breaching.
Yeah, they've got a 5+ armor save and a 5+ ethereal invulnerability, and some of them have like an ethereal invulnerability 4+ if they're a bigger thing as well.
Well, that makes sense. That's good.
But yeah, 120 points for 10, and then 10 points each after that. And the entire unit may exchange demon armaments for one of the following: immaterial projectiles, 1 point per model. I think this is basically an auto include. I don't know how you sort of, if you're running corn demons or something, or
or at least it gives you
maybe they throw rocks or some shit.
Yeah.
But the immaterial projectiles is range 18, strength as user, AP4, assault 2.
That's cool.
So that's pretty cool. They're only BS 3, but strength 4. On the first 2 turns, they're strength 5. 2 shots at strength 5.
Yeah, that's
pretty good. Yeah.
And if you got the bigger monsters, that'll be higher strength.
Yeah. And that allows you to Overwatch and shit like that as well. And I think, some of the ethereal. I mean, we'll go through this in a warmonger, but yeah, some of them have.
I'm looking forward to playing
against Dominions
this.
Have different.
Hopefully, Robbie or Josh or someone that's still got their demon lists.
Yeah, I'm keen. Yeah, Josh is definitely keen to pull his Slaanesh, and I think what he wants to do is ally. He wants to be able to ally 2 different demonic armies together with 2 different etheric dominions, so they can run.
Yeah,
Slaanesh
I would allow this.
Yeah, I think that should be allowed anyway. Like, fucking, why would 2 branches of the Mechanicum not be able to ally with each other? It's like fucking what. In last edition,
well, I think the only thing is, like, I can't take an Emperor's Children detachment allied to an Emperor's Children detachment.
Why not? Why not?
Because you can't.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that's
rules as written, yes, but I get you, 100%. Yeah, no,
it's
you're
just
right.
Models, like,
you'd have detachments.
There's way more like insane.
I'm leader 1. I'm leader 2. Yeah. Right. I'm a higher rank. You're subordinate to me.
Yeah.
You can act. I'm going to give you a mission command. You go and do your thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. like, if you think, yeah, exactly. Like last edition, for example, people. Well, I just fucking did it because I didn't give a shit. Because like, as if Legio Cybernetica wouldn't, like, if they have a small Legio Cybernetica detachment, wouldn't be able to ally with a Tagmata detachment. Like, that's fucking stupid. Like, what? Like, there's way more insane fucking combos that you could do. I mean, whatever. Okay, so yeah, demon list. I think it's pretty good. I'd like to see it on the table. I feel like just it'll be interesting to see 20-man units run up against tax squads and things like that. And the main thing that does stand out to me is no Shrike anymore, and those Shrikes were a real pain in the fucking ass because they were like flying, so they'd fly out of a portal and flap around gutting your shit.
Flying unit though.
Can you?
I'm pretty sure you can.
I think some of the characters can have wings and stuff.
I think,
and there is like a what are they called? There's Demon Cavalry. Yeah, Demon Harriers.
Yeah.
So these are kind of like your old Furies.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
And they have immaterial wings. So they're basically like just flying lesser demons. Oh, they've only got one attack though. So they're like flying lesser demons. They are BS4, so they can throw their immaterial projectiles a bit.
Looking at the big picture, what I do like is the fact that they've kind of put this out as a PDF. So hopefully it comes out as its own book eventually, and hopefully some of these things are fine-tuned potentially.
Yeah. Let's just look up what immaterial... it's in like half a page of rules for immaterial wings. But essentially it's like jump packs, it looks like. They can move up to 14. Flapping around and stuff.
Just flappity flap,
and
flap,
gain Hammer of Wrath. But yeah, as I said, and I think I've said it 2 times already, we'll cover that in a Warmonger episode.
Yeah.
So, exciting shit.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm pretty excited about it. Oh, fuck. This is a picture I had up from earlier just to show the scale. So, from the new Mark III.
Oh, okay.
Versus the old Mark III and 4. And it's very similar. It's slightly bigger, maybe.
I'm not angry at that. Like, I still, like, yeah, I'm happy with the Mark 6 different scale. I'm like, I don't notice it as much. And from that photo, because I was trying to figure out what that photo was when you just had it up. Without you telling me, I was just like, oh, what's that represent? It's like some nice World Eaters, but is it? Yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it. Alright, cool. Okay, so... Yeah, okay, so that's all the new shit. Well, I think that's the end of this segment. What we'll do is we'll go to our mystery segment, and then after that, we'll come back. Should we play a Vanessa Amorosi song?
Sure.
Give her a few extra cents or whatever.
Yeah,
Actually, she gets nothing, does she?
Just our admiration.
Hope she wins a court case then. But yeah, we'll play some Vanessa Amorosi. This is some classic 90s Australian female music. Late 90s Australian female music. Just remember, imagine her wearing pants that look like the scale, like she's
that
wearing
have Chinese dragons on them.
Chinese dragon scales. It's like dragon scales.
No, they were like embroidered Chinese dragons.
Was that in like fucking the Valley Mall or something?
No, it's fuck. No.
Oh,
it was a Gold Coast. It was on the beach at the Gold Coast.
Was it?
Yeah, we were down there for schoolies.
Holy shit. Okay, well, there you go. Alright, well, here's some Vanessa Amorosi. This lady's suing her own mother in court. So, there you go. We'll be back with a mystery thing. And then after that, we'll be back with a wrap-up, which we're actually going to record now, basically. But imagine it recording.
Imagine.
Yeah. Alright, here we go. Absolutely everybody. Is that what we're going to play? That's the only one I can
that's
think
good.
of.
Yeah.
Everybody needs a little
Welcome back to the Horus podcast. Now, Michael and I promised you a mystery segment earlier in the show because we weren't actually really sure when we recorded that what we were going to do in the middle part of the show. However, coming all the way from Victoria, I have two people. One of them from the capital of Victoria for people outside of Australia. The capital of Victoria is Ballarat. So we have Macca from the Outer Circle. How are you?
Hoi hoi. How are we all?
Good. And from just another irrelevant part of Victoria, we have Melbourne, which is called Melbourne. We have Darcy. How are you, Darcy?
Hey, how's it going? I'm good, thanks.
I think this might be the first... Oh, no, you've been on one of the... You probably heard Darcy in some of the... Just, you know, the ones where we just record Discord.
Yeah, the Book 9 coverage as well from fucking way back.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, that was good.
And after Macca's event at Cryle Castle a couple of years back as well.
Ah, of course. Yeah. Ah, yeah, that was...
It's been a while.
For more Cryle Castle event coverage, check out Kat's Instagram. But, yeah, so tonight we're going to talk about hobbying, getting into the hobby, and also hobby burnout, and things like that. So I know Macca has some notes. Macca's always like his episode, for people who don't know Outer Circle, there's lots of reviews of products, tons of like really good heresy content as well, like especially the things like your, like when you did the timeline of Isstvan 5. And then use that and so what Macca will do is he'll make like this professional and this like awesome video, and then he'll use it against me in every argument about Isstvan 5 that he has for the online for the next like 10 years. So yeah, good content over there. So what I'm trying to say is that Macca's like, I'm assuming he's got stuff written down because he plans ahead.
I always plan ahead, but I end up freeballing everything. The only time I write notes is like if I have like a series of points that I don't want to miss one of those points.
Okay. So you don't write a script and just read the script? You're not like...
No, I'd be way less like offensive if I did that because my shit would be much more gathered together. Would be going off script like a politician, just making it up as I go, stumbling my way through sentences.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I like the smooth jazz in the background as well. Like, with the podcast, we just have like basically silence in the background. However, if you listen to Macca when he's talking, he's got smooth jazz. Is that what it's called? Is it called smooth jazz?
I pieced together like some bits of music that I used in old videos, but I haven't started using it since I did I did a new intro on that, where I did like a full recreation of Atlantean sword from Conan for it.
Oh, really?
I didn't quite like nail it perfectly, but it sounds close enough that like people who know the movie will know that song.
Oh shit! I gotta go listen to that. Yeah. I love fucking Atlantean sword's awesome. Whoa.
Any like thing Basil Poledouris is pretty good.
Yeah.
Like RoboCops. He did Starship Troopers and Total Recall as well.
Yeah.
Basil Poledouris, man, fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Plus Conan Barbarian, like you put that soundtrack on. Like I did it when I was painting all my salamanders because I like crammed and rushed through like the Heresy box when it dropped last year. I was like, I gotta get this whole box converted, built and painted in like 3 fucking weeks, no matter what. And it was just like put on Basil Poledouris, Conan on like repeat, and it's like, you know, you can power through any hobby doing that.
Yeah.
That's like top tip right there.
And that movie is like one of the best movies ever made as well. Like that original Conan movie, like holy fuck, so good.
It's like a Lord of the Rings soundtrack. Like when you hear certain like songs, you just immediately can visualize what's happening in the movie.
Exactly. Yeah. Man, that's so good. And that John Milius dude, who directed it, he originally was going like for the UFC. They asked him to design a like arena to fight. So one of the original concepts was by John Milius, which was just like a circle of like broken Greek style pillars with like a fucking
John Milius is a
ivy
fucking
growing over the
maniac.
machine. Yeah, dude, imagine if that had happened. Imagine if the UFC was fought in a fucking just circle of broken pillars. Like, holy shit.
Do you know what his like nickname was in California?
Oh, no.
It was Surf Viking, because he used to go and carry around a sword and shit, and he was like huge in the surfing community there. So there'd be like all these other like pro surfers and stuff going out every day, like surfing off the coast of California, and there's just like this one maniac in like a black beret, like Che Guevara, rocking a fucking sword on the waves.
Oh, that's crazy. Is he still alive, John Milius?
Yeah.
Shit.
He's got this reputation as a total like maniac, and really he's just eccentric, and I don't know, he's kind of an interesting character. Like he wrote Apocalypse Now. So
when you Google him, the second picture is him holding a shotgun. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Really, really interesting character.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, yeah. So we're not here to talk about. Well, I don't know. It's our Horus podcast. We are here to talk about just shit like John Milius. But yeah, let's talk about starting projects, getting into the heresy, or getting into the hobby. What are your... And I know you've got videos about it as well, and you've done a bunch of good video. Like, you've done a bunch of Legion-specific videos, right? Just about, like, oh, you want to start Thousand Suns? Here's what to do. That sort of thing, right?
I have. You know, with the caveat...
People don't even need to listen to this. Just go and watch Ulamaka's videos on how to get started. Boom, done.
The caveat with that is always like a... You know, it's like you've never touched it in your life type thing, right? Which is very different to, like, I've played heaps of Heresy, but I'm thinking of, like, you know, swapping teams. What am I going to do? Like, that's always a different kettle of fish. And then you got, like, but what if I want to play a Rite of War, you know, on top of that? It's totally different situation, right? To when it's just like, hey, go out and buy this, this, and this, and then, like, I don't know, play games. Like, it's a completely different scenario, right?
Yeah. Well, so how do... Well, that's the thing. Like, how do you choose what to do? Like, how do you know what to do? Do you just, like, feel it in your veins or whatever?
Well, my personal opinion is that you can math hammer it quite a bit. Like, we know how certain rules will interact on the tabletop, and you can kind of guesstimate once you've played the game enough, or any version of any game of Warhammer enough, that you kind of get an inkling of how things will perform, right? So if you've got an inkling of how things will perform, then it's like, well, okay, I think if I take roughly this, this, and this, it'll perform about this level. So then you try and imagine that, make that happen. It's like, do you proxy it? You know, play a few test games with some friends, and then it's like a confirm thing. Like, okay, I can confirm that this is how it performed. Or, like, does it wildly exceed your expectations? Because, like, one of the big questions I got asked this even at, like, Darcy's event recently, was, oh, you know, how do you think Custodes go this edition? And I kind of say to people, like, well, what are they doing with the Custodes? Because, like, you can take a really, like, rock hard list, like Imperial Fist, right? They're my go-to for, like, really strong legions in Heresy.
Yeah.
So you take something like Imperial Fist, and you build, like, just a crap load of, like, Legion Despoilers in there. It's going to perform very differently than what Imperial Fists are capable of.
Exactly, yeah.
And then, like, I take a Legion like Salamanders, who I play a lot of, and it's like, well, here's a Legion that I think personally sucks in, like, what the maximum power scaling is, but they've got, like, some awesome Rites of War, some shit-hot units, good, like, warlord traits, and it's like, if you build a list with them and you go for it, like, they can really fucking perform. So, can you call them weak? Do you call Imperial Fists weak? Do you call Salamanders weak when they're, like, an 8 out of 10 list? Like, yeah, here's my, like, 30 Pyroclasts and 10 Fire Drakes. You know, like, nobody's gonna be like, oh, what a soft list.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they'd be like, that's the biggest, rock hard.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing about when you're reviewing, like, I mean, when they dropped this new edition for the game, they dropped all fucking 20, I was going to say 20 legions, all 18 legions, 19, 18, whatever it is, all at once, and then you could definitely math hammer it, but when you're thinking about it in math hammer terms, you're usually just going with the best opportunity, like the best circumstances as well, the best sort of units and stuff like that. Whereas, yeah, you're right, like, you can build a super suboptimal fucking dogshit Imperial Fist army. I guess, like, there has been a few lists throughout the Heresy times. Like, I think that's the first edition Custodes army. It would be pretty hard to make a bad Custodes army using that list, because I mean, you got to take something, and everything in that list was fucking good and undercosted.
Yeah, pretty much the only thing you could do is like just spam Sisters of Silence in like max size squads.
Oh yeah. You could, probably that's the only way to make it. The suboptimal list is just only take Sisters.
Terminators, and it's like, well, they're crap for Custodes, but any Legion player would have killed to have Aquan Terminators.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and that's so it's.
Do you think that's true
really
for any?
hard.
Do you think that's true for like any lists in this edition? Like Imperial Fist, I would definitely like OP as shit. I mean, you would literally have to take, like you said, Despoilers and just a Trader Imperial Fist list or something.
Just don't play up to their strengths. So it's like all their bonuses is like bolt and auto weapons. Even though that's the majority of ranged weapons in the game, there's still all the plasma weapons, for example.
And they do
no
have
bonuses using those.
They've also got extremely good special units that you could just not take, I guess.
If you want to take special units, you could take like Templar Brethren, who are really cool, really thematic unit, but nobody's going to call them overpowered. They're just in like a pretty happy niche.
Yeah.
So, and no one's forcing you to take the Warlord trait that gives you +1 weapon skill on your Warlord in any unit he joins. There are other Warlord traits. So you can self-police in that regard. Like, you don't have to take the best shit every time. Because that's a trap that people have fallen, and I've fallen into it in the past, is you build a really thematic list, but it's a prick of a list at the same time. Like, oh, here's my Stone Gauntlet fucking list with like a Huskal squad with a Warlord who's giving all of his dudes +1 weapon skill, so it's like a min weapon skill of 6 in this battle-hardened fucking Storm Shield Solarite Gauntlet unit, surrounded by like Phalanx Warders who have like re-rollable Feel No Pains and Invul saves and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, okay, it's thematic, but that's a real, kind of a list. Nobody wants to go up against that's not enjoyable to go up against, unless it's like, I don't know, like you're playing like a Siege of Terra game and it's like 2,000 points on your team and like 8,000 points on the other side, and it's like, how long can your Stone Gauntlet last?
Yeah, and I mean, if you do take a list like that, if you do take all the best shit, people will play you, but most people, especially in the Heresy community, people will play you, but people aren't going to want to replay you if you fucking just destroy their shit utterly. And I think it's like, it's on the player with the super harsh shit to sort of like be cognizant enough of what they're doing, and just like, oh, this, I literally tabled everyone on fucking turn 2 or 3 in every game. Maybe I need to think about changing that up slightly, something like that, just so people have. I mean, the usually like tournament event people, or the runner, the person who's in charge of running the event or something like that, or or whoever's running the chat in your area or something, like will usually sort of. I think I think it's on them as well to sort of have a word to the person and say, hey, how about you turn it down? No one's having fun against you. Look at all these people crying over at the bar.
Yeah, I sort of joked about this with you and Darcy before, where I'm like, I think there should be like a Heresy's Most Wanted, like those old like Western wanted posters, like Billy the Kid. And it's like Heresy's Most Wanted. It should be like those units that where like, hey, if you see this guy and it's like one of it, it's not too bad, but like when there's lots of this unit, that's like the warning bells. It's like this is Billy the Kid and the gang right here, and it's like Fulmentary Terminators, one unit. I mean, it's not going to be enjoyable to go against, but that's not so bad. But it's like 2 units? Okay, this is getting a bit rough. 3 units? Oh God, what are you doing? Don't touch me there. And there are and it's certain combinations of units, like, oh, you have Fulmentary. Oh, and you got like Scorpius, Whirlwind Scorpius you know, and on the Telemachus, and it's like if you start stacking all of the best things, it's like, well, I've only got like one of that unit. And it's like, well, yeah, but look what the synergies are with the other stuff in your list.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a 10. It's still a 10.
Yeah, it's like heavy support squads as well. I was on the Accountability Buddies podcast just today. I went on, had a chat to those guys over on their Discord, and I read out that that Reddit article that I sent around, the one where the person was saying that like in their local meta, he's about to join their local meta, and they ban fucking heavy support squads. They as well as a couple of other nerfs, like no sunder on las cannons and things like that.
It was +1 armor value to all tanks.
Oh, plus, yeah,
an extra hull point.
You'd love that, Darcy. Oh fuck, you might like you could table people before the game begins with that.
Oh well, you know.
I guess nothing's surviving to shoot back at you anyway, so...
Yeah. It was very interesting reading that, because, you know, the 10-man las cannon heavy support squads are one of the units that people often complain about. So, you know, it's... doesn't mean you can't run them, it just means don't run 30 of them, because, you know, that can just be a pain in the ass to deal with. And it's not just... It's not just that they run the 10-man heavy support squad with las cannons, it's then they stack a Master of Signals, and then they stack this and that, and, you know, if they're all terrains, you can shoot 4 times in your opponent's turn between the all the different reactions that you can get. And it just becomes unpleasant to play with. But, you know, even if you absolutely love, like, las cannon heavy support marines, you know, you can do all sorts of things to moderate yourself. You just bring a 5-man instead of a 10-man.
It's really interesting you say that, Darcy, because it's like, I think, okay, I'm gonna give you a scenario, right? Whenever you buy like a new thing for your army, the first thing you do when you like finish building and painting that fucking thing is you want to play it, right?
Yeah.
And then like the most disappointing thing on the planet is when you play it and it dies without having done anything. Right, we've all been there. Everyone listening has been there.
Yeah.
So, I think part of the problem that happens with power creeping is nobody. I want to think that nobody goes out of their way trying to be an asshole to be that guy, but they'll do something like go, oh well, you know, I'm gonna take some las cannons, but like fuck, 5 are probably gonna get killed, so like I'll take 10. Oh, but I'm taking 10. Like, I may as well like try and buff them as much as I can because like I know they're going to get shot a lot because it's 10 las cannons, like it's a big target. So maybe I'll give them like an augury scanner because they'll probably like deep strike terminators or something, try and kill them. You know, and it becomes like this snowballing thing of like your own fears almost.
Yeah, and I reckon, as well as that, after you've played a few games, and this is just something just wargaming, is like everybody's gone to a tournament or an event or something, played 3 or 4 games, and then on that car drive home just gone, that's it, I'm painting a fucking augury scanner for my las cannons, I'm going to paint a fucking Master Signals or a Tech Marine with a Cognisignum and put them in there next time, and then you play, and then the next time you play, you're like, oh, now this other unit was fucking shit, man, well, maybe I'll just, you're naturally going to fine-tune your list, because you'll find holes just, and this is something that I sort of became apparent to me during Fantasy, is even though I wasn't, like, I was running dwarfs, which were sort of mid-meta. There was never any chance of me actually winning an event, and so I was there mainly just to sort of like have fun, have drinks, and, you know, roll some dice and, you know, fuck around, that sort of thing. But even I was like, would find myself being like, oh, if I just put this banner on there and then changed this and took one fucking guy out of the Quarrelers and added this, it would make it optimal. So just the natural evolution, like, of just of an army, is it becomes better. Like, it's very rare that you have a list, unless you're running like a Darcy style tank list, and you sort of like just decide to like fucking really like detune it. That's what I found, at least. Like, maybe I'm saying, like, if you have a specific fucking savage list, then maybe you're detuning that due to feedback. But if you're taking sort of just like a normal balanced list, it's naturally going to evolve into a slightly better one, just due to those sort of battlefield conditions where you lose it because of some crazy thing that you didn't see coming. The next time you'll be like, oh, I never want to be caught with my pants down like that again. I never want to be caught. Like, I take a guy with a Cognisignum Mainly because of the knife fighting. Like, obviously the BS is good, but anyone will tell you, like, with a heavy weapon squad, you end up firing it more times as reaction fire than you do as actual shooting, and it doesn't help. And the Cognis Signum doesn't help with that. But what it does help with is when some motherfuckers are sitting just like out in the darkness, just shooting the shit out of you, and you can't return fire on them because they're more than 24 away, and they have night fighting and you don't. That's like the clincher for me, is being able to do that. So yeah, you end up just sort of like fine tuning, and a meta will just become better. It'll definitely increase in sort of power and that sort of thing. Just because, like, you know, after you play an event, if you're playing monthly events like we do, in between those monthly events, there's a chat just going non-stop with just like recriminations and, you know, fucking threats and challenges and shit like that. So it's just your scene is just going to naturally get better. And I think anyone who sort of I think there's this sort of like conceit that like there's these like sweet fucking spring lambs that are like coming along and being like, oh, I want to get into Horus Heresy, but like I can't because they're just so sad. Like look at all their you know, the super harsh armies and things like that, or like, oh, you know, I posted a retarded question and people said I was a dumb fuck or something, you know, like that happens in Australian groups all the time, you know, but those people who are doing that, they're fucking adults. Like, we're talking about fucking 30 and 40-year-old dudes, you know, like, it's not fucking 12-year-olds coming along and getting told to fuck off. So I think that there's that fucking conceit that, like, just, I don't know, people who don't actually want to actually show up and do any games and just want to talk shit on the internet will make up this fucking, like, narrative, which is these, like, tweens coming along and being, like, put off by just general Horus Heresy people, which I think is just fucking dumb. That's just horseshit. Like, it's all adults, like, and people who actually do show up to the events and play, you know, I've never seen anyone just like show up at an event and play. Oh, actually, maybe that time that Josh Tucker quit the hobby after that after what was it, Act 2? But like, other than that,
insane Matt Miller, mind you, that was like extenuating circumstance.
Yeah, that's one of the only times I've actually seen someone actually sort of turn up to an event, play games, and then go, no, I hate it. You know, it's
actually, funnily enough, that happened on the weekend with the APOC game I played in.
Really?
What wasn't me? Put my hands up. Wasn't me this time. No, it was a bit unfortunate. The bloke had you know, with Heresy 2.0 coming out, he'd left during 5th edition. Just thought I went, oh, Heresy, let's see what's up with that. Did up some Death Guard, and the first, you know, Heresy events, I believe. He may have played some games with mates or whatever. He's come to this big, like, APOC game where it was, you know, 2.5K each, and the bloke opposite him,
and a massive table,
yeah, massive table. It was an 18 by 4, so it was like 3 6x4 slapped together. But the guy opposite him rocked up with Questoris Night House list. Which, you know, we're playing APOC, it's fair game, and their side had a Warhound Titan. Unfortunately, the bloke rocked up with a, shit, what are they called? Not the big ones, the Bephiron?
Oh, yeah.
And it sort of just blew holes through the bloke's army, and so after his Grave Wardens got out of their Land Raider, went to charge the Knights, they got overwatched with the big templates, and that Terminator unit sort of got wiped, so he went, nope, enough's enough, packed his shit up and just sort of left.
Jesus.
So, look, it does happen, but it's very rare. It's the only time I've ever seen it, and I've been going to Heresy events.
Maybe there's something else going on in that dude's life, but I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I think people listening to this are IFRS podcast listeners are on the same level as the rest of us, and you know, like, if you're a fucking baby like that, oh well, bye. Like, what we've got up in Briz 30K is we've got our white blood cell, which is Randy, So basically, if you come along to an event and can't deal with Randy, then basically, he's like he's the gatekeeper for our event.
See, with we do things like tier lists on my channel, and I think people misunderstand the point of doing like a tier list and ranking units from like weakest to strongest, and of course what's down in the bin juice, because there's always something in the bin juice.
Red butchers. What?
Red butchers.
I didn't saw this again.
Macarius Omega.
I agree with that.
Right, but the point is not to like tell people this is the strongest shit, this is what you're taking down. It's like, I look at it as you've got limited finances, right? You've got finite resources that you're going to invest in a 30k force. So how are you going to make the most informed decision? These are the units that are really, really strong. These are the units that are sort of middle of the road. These are the ones that are kind of weak. So there needs to be a balance in there, I think, between rule of cool, because always rule of cool is going to be like, well, if you think it's cool, just take it, right? But rule of cool and, well, look, I know it's really cool and you want to play it, but you might just have a bad time if that's what you want to play. Like, we've all known that one dude who in like 40k would bring a scout army. And it was like, well, he can, and it's cool, but it always does really, really, really badly. And they get to the end of the event like, why do I fucking do this to myself? It's like a self-flagellation thing they're getting off on, having their balls crushed by the dominatrix.
It's like a Marine army, but your armor sucks.
Yeah. It's like all the worst parts of Marine army. And so
and those things, I definitely think those things are, I really like those sort of tier lists. And not even, and I'm coming from the opposite angle to you, Maka, and you're saying, don't waste your money on fucking shit units. My angle would be, not everybody knows everything about the game. Not everyone has the time. There's a lot of people, especially in Horus Heresy, who play, spend most of the year painting and engaging in the hobby and engaging in the scene and stuff, and only play like maybe 1 or 2 events, a year. So they might not know. So the thing about those, and we're talking about on the Outer Circle YouTube, we're talking about the tier list sort of debates that we have. You can watch those and you can see, like if you're like, I really love Phalanx Waters, and then you watch that episode where we rank all of the rank non-terminated special units, and you see that Phalanx Waters are right at the top, and then you listen to us shit on how fucking OP and bullshit they are for 40 minutes. That will inform you. Maybe I won't run a full army of these guys. Maybe I'll just make that my sort of Death Star unit that come out of a Spartan or teleport in or whatever, rather than running like 60 of them. You'll know that they're fucking bullshit because you're listening to people like me, Michael, Leadham, you guys, Darcy, you guys, who've played tons of games, and we're actually just giving feedback based on not only sort of just like our autistic analysis of the rules, but also sort of having seen them on the table. So I that's why I really like those tier list things, because hey, remember during the Trump administration, the best disinfectant is sunlight. So
shoot it straight into your veins.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, right, with that. It's like we have a discussion about all those units. I mean, we are all almost blackout drunk every time, which helps. But like,
and Kat's the judge for some reason. Somehow Kat's in charge of it, which is
it's clearly the most logical decision. But we have those discussions, and it's pretty rare that we have a lot of discontent. Like, we'll have back and forths, but usually it's only like a tier difference between like our highs and lows.
Except Red Butchers should be S.
Except for Red Butchers, yeah.
In the bin.
In the hard bin.
All right,
but
S tier, top of the
6 feet under the bin.
Pack. Hey, they've got feelers.
Right, but like we'll have those debates, but we really do discuss like the pros and cons of the units. And it's like Tim, Queensland meta, Leadham, Queensland meta. Myself, I'm Ballarat and travel for my games. Darcy's Melbourne. Kat is South Australia. Like, we are in different parts, and we've had people from New South Wales on. So we're all different parts of the country, separated by thousands of kilometres, playing totally different metas, totally different groups of people, and we come to very similar conclusions a lot of the time.
Yeah, on a lot of things, yeah.
There's some biases in there, But at the same time, I think like we come out with pretty reasonable conclusions about how bad the Red Butchers are most of the time.
Yeah, and a lot of them are like the the ones that don't have debate. Like a lot of them are just sort of like, okay, they're clearly this tier. Everybody knows. Move along. And then where we do have the fun, the good
argues about Fulmentari, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Like everyone's putting that up in the so yeah, that's why I really like those things. I think like if you aren't sort of really engaged in the meta and making or you just want to double check, or if you've made up your mind about a unit and you just want to double check what other people think, obviously we're not the fucking end all and be all, even though there is a judge and there's and we say at the start of the show all of these this is indisputable fact, every opinion that we give here, it's worth checking just to see if you're aligned with the meta. I think like because like I said, because of the Horus Heresy, there's so many people from all over the place that only play once a year, and then when you do have an event, you do get like people from all over the country sort of coming in. Like for Danny's event, for example, there's people from everywhere. You're getting like a really like crazy mixed meta. So if you want to sort of know, I guess, like sort of what other people are thinking, that sort of thing, it's definitely worth having a look for. This is obviously like I'm doing a sponsor read for the Outer Circle here, giving us a kickback.
This is not Tim's best advice, people. Do not watch that channel. No,
yeah. Also, I'm not saying you definitely need to sit down and listen to all those debates, because there is a percentage of nonsense. I want to preface it.
High percentage. The most like fun part of those debates though is the mid-tier units, because like pretty much everyone knows what the bin is and everyone knows like what the king shit units are. If I say like Fire Drakes, you immediately go, oh, they're really, really good. Thunderhammer, Storm Shield, I'm down, right? But it's the middle of the road and hearing like everyone's opinion on those that always fascinates me, because you almost always have that one guy out of us who goes, yeah, but have you thought about doing this?
Yeah.
And it's like mind blown. Like, fuck, I didn't think about doing that. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I want to move them up a tier, but I want to try that out because that sounds interesting.
You get some crazy out of the box thinking from Leadham as well, which is always good.
You mean put them in the bin, straight to the bin? Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Straight to the juice in the bottom of the bin.
He has such a way with words.
He does, but you know what? He's often right. That you're never going to see the Macarius Omega crawl out of the juice.
Yeah, that's true. Binman's always right about bins once a day or twice a day or whatever.
So when we were discussing ideas for I said, I want to come on the Eye of Horus and just talk about like building armies and starting out with armies and like the fatigue and burnout, because I've been trying to talk about more of like not so much the mental health side of things, but like there is nothing worse than getting all your passion hyped up for like starting an army, starting a project, getting 5 minutes into it and realizing it's just not working. And like then your hobby just like falls flat on its face and you can't find any motivation. It's like the worst feeling. And we all play this hobby it's escapism, right? Yeah. Like, it's not that we have bad lives. Some people obviously do.
Well,
feel they do.
I gotta say, there is the roadblock before that though, Macca, which is the classic, oh fuck, I'm so hyped for this, ordering it all online, blah blah blah, just wait for it to arrive, and by the time it's arrived, you're already on to the next thing, and you're like, oh, that stuff, fuck.
Yeah, I have a trick with that.
Yeah.
And my trick with that I tell people is
burn your credit card straight after ordering it, so you can't buy anything else.
I call it waiting for a few weeks, because like it's that impulse purchase. So I say to people like wait a couple of weeks. If you still want it after a couple of weeks, then you're probably still going to want it a few weeks after that. Whereas if you see something and just spur of the moment go, yeah, I want to fucking get it, it's probably not a sound decision.
Yeah.
Like you're not thinking with your head, you're just thinking with some other organ, heart, cock, whatever.
Brain, dick, or heart, yeah. Yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to put all the stuff in the cart, and then before you buy it, before you get your credit card out, have a wank, and then decide if you want it. Isn't that how it works? Or am I thinking about something else? I'm thinking about.
No, that's post-nut clarity.
Yeah, there you go. Post-nut clarity. There you go.
Yeah, and then check your bank account balance before you fucking buy as well. That's another form of fucking clarity.
Yeah.
So,
can I buy this and also eat for the rest of the month?
Because impulse purchasing's huge because like every gamer gets like these dopamine hits. Like, oh man, like this thing's so fucking cool. And it's like I'm not going to say that something's not fucking cool, right? But my like tolerance for bullshit is at a very different level to someone else's tolerance for bullshit. And when we hype ourselves up really big for something, and we know like, oh fuck, Games Workshop's pre-orders are always a shit show, and everything goes out of stock like 2 minutes after it fucking drops because they can't manage their inventory. Like, yeah, I get it. I totally get it. I've spoken about those problems ad nauseum. So it's like, what could you do? What is in your power to control? Because you're the one who's going to end up feeling miserable. So I tell people, like, just don't buy it straight away. If you miss out on it, who the fuck cares? There'll be someone else who did buy it and then falls out of love with it and puts it on eBay for half price 2 weeks later. This shit always happens. You know, like, it's not gone forever most of the time. Like, people even now can still get a hold of the black books if they're willing to pay the fucking price for it.
Yeah.
You know, if they're that keen on them.
Yeah, you've got to fight that fucking FOMO of shit when it first comes out. Because the other thing is, that stuff is coming out on their schedule, not your schedule. You might not be in the right place to buy that stuff, but because it's coming out and you're like, it's like those fucking books, those leather-bound Siege of Terror books that are just like scalper fucking paradise. Like, ugh, it's the worst. You know, that's probably the worst thing that they do is the super limited those books, because there's tons of people where there's like, you know, 13 books in the series or whatever it is, and a bunch of people have like 10 or 11 or something, and then they have to go to the scalper in the end if they actually want to finish the collection. And then to a lesser extent, that's also what they do with just plastic boxes and shit now. Which is
look at Last Chance to Buy. That's one of the worst examples of that. They used to do all the Last Chance to Buy on Forge World, but they just gutted the Heresy range there.
Yeah.
And it's like there's no notice. It was just bam, like here's 100 fucking items at once that are going out of production. Like, order it now or it's fucking gone.
Yeah,
and people panic. They're like, fuck, I always wanted to like make, you know, a unit of that for like Blood Angels or something with assault cannons and everything. Oh fuck, how am I ever going to make that if I don't get this now? Shit. And it's like they feel like they have to go and purchase. They waste all their money on that, and then like next week another Last Chance to Buy hits them. They're like, the fuck are you doing to me? You know, it's like watching someone being beaten to death with a baseball bat in a cornfield.
Yeah.
So it's seriously unhealthy for you, because you're trading like long-term gratification for short-term gratification. And like it's an instant hit of dopamine, but it's like junk food, you know, like, oh, like I'm fucking hungry. Oh, I'll just go to fucking McDonald's, and then you eat it and you're like, wow, what a fucking piece of shit I am. And then I'm hungry again like 15 minutes later. You know?
And I'm not telling people not to buy shit on launch too, because like that's helped me out for sure. Like buying stuff off people who have bought stuff on launch and then just decided, oh, I don't want to actually use this anymore, and then get it off them slightly cheaper. If you're into FOMO and you got tons of money, and then lots of people in the Horus Heresy, have money, and just buy everything that comes out, Strata style. But you know, if you're doing that, don't let us stop you. And that's the other thing. Anything we say tonight as well on this recording, like, none of us are telling you what to do. Like, don't let us tell you how to fucking run your fucking life.
Dream of it.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't have the right to tell you what to do, and we wouldn't want that right. Yeah, even if we had it.
It's just that we do talk about it a lot, like on Discord when we're playing computer games and stuff. Like, we'll talk about the new releases and like what the pros and cons of buying it now versus waiting later. You know, like everyone's sort of gone through the thing where like something for an army comes out, and you're like, oh fuck yeah, that's gonna be cool. I can't wait to make that army. And then you buy it, and then you're like, oh fuck, when's the rest of the army come out? You know, and so whether it was better to buy it when it first dropped or buy it later on, when you can actually buy the whole army and actually use it, who knows, right? Like, and I guess that comes into the next bit that we're going to talk about, which is actually once you've got all the shit together. So if we move on to that, if we move back, I just wanted to talk about that because I've done it before as well. I've bought a whole, you know, like I've got multiple Necromunda gangs in boxes. I've got a Delac gang and a Enforcer gang and a Gene Stealer Cult gang. Like, bought the box set plus all the extra, you know, the trimmings, as they say. and they're all sitting up there because like I bought them, and then by the time they arrived, I was just like, yeah, but I'm running my Goliaths now. I'll get to them later. So I just wanted to mention that because that's definitely a real thing. So, but if we move on to the starting a project, do you have to have what do you do, Macca? Do you buy the entire army and have it all there and then start assembling? Is that what you do as well, Darcy, or do you start just sort of piecing it together and painting it as you go? And because I like to slowly collect an army and build it up until I've got 2,000 points worth of shit, and then just do it all at once. What do you guys do?
Macca?
So, I have a couple approaches to how I do it. So the first is I do list writing. I go here's a list, and I try and pick a theme, and go, all right, these are the units that I think I want to do in here. And I try and pick less obvious themes because I'm a fucking heresy snob and I want to be a special snowflake who's different to everyone else. So that's why I ended up with things like my Ultramarines Nemesis chapter, or like 1,000 Suns Cyber Automata Force, or I built an Iron Warriors army, which nobody's really seen, which is lots of Iron Havocs and Heavy Bolter Rapiers in it. It's something different. So I'll come up with these themes. Then I like to do test models, and I'll pick one or two models. Maybe they're going to go in the real army, or maybe they're just and here's a tip for young players. You can print models, right? 3D print models, or go on eBay and you can buy heaps of cheap, I just made an own word up then, cheaps, cheap miniatures that are one piece, old starter set models and stuff. They don't have to be the best Marines in the world. Who gives a shit, right? But I buy them and paint them because you get a feel for a paint scheme, and it's this paint scheme took 9 fucking hours for one Marine. That's not sustainable.
Yeah.
Get a feel for what it's like to paint that army and try some markings out, and before, because if the first thing you do is you go out and you buy a huge heresy army, you buy all the stuff for it, and then you get it home and you're painting that first Terminator, and you're like, man, this is kind of fucking miserable. That's just instant burnout, guaranteed. Because you just set this massive, overwhelming task in front of you, this mound of grey resin that all has to be built and painted. And it's oh my god, why did I choose this theme? This is just an awful idea. If you might be terrible at painting white and you decide to paint a White Scars army, and then the first fucking model you paint, you just look at it and you're I've ruined this model and I feel like shit now.
Yeah.
But we've all done it.
Yeah.
Right? That's how I know these problems exist, because I fucking done it myself. Right? You buy something thinking I'm going to do this amazing thing, and then 5 minutes in you realize you made a big mistake. So now I do a test model, and the test model doesn't have to be a model you end up using in your final army. It can be, but if you buy a cheap miniature off something like eBay or whatever, or go down to a local buy swap sell, there's always someone in your local area selling cheap shit on Gumtree or whatever, Craigslist. Get this miniature and just try out your scheme. Get a feel for it. Be that's what I want to do with the basing. You're not going to ruin any actual models. And if you have bought stuff already and you find it doesn't work for you, you can sell it all as grey plastic, grey resin still. You haven't damaged it or ruined it in any way. It's still worth money to people. They still will want it off you. And you can go ahead and do something else. Or if you haven't made the purchase in the first place, you might buy 20 plastic Marines, try 3 different versions of Alpha Legion and go, yeah, that's the color I want. Or paint 20 different legions and go, which one did I enjoy the most? Okay, that's the legion I'm going to do. Test miniatures, I think, are just so essential, but so is having the list, because you don't want to make redundant impulse purchases and go oh, fuck yeah, I want to run 50 Cataphracti Terminators, and then you buy all 50 Terminators, you're oh, actually, the list I wrote, I can only fit 20.
Yeah. Dude, that's what I did. I've got so many Cataphracti. I've got 10 just sitting on sprue now, because I was oh yeah, I'll definitely use all of these. And then you put together an army and you're I don't think I can. I'm not sure how many I can actually cram in, and whether it was actually a good idea to even run all 40 of them.
Yeah, we've all done it. What about you, Das?
So I'm kind of similar to you, where I'm one of those people that will write lists just for fun, because I'll come up with an idea that, sounds interesting to me or whatever, and I go through...
Classic list hammer on the shitter.
Oh yeah, on the shitter, just in bed, before you go to bed, on the train, whatever. I'll come up with all sorts of ideas. Sometimes, especially after coming from events, when I see other people and their armies, sometimes it sounds like, oh, that's cool. I want to do something similar, or I want to do that army, but for a different legion, or whatever. And I'll write up all these lists, and eventually I'll go, because again, I write way more lists than I'll ever be able to make. Just because it's so easy to come up with a list compared to actually painting 3,000 points. But when I do settle on a legion and a theme I want to do, I'll write the list out for it, so I sort of have a goal to paint towards. And generally I'll have... I won't just write the 3,000 point list. I'll sort of bring it from maybe 1,000 point ZM, or maybe as a smaller Centurion list, and have it build up in 500 point increments. So that way I can actually build and paint a list and actually start playing with the army, and so that I can feel the progress and sort of tick it off, and that gives me more motivation to come back to it and get the next sort of part of the army done. And it's sort of just, it's that whole rolling cycle of, build something, paint it, play with it, that gets me onto the next one. And
it's a cheaper way to do it too, rather than buying the whole army and then smashing it all out. Just starting with some nice, oh, do you want to play 1,000 points? I've got my new army, Even if it's not painted, just let's... Because it'll get you definitely... Once you play a few games, it'll definitely get you motivated.
Everyone, how motivated do you feel after an event? Everyone goes away from a big event, like Danny's one, for example, where it's Darcy and I will list hammering on the car ride home. You can't help it. You get infatuated with the Heresy after a really awesome event. And it's totally true what you're saying, Darcy, about the manageable chunks. Because I think if you set small hobby goals and try and achieve those small wins, it makes an otherwise daunting project so much easier. And I think the people who have 12, 14, 15,000 point Heresy armies, they didn't just buy 14,000 points and try and build it all straight away.
Yeah.
They slowly added to it since book 1 era.
Yeah.
And that's something... Because you've been in the hobby far longer than me, Mac. I'm sort of 5-10 years behind you in my journey, and I think I've got 3 or 4 different Heresy armies currently on the go where I've bitten off just a little bit too much all at once, and it sort of just killed the passion for it. I just didn't work on the army whatsoever, and so that I moved on to another project, and I really learned my lesson, and I bit off a bit too much there as well. The Emperor's Children, the first sort of batch of stuff that I painted, I did 100 infantry models all at once, doing all the airbrushing and the details. It took forever, and it just sucked to get through. And that's even reflected in the quality of the paint job, because I was just trying to rush through it because I wasn't enjoying it. And now I look back, not on all the models, but some of them, I'm like, man, I could have done a much better job and be a lot happier with it if I sort of took my time.
Yeah, it's interesting. With your Emperor's Children, though, didn't you start that... Oh, no, you just built that all in, one go, right?
So...
It just took you ages to paint it, I think.
So the building's never really been an issue with me, because I enjoy the building. And it's especially when you come up with, lots of cool conversions and ideas for, how you're going to pose that sergeant... It's really, quick and easy to do. So I think
that's something that Instagram's really good for, and I always suggest that is just before you start an army, or if you're looking into an army, go into Instagram and search the hashtags for it, And even once you're starting to assemble stuff, just go into the Hard for Heresy or hashtag 30k or hashtag Warhammer 30k, and just look at the conversions on there, because people have like the best ideas, and then you just like take all the best ones. Like if 30 people put up their best ideas, you look at all of those and you go, oh, okay, I like those 15 ideas, and then you put those at conversion. Even just a minor thing like the way someone's adjusted the legs, or the weapon combo, or a cool backpack or something. That's that's you can just take all the best ideas and just chuck them in, combined with your own ideas as well, obviously.
Yeah, so the Emperor's Children, I started working on them after I did that Cult of Paint course when they came back in 2018.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's age. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that was like literally an edition ago. And I just sort of chipped away at it, and I had that plan at how I wanted to progress it, but because I built too much of it all at once, I think I built it was about 80 Mark IV Marines, about 30 of which were Assault Marines, the rest were, veteran Seekers, that sort of thing. And then it was 20 Terminators. So I did it all at once because I was so excited from the Cult of Paint course. I'm like, man, I just want to paint this all. And on the course, you only paint like 5 minis, and not even all of them to completion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, I knew how I wanted to paint them, but I didn't know how much I was getting into, essentially. So, it was a bit gung-ho, went into it. And then it just slowed down, and because it slowed down, I didn't really get the chunks done to start playing with them. So that I wasn't getting those little boosts of motivation as I was working through the project.
Yeah.
And then as time went on, my ideas started changing for where I wanted to take the army, and then it was in a bit of a limbo. And then we had an edition change. But I still got the stuff done over time, but I sort of put the project to the side and went, oh, I'll do this instead. That's how I went on to the Night Lords. But yeah.
What about the Iron Hands army? What about the Destroyer?
So that was the first army for Heresy I'd ever made. And on top of it, it was the first army I'd ever fully painted. Because of the podcast, every episode, say fully painted is for closers.
Yeah. Paint it, don't be a bitch. Yeah.
Don't be a bitch. But the whole one of the best things about going to Heresy events is seeing everyone's army and the passion, the love that they put into it. And you sort of don't want to be that one dickhead that rocks up with an unpainted army, just going, here's my shit. So I'd built a 3,000 point list. No, it wasn't 3,000. It was 2,500 points, and it was for High Casey's events up in Brisbane, Open War.
Oh, Open War, yeah.
So that was the first Heresy event I went to. And then I also built some stuff at ZM, because that was back when...
that was the first Heresy event. Were you just standing there going what the fuck is wrong with these people?
More or less fresh out of high school. First time traveling alone, again, living in Victoria, so flew up with my army. I'd never flown with an army before, so I packed it in the army case, in a suitcase, wrapped in all my clothes and stuff, so it wouldn't break.
Oh.
Nothing did, fortunately.
I've come to
the... I stayed at the Brook Hotel, the famous serial killer motel. Rock up to the first event, and, I'm from Melbourne. It's much cooler. It's much, colder weather. So I'm up in the Brisbane heat, fucking sweating, and you can see a photo that Ty took when, it's sort of the pre-event, speech ramble. You can just see me in the back, nervous and sweaty from the heat.
Yeah, because that venue had no aircon. It was built in 1969 or something, and had genuine 1969 cooling, which was just a couple of fans.
And they did fucking nothing.
Yeah, fuck, that's brutal.
And I'm not the only one, but you can sort of see the sweat.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's a good that's like we were saying. I was saying, if you turn up to the Bris 30k event, and you can't deal with Randy, then maybe it's not for you. So I mean, you if you turn up to that Vic place, and to the Brook, and then had just the general fucking carry on. And I mean, if anyone wants to know what level of fucking crazy shit you can go and listen to the 7 hours of recording that Kat did with all the drunken foolishness there. It's I think it's just called open war coverage. I think I said to Kat oh, you can record whatever you want, and then I hadn't listened to it before. I just went, I'm sure it's not that bad, and I just chucked it up. I did some quick editing and stuff just on the sound levels and stuff, but I just chucked it up. So you can if you're wondering why I'm laughing, what we're laughing, it's because straight out of high school, and then just being thrown into that is hilarious, because it's just those especially so the open war was basically we didn't have HeroCon that year due to some scheduling thing that the army fucked up, so instead we just hired the Brook and had a fucking event there. And there's $5 spirits, and it's Queensland, so yeah, you can imagine. Macca was there too. Is Macca still on? I haven't heard Macca saying anything.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to be the just butting into everyone else's conversation all the time. So it's just
that's my job.
Politely listening.
He's trying not to incriminate himself. Listen to him. Oh yeah, I was. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't at the Brook Hotel blasting 20 vodkas in a single fucking game with Ty. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah,
that didn't happen.
No, I don't think you're at Open War. That was Geigenhive.
Nah, that was Geigenhive.
Oh, you went at Open War?
No.
Oh, yeah, we're at Geigenhive there. Yeah, that's.
Same hotel, same serial killers.
Same vibe, same serial killer, same temperature, probably.
Yeah, there was old Stabby Larry out the back. Good to see all the guys again, but.
Yeah. No, I think Geigenhive was in spring. I'm pretty sure I had it in September when it's not too fucking insanely hot. But I think Ty was just we usually have it in an air-conditioned place. Because it was January or something, wasn't it?
No, December. It was early December.
He did that to us one year for an ADF comp where he had it up in Townsville, which was the most common place.
Yeah.
And then the aircons went out. So it was Townsville, December, no aircon. For those who don't know, Townsville is located roughly 1,200 kilometers north of the equator on the sun. At that time of year, so it's mid-30s, 98% humidity.
Yeah.
You get condensation on the outside of the windows of houses.
Exactly.
It's insanity. You literally hop out the shower, and by the time you finish drying yourself, you get to your feet, you're wet again at the top. It's fucking pure tropics.
Yeah, that's why it's taken us such a long time to find a good venue, because you got to have trying to find something that's aircon, and then as soon as people are running aircon, they want to charge you a fucking arm and a leg.
I love how you say it took us all this time to find a good venue, and the Brook Hotel is your example of a good fucking venue.
Oh no, well, I mean since the Brook closed, No. Well, sorry. Okay, so when I would run an event at the Brook, it would be in September or early spring or sort of late winter, when it's actually nice, because I live here, I guess Ty doesn't really have an excuse. He did live here as well, but I think that was just sort of a last minute thing, and because the
for sure.
But that I would definitely not run it in a non-air conditioned in Jan. That's fucking crazy. I didn't even think about that, but I guess once you've had enough drinks, the temperature sort of becomes you kind of forget that you're just sweating out of everything.
That's the worst part though. And the hot temperatures, that's when you drink an insane amount without realizing it as well.
Yeah. Oh, there's ice in that thing. I don't care what else is in it. Give me. Yeah. So there was 3 shots of vodka in that, and you just drank 9 of them.
You'll be banging fat chicks and strippers in no time. It's a wild ride. Those events.
Yeah.
But
that's classic.
So it's just interesting hearing all of our different we still need to get Tim's perspective on it, but the way we build these armies over time, we found the methods that work, and we've also found what are the most miserable methods, which Darcy said is bash paying 100 dudes to start with. It's a motivation killer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so what I do now I do it in like I try and get the whole army together. And so earlier on, obviously, like back before I owned tons of fucking miniatures, I would sort of like I'd sort of paint the minimum or get the minimum number of models, and then sort of like play a few test games, and then slowly paint them up. But now, like, and especially in the last 10 years or so, I guess, I sort of I'm always checking, always keeping an eye on the Facebook sort of the Facebook trading groups, and like always sort of like checking on just having a look on eBay. Facebook Marketplace I found is really good because you can put keywords in there, like hashtags essentially. So you can just put like Warhammer 30k or Horus Heresy as a hashtag, and if somebody puts up a thing for sale that has that hashtag, it'll notify you. You'll get a little thing on your phone. I learnt that through just because I was tracking down Forgotten Realms novels for ages. And so that's really good. And then so what I do is basically like I'll, like with my Iron Hands, for example, that pretty much I started collecting when I started Mechanicum, although that was my main army. In the background, I was always sort of just picking up a few models here and there when they were cheap. And then, so when second edition came along and Mechanicum, I knew that the Mechanicum wasn't going to drop a list sort of at they weren't going to have models a list at launch. I was like, okay, here's my opportunity. I can finally, because over those years, I'd always wanted to start an Iron Hands army. And just never, because they'd bring out some new thing, I'd go, oh, that's cool, yeah, I should really get those Iron Hands done. But then they'd also drop like a new Mechanicum unit, just out of the blue, and I'd go, well, fuck that, I need 4 of them, I need to run a whole army based around that now, Skillax or whatever the fuck. Or Thrall, I need to paint 100 Thralls, like, but in the background, I was always sort of like collecting stuff. So when it came to the second edition, I had just a ton of stuff. I already had those 2 10-man Terminator squads that at some point I'd built over the years, and they were just sort of sitting there unpainted. So I was able to. They were sort of the core of the army, and those 2 units are like 900, like 900 points each. Oh, sorry, 900 points basically. So I was able to quickly like throw them together, and then sort of like I had all the rest of the models just sitting around, and I was able to assemble them. And that's sort of what I've been doing. That's what I do with fantasy, and that's why I've got so many projects sort of that I'm slowly just picking up models for. Like Gene Stealer Cult, I really wanted to do them in Necromunda, and I sort of bought more and more models. And now, after playing that second ed event the other weekend, I'm like, oh yeah, man, I can make a whole second ed fucking Gene Stealer Cult army. Boom. And I'm probably like I have the room in my house to just store all these boxes of shit. Not everybody has that. Some people only have one room where they have to store shit and paint and do their hobby and have the computer and their Stairmaster or whatever all in the one thing. So I'm not saying everyone should do this, but that's just the way I do it. Like I like to sort of, I don't like paying fucking full price on shit. Every now and then when something comes out, like back when the Night Atropos came out, I immediately got my credit card out and went, fucking gimme. But I was only able to do that because I'm sort of saving money by like slowly picking things up, and like it's probably, I can't even remember the last time that I would have dropped more than a few $100s at a time on an army. There's never been a time where I've sat down and made like a $1,500 or 2,000 point army on gamesworkshop.com and then bought it all at once and then got it and then started working on it. I do things I like to do things gradually and think about it as well, and like more sort of like a slower way. And that's why, like with my Iron Hands now, because I've been collecting them for the last fucking 10 years of Heresy, I've got so much stuff. I've got all the Terminators, and I keep going, oh yeah, I'm almost finished all the infantry for my army. But then I go, I'll just make a veteran squad. Now I want, and after all this like heavy support squad talk the last few days, I got all my shoulder-mounted las cannons out, and I'm thinking about making a las cannon heavy support squad now. What I try to do is like, once I'm actually playing with an army, what I'll do is I'll sort of like push out the bare minimum stuff. So when second ed dropped, I had those Terminators all built. I added a few characters, and then I used Mechanicum stuff, just the basic whatever, fucking Castellax and shit like that. And then I played with them for a few games, and then in between I was painting up stuff, so that I slowly transitioned from needing the Mechanicum shit to just being straight Iron Hands, and that was sort of like phase 2 is just Iron Hands, and then phase 3 or 4 or whatever phase I'm up to will be when I add all the tanks. So I've got 2 Kratos, and I've got some Land Raiders. Like I bought like Land Raider fur bosses. I bought them from some I think one auction I got 2 for like fucking $60 or something off like an eBay auction, and I got another one for $40, just like new on sprue at just like a one of those bring, swap and buy things at like a big sort of con, like a little mini con thing, or a big gaming day where people bring shit along. So I've just like with my Solar Ox, for example, I bought years ago off Ben Hetherington. I bought 3 Solar Ox Medusas, like legit 4-year-old ones, really cheap. I think he sold them to me for only like $40 each or something like that. They're still sitting in bag in my little fucking drawer thing over here. And I've so far with that Solar Ox army, I've painted, I don't know, 20 Velataris, some characters, and some whatever those Cyclops things are. But I know that at some point I'll get to phase 2, and then I'll pull out my Le Mans Rosses, and I'll pull out those Medusas and sort of like put them together. So it's not like
there's also like phase 2.5 with like your Iron Hands, where it's like you got a bunch of maniac mates who are like, hey Tim, you should do a bunch of like nullificators. It's like, yeah, I fucking should.
Oh, that's
and
my revenge phase. Yeah,
it's like that unplanned, like, let's just add this unit in, or what, whatever on the way.
That's true.
But
yeah,
I did something similar to you, like with the picking up miniatures, where I like a massive payout when I left one particular job back in 2013, and I dropped like, I'm gonna say 7,000 on Forge World, and it's okay, I had the money.
Yeah, it's a 1,500 per army, Darcy.
But back then with the strain exchange rates, 7,000 went like 4 times as far as it does now, with like all the price rises and shit like that.
Region locking, skyrocketing, the great skyrocketing.
Yeah, and I didn't like own a house back then, so like my expenses was totally fucking different. Different life, right? Because that's like 10 years ago. But like I've been living off that. Like so much of the stuff I've been building armies out of was legit Forge World that I bought back then, and was like, like the Pyroclasts in this army I just did. There were mostly legit Pyroclasts in that army that I bought back when Book 2 dropped, because I'm like, they're kind of cool. I'll probably want to build some like Shattered Legions or something one day. Yeah, I'll do that. And like I had all this Iron Hand stuff that made its way into my White Scars, like Sagim Mazan. Same thing. It was like I bought it all from like Book 2. Had a guy I knew that played a lot of 40k with, who was collecting Heresy, but he was getting out of the hobby. So he's like, oh, do you want to buy a bunch of Night Lords and Word Bearers and stuff off me? So I got like 20 Raptors, 3 Night Lords, Contemptors, and like 60 Tactical Marines for like $150.
Oh wow!
Because he was doing like just a full hobby ditch out, and because some people, they just sell super cheap because they just want to be rid of it. And he's like, yeah, look, I know you'll use like miniatures or find someone who will, so like I'll just give them to you. I just want money for my effort, basically. So yep, sweet, no problem. And
the Contemptors for my Iron Hands are actually back before Horus Heresy. I got a whole bunch of shit together to make a Minotaur's army for Bad Wars, and that's where so I had, I think, 3 Contemptors or something like that. And at least 2 of the Contemptors I'm using now are from all the way back then. So that's pre-2012. We're talking like 2010 or something like that. Whenever Contemptors were sort of just coming out. And I finally used them 13 years later or something.
I wanted to do that, and I was going to do some Bad Wars stuff, and that's when John Sutton started dropping all those like hot Carcharodons.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Well, I can't compete with that. And I think that is actually one of the biggest mistakes I made. And this is just like personal like introspection right now, listeners. Don't judge your stuff by what other people do.
Yeah.
Like if you see like a shit hot converted like Matt Cain Ultramarines, right? Where it's like,
oh yeah, exactly. If you if you fell, you would never do anything. Like, you'd never do anything if you fucking no one would ever do a Custodes army if they looked at Matt Cain's fucking Custodes or his Ultramarines,
Yeah, or like Jack's Death Guard. Go, well, I can't convert like that, so I'm just not going to bother. Like, no, the only way you're going to get better is by actually doing, right? Yeah. And if you don't get better, who the fuck cares? Like, I've reached that point in my hobby life where it's like I win nothing in an event. I don't care. I've literally won everything in an event before. So that's it. That was the goal. I achieved the goal. So like now everything I do for me.
Yeah, and
I build the armies I want to build for me, and that's the way you should only ever be. Like if you go out chasing the dragon and trying to be better than everyone else, like they say, there's always someone better than you out there, and you're just gonna fucking depress yourself by measuring unfairly against another bar. You know, you don't go out there and measure your dick next to Ron Jeremy. You don't measure your muscles next to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, you know, don't go out and look at guys who've been doing the hobby for 20, 30 years and going, well, I can't pay that level, so I'm just not even going to attempt. Like, just get some paint on there. And just through the process of painting, you will get better. And, like, I get it. There are things like disabilities or impediments that people have where it's like, you will never get better. So what? Who gives a shit? That's beyond your control. And nobody is going to judge you for things beyond your control.
Yeah, 100%. And my thing has always been, like Michael, I judge as a very good painter, and like I look at his shit and I'm like, fuck, this is fucking awesome. But then I also know how long it takes him to do that shit, and I've sat there just watching him just like fucking like you know, like a single model, and I'm sitting there assembling shit for 4 hours or 5 hours. We were watching a movie or whatever, and I'm just every now and then I'll look over and he's still just fucking around with the same model, and I'm like, fuck, man, like, and I'll pump out like a whole 5,000 point dwarf army and a full 5,000 point vampire army for fantasy in the time it takes him to make like a 3k beastman army. I know that his shit is way better, like, but I also know that I don't have the patience to sit there and do that shit. Like I went and did MKA, and so I understand, like, if you want to paint that fucking shit hot stuff, you've just got to do like 70 steps. I want to do like 7 steps, you know, like I just want to get the army on the table, and I'm
the same as you, man.
Yeah, I want it to look good as a cohesive army, because I can tell you, like, probably I would say D6 times in, and I'm someone who will like literally go to an event every fucking weekend if I can, and I'll go fucking the other side of, I'll drive to Toowoomba to play, or down, you know, to wherever to play events. So I've played hundreds of games at events, I would say, and I can tell you, there's been like D6 times where someone's walked over, picked up a model, and closely inspected it, and actually, you know, and I felt like they're actually judging or actually like giving a shit about like the level of painting, you know, like if you judge someone by how they've painted a model, that's the most insane fucking shallow art. You know, when they talk about shallow people, like that would be the most shallow ass fucking dumb shit possible. So yeah, never be worried about like your level of painting. That's fucking insane. But at the same time, if someone gives you some friendly advice, definitely don't take that. Like, don't get upset, because if someone says, oh, hey, do you know what you could do, blah 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 blah, you definitely take it on board. You might not want to do it. Like, definitely people have given me advice before, you know, like fucking Michael John, insane painter. He had, you know how he had all these like insane mechanicum with the resin bases. Someone came up and tried to give him advice on what he should have done on that, and you just like, okay, cool, you know, like you don't have to take advice. Sometimes people will just give you fucking random ass insane advice, but, you know, just take it on board and go, okay, and then consider it. You don't have to do everything everyone tells you as well. So
take like a moment to step back from like the internet, because like the internet's a fucked up place, because nobody understands tone.
That's 100%.
Right? I mean, it's a fucked up place at the best of times, but nobody. I thought
you were talking about that Tasmanian video with the chick in the boat and stuff.
Oh, take your pick of videos on the internet, right? But like, you know, that fish was gagging for it. But when people communicate on the internet, things can come across as very blunt and tone deaf, because you don't have a human's face to interact with.
Yeah. Right? How often do we see that?
Language barriers, you know, all sorts. And then, like, we saw it just today, like two people, like two sharks circling each other, saying the same fucking thing and not realizing that the other person was saying the exact thing. Happens all the time. So it's like, take a step back for a moment and go, well, hey, what is this person trying to say? And trust me, I've gotten really good at this ability, because I have a YouTube channel where the amount of people who I think are on medication who comment on my videos, because I have to sit there sometimes and fucking decipher things, because YouTube filters automatically. So, like, you post a comment, it's not guaranteed that comment gets seen by everyone else on YouTube. A lot of it goes to, like, a fucking shadow ban bin, and I have to manually go in there as the content creator and look and find these comments. Yeah. And some of the shit I see in there, I'm like, the fuck? It's like, is this a cat alternate account? Because they're saying some fucking blacked out shit.
It's like clearing out the filter on the holodecks, dude.
Yeah, like, and YouTube can be overzealous at times, but sometimes YouTube is on point with that shit.
Yeah.
And, you know, but it's like, take a step back. Is the person trying to insult me? And if the answer you can come to is probably not, then take it as probably not. Like, don't assume the worst in people. So if someone's like, you know, you've done a good job, but, like, I think maybe you need to, like, thin your paints. When they phrase it like that, that's probably them not trying to insult you, but trying to give constructive feedback. The only way they can kind of figure out how. Because it's the hard thing. It is hard to figure out what to say to people. Especially if, like, their idea is not great, what do? And half the time, I just dust my hands and walk away because I just don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Or, I can't tell you how many times I've gone to type a comment. I get halfway through and it's like, fuck, I've written 3 paragraphs. I can't be fucked finishing it. And
yeah.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth the headache.
Yeah, it's going to take me another 4 paragraphs to explain what a fuckwit you are. I'm just like, yeah, I'm already over it. Like, I was angry when I started writing this, and now I'm just bored. Yeah, exactly. And hey, Macca, fucking, I mean, everyone needs to tell you how bitter you are and how salty you are as well on every video. So I mean, you know, people still typing that every video. You're like, what the fuck?
Hey, get those fucking metrics up, man. Like,
yeah. If you don't like
rookie numbers, you got to get those numbers up. If my videos have less than 20,000 views, like, you're doing me a disservice. Like, just rage click that shit. But
it's so classic that like, literally that saying, if you don't like it, don't watch it, has been around for. If you don't like it, don't listen to it, has been around for so long, and yet still people will be like, oh, so fucking salty. Okay, cool. Like, moving along, yeah.
Yeah, well, I've changed my whole perspective on life now because of that comment, and I'm just going to rethink everything I've done up to this point. Yeah. Especially, like, the internet's a whacked out place, man. But so when you are building an army, like we're saying, don't judge yourself against other people's standards. Judge yourself by your own standards that you set for you, and set realistic standards. And when people give you critique, look at what they're saying. If they're saying, like, hey, I think you should be fucking swinging from the end of a rope in the garage, probably negative. But if they turn around to you and say, like, man, that's really awesome and I love the idea, I just think this could be improved. Like, they're clearly totally very different what they're trying to get across to you. And I know it's hard. Like, our own worst critics are ourselves, and we are so good at beating ourselves up and criticizing ourselves. Like, I know I can paint better than I do, but I find it so hard because I'm like Tim. I'm exactly like Tim. I'm just like, hey, I just want to fucking play this stuff. But I have a standard, and that standard is I will get this shit to tabletop before I fucking put a model on the tabletop. Right? It's like one of my dead set rules. And I paint fast, and that's like my method has become like, how fast can a painter get? Like, I'm like, I can blitz fucking half these painting studios now. In fact, I blitz most painting studios in the world. I think at this point, like, I painted all of those salamanders on my own in like 3 days for Danny's event. It was like fucking 3K of salamanders.
Yeah. There's definitely techniques that you can use to really speed things up, but you can't just go straight into them. I feel like you need to have at least painted one army sort of just like the normal slow way. And then once you figure out about like the way to do highlights and things like that Necron army, my second ed Necron army, I built that and I had it all spray paint. So I put the shit on the base and spray paint the whole thing black, and then go back and airbrush the base and do that and paint it all. I had that ready to go, all spray painted black, ready to go, and then I just kept putting it off because I want to do these Necromunda things, or something else has happened, and it ended up getting and then I was like, I'll start on Monday night, or Monday I'll start, and then it was like a public holiday, so I was like, okay, well then I'll start on Tuesday, and it ended up being 4 days before the event, and then I had to read through the second edition sort of rule book like the night before, but I was able to smash that out because I know what I think it's like. I was thinking about it, and I think it's knowing what stuff you can skip, and not, and even to come back to later. because there's definitely like there's tons of steps to get a model done, but if you know that like, oh, well, from a certain angle it's not going to matter, so I can just leave that pretty dark there and not worry about doing highlights on that part of the model and focus. And
there's definitely like knowing where you can be glazing. Like,
yeah,
I'm going to say like I've gotten really fast at it. It's not to be like a humble brag. That's like I have 30 years in this hobby, basically. I have learned a lot in that 30 years, but even just the setup I have. All right, I've got a big painting area. I've got an airbrush. I've got hundreds of paints, all different brands and manufacturers and different varnishes and different mediums that I can apply. They're all tools in the arsenal. And I've got a system for painting that speeds up everything to a huge degree because I've learned like where can I trim the fat and what order, like an order of operations. If I do this step and this step and this step in this order, it makes everything afterwards so much smoother, right? You're like, for example, you paint a marine, you paint all the armor the color, then you go and do the trim, then you give them a wash. You don't start with the fucking wash, then do the trim, then do the armor, and then do each marine one by one. You try and do it in batches if you want to go fast. So there's all these tricks you pick up. So again, you can't go out there and just think, collecting like my first army or my fourth army and painting takes forever and I want to get faster at it. I'll just copy exactly what, Macca or Tim does. It won't work for you, unfortunately. Like it's a journey you've got to go on in the hobby. It's like any hobby, right? Like you don't pick up a fucking baseball bat and start hitting dingers straight out of the fucking zingers.
Confidence as well. Like we're saying, don't worry about what other people think. That definitely goes a long way. Like if you're like as long as you feel good about it. Like I've said this on the show before. When I paint something, by the time I'm like, I've done the decals and I'm finishing the last bases and stuff. I'm just like, I look at these things and I'm like, fuck yeah, this is the best thing. Fucking not only the best model I've ever painted, but the best model ever painted. Like I feel I'm so fucking like confident in it. I'm just like, yeah, I fucking love this shit. And it's because I've been sitting there concentrating on it. I'm not looking at fucking Matt Cain stuff. I'm not looking at like Anvil Konos conversions and stuff. I'm just focusing on this thing and just thinking about how fucking good. Like can't wait to unleash these on the table. It's gonna be so good. And so I don't know. I feel like you can build up your own confidence in your painting, and that definitely motivates you. Because we were talking about motivation, like. Like you were saying, like everyone sort of started painting something and gone, fuck, this isn't going to work. But I've found a lot of the times there's always that terrible stage before when you've done all the trim or something, but before you've done the washes.
It gets worse before it gets better.
Exactly, yeah. There's that stage where it looks like dog shit, and then you come back you paint late into the night and you get all the trim done. And then you're like, okay, I got all the trim done. Thank fuck, I'm going to bed. And then you wake up the next morning and you come downstairs and you look at it and you go, oh God, what the hell? Like this looks like dog shit. But then you have those times where you paint. The last thing you do is do that wash, or or do those bases right before you go to bed and they haven't dried. And then you go to bed and you come down the next morning and you're like, oh yeah, it fucking worked out. Holy fuck, I'm so fucking happy with this shit. Yeah, I think So knowing that, I think like I'll definitely like I'll save some of those steps. Like I'll try not to go to bed on a trim. I'll try to go to bed on a wash because I know that's gonna, especially if I'm painting like fucking 30 zombies or I did those thralls. I've got 100 of them. I did 20 first up, and then I did 4, and then I did two batches of 40. I just know that if I go to bed on a trim, I'm gonna be fucking. I'm just gonna next morning. I'm gonna be like, ugh, and then I'm gonna go to work and think about it all day. Fuck, they look shit, man. I can't believe I stayed up so late. I'm so tired now, and fucking it looks like shit. But I know that if I do a wash, and then the first thing I see is the dried wash, and it's all sort of melded together and looks good, then I'm just like, yeah, and I go to work, and fuck, I can't wait to get home. I'll take photos. That's the other thing that really keeps me motivated, is taking photos of all my shit. Sometimes, like, I'll say to myself, I'll take photos for Instagram. I don't put everything on Instagram. Sometimes I'll just take steps, but during the day, if I've taken some photos of them, I'll look at and I'm really happy with how they looked in the morning. I'll take photos, and then when I sneak out to take a crap at work or whatever, I'll have a look at the photos and be like, yeah, fuck, they look good. I can't wait to get home and do the next step. So that there's some tricks that you can do to keep yourself motivated, I feel like.
And when like someone turns around to me, because I have a lot of people who send me pictures of like the stuff they're working on, which is great. Like I love getting sent like fan stuff that they're working on, except for that like fucking shrine to fucking Baal, but that's another thing. But when people send like photos of their stuff, and you can tell they're really proud of it, and especially when you look at it and you look at like their previous work and you see the improvement. Like, okay, maybe their work technically isn't the best, but who cares? They've had a massive improvement and they're really proud of it. You know, I try and encourage them. You know, like, man, that's looking awesome. That looks good so far. Like, yeah, you're really cracking on, man. I can't wait to see the rest of this army, because it's true. Like, you're only going to get better with time, but like anything, you've got to get... You're not perfect. No one is, right?
Yeah.
You only get better by doing something repeatedly. And, like, when you start an army, even for, like, Tim and I, we start an army... and we're fast, but we are faster by the time we finish that army, because you just naturally get faster as you get each of those little steps.
Yeah, every time you get a Terminator and you do all the little edge highlights or something like that, the next one you do, you're like, oh fuck, I just realized if I hold it this way and turn it this way instead of turning it that way, boom, 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 boom. I get them all, and I don't have to, fucking spend time inspecting them all after and looking for missed things. And I just realized,
or I'm using 2 different silvers to like get some highlights on this, but it wasn't really strong and vibrant enough last time, so I like went through a couple silvers before I found the right one. Well, now I know what the right ones are, so like bang, 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 bang. Like you're not exploring anymore, trying to figure it out. And like one of the biggest ones I tell people is stop mixing custom colors. Like if you're trying to rapid like paint an army, either mix a custom color and put it in a pot so it lasts and make a bunch of it, or don't do it, because like people fuck around trying to like match the same color gray that they mix from like black and white. Like, why are you doing that? Find a gray off the shelf. You know, like it's just all these little things that catch you out.
100%.
Writing down your paint recipes as well. I can't tell you how many times where I've come back to a project halfway through, I'm like, oh fuck, what did I do here? What did I do there? Did I do this step before that one?
Yeah.
And like you spend half a day or a day just going through trying to find your notes or trying to figure out how you did it. And you could have spent that time painting if you just wrote it down in the first place.
Yeah,
exactly.
How bad is it when you start a project and you're like, fuck yeah, I'm going to hammer this out. And then you realize, like, oh fuck, this wash or whatever, I don't have enough to finish the project, and then you got to order it online, and you got to go to the shop. It's like I'm building some shelves in my house, and I went to Bunnings, got the shit, brought it back. Okay, cool. Time to start putting these shelves up, and then I'm like, just gotta get my stud finder, and then gotta spend like fucking 2 hours tearing my house apart for the stud finder. Okay, back to the shelves. Okay, found the studs. All right, cool. Okay. So now I'm gonna drill, a pilot hole for these screws that have to go. Oh fuck, my drill just fucking died. Okay, back to Bunnings, gotta buy a new fucking cordless drill. Getting all of that stuff for your army ready. Like when you're thinking about the models and you're ordering the models, also consider the shit that you're gonna use, like thinners. Have you got enough thinners to go? Like, because when you go, you want to stay in the zone and you just want to like hammer it out. Do I have enough thinners? Do I have enough paints? Do I have enough, a brush, like just brushes, like you might have fucked some brushes in your last job and forgotten about it. And then you go to get that little brush and you're like, oh god damn it, I've got to go to the stupid hobby store and speak to that glib dude who always tries to oversell me shit,
Especially like if you use like oil paints or enamels on stuff, it's like you need the right thinners. You can't just put water on that stuff, the white spirits, man. I'll pre-mix oils in like in certain color batches. I'll pre-mix like this is burnt umber, this is like 50-50 burnt umber black, this is just pure black. Pre-mix these oil washes like in decent amounts so that like I can just open up the pot, get the oil out and just go straight to town. I'm not sitting there like trying to go, oh, what's the right consistency for this oil? Like, oh, that's too thick, it needs more thinners. Oh, this is way too much thinners and there's like no wash left on the model. Like that's a killer. That's caught me out plenty of times. Trust me. Decals is another one. Like, oh, if you're doing work with decals, like don't use the dirty like gold speckled paint water that's floating around on you. Like, go get a fresh fucking thing of water. Don't be lazy.
Yeah.
We could write a book on all the mistakes we've made Like, just remember, like on Facebook, you know how on Facebook it's always like that dumb bitch from high school who doesn't have her shit together, yet she's apparently always on like fucking holidays in Bali and stuff, and you're like, how do you afford your lifestyle? Like, you are the most useless person I've ever met. Not referring to anyone in particular, but it's a highlight reel.
Yeah.
Right? Hobby people post their highlight reels in hobby. You don't see the failures.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Every now and then you see when people post a picture of their painting station and you look in the back and you can see all those just fucked models that you can tell that they've just like got to a certain stage and gone, nah, fuck it, and just pushed them to the back behind all their paints and shit. That's why I always like looking at people's painting, the pictures of their really messy painting desks, because there's always those fucking failed abortion models. Like how many, like, and like you said, Mako, we've been gaming for years. What percentage of models that are created by Games Workshop do you think actually go on to be fully painted? What would you say?
Fuck, 5%.
I've got enough. Oh, I was gonna say 10%. All right.
I got no faith in the community at this point.
Well, I'm saying 10% just based off looking around my garage. Like, okay, look. For example, here I'm just gonna reach out and grab a Macca's tray that has a whole bunch of just half done shit. Here I have. I've got 5 of those Sagittarium Guard that are like, some of them painted, some of them are modified. I've got 6 Chaos Hounds that I've converted to be sort of mutant dogs that I was going to do for some project. They're just sitting there. They're on 40 mil bases. I've got 2 Mark III guys that are painted, undercoated black, ready to go, but just don't fit into any of my army, so fuck knows what they're doing. And an elf horse with a elf character that I was doing for Mordhamunda, which is sort of just sitting there. So, I mean, just random ass shit. Everybody has those sort of like, I don't even call it pile of shame. It's like work in progress that you have there's a very, very slim chance that they're going to be finished, and unless you dig them out, specifically remember, and I need to go and fucking dig that shit out. So, yeah, I would say 10%, 5%. I think that's probably.
I just go off like there. Going, because I go to my local Games Workshop, reasonable amount. I like to support local stores because a hit against the local Games Workshop does not hit Nottingham. It hits the guy who works in that store, and it hits the local games community. So I get on well with my local store and the people within it. The amount of people that don't paint this stuff, they're trying to, but there's so many people who they fell for the FOMO. Just full of Freudian slips tonight. You guys want to bang later? They go, they impulse buy, and they've always got a new army each week type thing. We've all met these people. And so that's kind of what I judge off. They're lovely people, and they're awesome dudes, and they just want to have a game. They enjoy the hobby, and they just want to, have that pure satisfaction that comes from just having a hobby that they enjoy and people to be around. For them, it's not such a big deal to paint all their stuff and, maybe not even to build all of their stuff. And I look at them and I think, like, yeah, there's a huge amount of grey plastic out there, especially kids. Kids have short attention spans, like, get them to... They come in, they buy, like, a big box starter set. That most of that stuff ain't getting painted. Or it's, like, just going to live in the back of their wardrobe for 8 years until they discover porn and have to hide porn in the back instead. Like... It's a low percentage out there that gets painted, I think. A really low percentage.
There must be so much stuff just on sprue, just sitting around on neon sprue. Because, I mean, like, the amount of stuff that just, from Second Ed and shit like that's still neon sprue, and that's from we're talking 30 years ago, is just always blows my mind. Like, I always just imagine, everyone would have opened every box and clipped everything off and at least thrown them in a pile and then, ended up... tons of shit must end up in landfill and stuff like that.
Those dudes who, like, find a random shipping container and open it up and it's full of, like, Nazi gold or something.
Yeah.
Or like, it's full of, like, World War II Sherman tanks or whatever it might be. These things happen. It's like that famous, like, barn in Spain where they opened up with this abandoned barn. It was just full of supercars for, like, from the 1950s through the 70s. It's like there's probably someone out there who has like all of the Rogue Trader white metals still in their original blister packs, just sitting in the bottom of a wardrobe somewhere that they just don't open because they've gone off and done other shit with their life. Like, you know how many people have left models at their mum's house? Yeah. They've like grown up, and you're an adult, you've moved out, wife, kids, whatever, and there's still models at your mum's place.
You're like, oh, my old epic metal models. Yeah, Mum, can you go and get those? No, we threw all that shit away, you know, when we moved or whatever. Yeah, that's definitely...
Some guy offered us like 3 magic beans for your original, like, John Blanche signed artwork.
Yeah, I know that sort of shit happens. You know why? Because I went to this lady's house to buy some Forgotten Realms novels, and she had this full... It was like 10 books... And they were like, and I remember them coming out and being like $40 each. And they were her son's books, and he'd moved out, and then she had gotten, she was living in a housing. Oh yeah, get this right. So she was living in a housing commission house, like a 3-bedroom house in one of the nice suburbs in I don't know the part of town. I just can't remember the fucking suburb name, but like Algester or something. And it was a housing commission place, and the housing commission said, oh, hey, you're living there on your own now. We'll give you a beachfront house in the Sunshine Coast, and then you give us that one, and then we'll put a family in it or whatever. So she was like, oh, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm out of here, motherfucker. So yeah, she said to her son, like, hey, what about all this shit in your room? And he's, you know, living in somewhere else or something, and he said, oh, just sell it all, but those books, make sure you get a good price for those books, they're really good. And then so I showed up, and she goes, oh yeah, he told me they were worth like this amount, I'll give them to you for $5 each. And I'm like, fucking cha-ching. So yeah, I can imagine how many times that's happened over the years with like 40k shit and 30k stuff, and just like people dying and their stuff, just people just throwing their shit in the dumpster or whatever, you know, like just clearing it out.
There's a mate of mine who got married, and it was his him. I think we were 31 when he got married, and he got married just near his parents' place. He'd been out there for years, you know, like a decade. And we went like into his old room, and we found like a white metal fucking whirlwind from like 3rd edition 40k. And he'd stopped playing in 3rd edition 40k.
Yeah.
You know, it was like a new in box white metal whirlwind. It's like, oh, you still play like Warhammer? Like, do you want to? And I'm like, dude, you should sell that. Those things are like getting collectible status to some people now.
Yeah. Yeah, I know a guy who's got probably 4 massive 4th edition fantasy armies, like a full Orc and Goblin army, a Wood Elf army, some other shit. Just all these shelves in his garage. And I don't even really know him. I know his wife through some other people. I go around there every now and then, and I always look at his stuff, and I'm like, hey, are you ever gonna play some games? Like, we can, you know, I know some gaming groups and stuff if you want. And he's always like, nah, I just like them, and it's like fully painted armies. You can tell they've been there fucking forever. Like there's dust and stuff on them. And yeah, he's quite happy just to have them just sitting on the shelf, and it's like thousands of dollars. I've never really said, "Oh man, you can get some fucking cash for these." He probably knows, I guess, but yeah, just likes looking at them, at the shit that he painted when he was like 18 or whatever.
Yeah, it fucking happens. So this adventure this like episode has been like a wild like adventure.
Just crapping on. Yeah, it's good. It's a classic episode.
So we're either going to get a lot of like lovely fan mail about this, or like I'm just going to get some more people call me fucking the worst thing ever on YouTube.
Yeah, bitter and shit. Yeah.
But I'll take it as it comes.
Well, one last thing, because we have been going for a while, and it is gay-light slavings, as we call it in Queensland. We don't have gay-light slavings here, but down in the southern states, the weak southern states, they need like they're worried about their curtains getting bleached or whatever the fuck. So Darcy and Macra are an hour ahead, but yeah. So we've been recording for a while. But what about? Why don't we finish on like motivation and getting through stuff? And I can give you a real world example, because I realized like after I was talking about that Necron army, both of you guys are well aware because we were on Discord and you guys are playing computer games, and I'm just sitting here swearing nonstop, just like fucking goddamn it. Oh, fucking 4 more to go.
I thought it was just your Tourette's kicking in.
Yeah, no, not Tourette's. Just my painting style. Just swearing about just being like, oh, god damn it. So yeah, getting on Discord. There's a bunch of Discords you can jump on. Hobby ones. Horus. We play games and things like that. a lot of the time you can jump on here. The Accountability buddies. They have a good Discord on there. Radio for Istvan. They're just like the 3 that I've seen most people on. Outer Circle has one as well, right? People are painting on there.
Yep.
You can jump on there as well.
People on there.
So those are really good because you can jump on, and they're specifically 30k ones, but there's tons of, and you can just start one with your mates and just jump on and say, hey, I'm going to paint tonight. Do you want to jump on? Discord's really good because someone can stream shit as well. I don't know how legal that is, but like, remember when we did the we were streaming all those Star Trek movies and watching those.
Yep. Later, and I were doing like James Bond marathons.
Yeah. So and those are always good.
With Conan.
Yeah, Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah, fuck yeah, best movie. And you can so those are really good because you're all watching the same movie. It's just like when before we all were married and stuff, everyone, like me and Michael and our mates, we used to like have we'd call them paint-a-geddons, and it'd just be basically like everyone would show up at about 9 or 10 on Saturday morning, and then we'd just paint all the way as long as we could. So I'd be like trying to smash out. I think the biggest batch I did was like 60 dwarfs with great weapons at one time, and it was literally like just painting non-stop. And then but because if you just sit there on your own and try and do it, it's brutal. If you do it with a podcast or listening to music or something, slightly better. If you're doing it with 1 or 2 mates, that's good because you're talking and shit. If you're doing it like 3 or 4 mates and have a fucking crazy ass fucking like a movie going, or like Master and Commander or Conan or full Star Wars or whatever the fuck, that's the best because it's almost like a party. It's just that you're all sitting around like hunched over like painting tiny little things.
It makes the time fly. It's like when you're at work and you're having a conversation, and then like the work day, it's just like, oh shit, it's lunchtime already. I didn't do anything. Like, it feels like I didn't do anything for like the last hour. Probably because I didn't, but like, we've all done it. Don't you judge me?
Yeah. What do you do, Darcy? What's your favorite mode of hobbying?
Probably whacking on a podcast and just listening to, like, whether it's live Horus or whatever.
Arguing with it. Just being like, you dumb fucks. Strength 3, not 4.
Tim, if you could just get the rules right the first time. But generally putting a podcast on, because while the group hobby sessions are always great fun, and it's always great hanging out with mates and catching up with them, I find I tend to get too distracted while doing it, and I get less hobby done.
Because you're giggling too much, that's why.
Too much giggling and too much looking at my mates like, the fuck did you say? That's the absolute worst shit I've ever heard coming out of your mouth. But yeah, just sitting down at the desk, making a podcast on, or again, listening to YouTube. Not watching it, because again, I find it distracting, and just powering through it. And also just trying to go to events and have events in the future where I want to bring an army to it. Because if you have a deadline, it's just... You just got to get it done.
Yeah, that's the biggest motivation, right? Is having that deadline and just like, oh, fuck. Yeah. Especially if you're traveling somewhere, so you're like, oh, I don't want to fucking... like, I'm either going to have to cancel the whole trip, which is a pain in the ass, or I'm going to have to get this army done, or I'm going to have to show up with unpainted shit, which is not an option. So, yeah, that's definitely... I think that's probably... I think, yeah, you're right. That deadline is what makes me paint almost all my shit. Like... and I've got a real-world example, which is Titanicus. I've played a bunch of Titanicus games unpainted. I've played a bunch of games with Michael's stuff. Luckily, Michael has 2 Titanicus things, so we can play a fully painted Titanicus game, because I really only finish shit when there is a deadline. So I've run a couple of Titanicus sort of mini events as part of our events, but no one has really run, at least not in Brisbane, like a straight up Titanicus event. So I've never really had that onus or that sort of impetus to actually finish my army. So I've got all my Titanicus, 1,500 points or 1,600 or whatever it is, just sitting there, and it's all at the stage where it's based and black, ready to go. But because there's no event, or no one's really challenged me to like a fuck you game, I'm just like, oh well, it gets pushed back. And Necromunda, I can literally, because of the Necromunda campaign, you can be painting your stuff every single week. Like, oh, I want to change this guy. I want to change this, or add a new guy. I've got enough creds to buy this. Better paint it up during the week. Or if you're running a campaign, I better paint up a couple of extra rats or whatever, you know. Yeah, that stuff sort of gets pushed towards the back. So without a deadline for Titanicus, boom, no Titanicus. Just didn't get done. What about you, Mako? What's your
I think
modus
a movie
operandi?
or music, and especially like something with like a really bombastic like soundtrack. So like a Conan the Barbarian, you know, like something like that's good, where it's like gets you pumped up, gets you amped, but it's not like so over the top that like you start headbanging along to it.
Yeah, like
So
Master and Commander's good on, right? Because the speeches and stuff, and then the fucking crazy battles.
Yeah, I'm also, even though it's slow, I really like movies
Crazy
like Blade
lines.
Runner, for example.
It's a rare phasmid.
It's like my favorite ever movie. So, like, that's good, but that's like right at the extreme end of like anything more soft than that. Because, like, you know, there's a lot of rain in that and like neon lights. I find Blade Runner very relaxing. I don't find it like too over the top. And one of the ones I love putting on the background, because I know how retarded it is Hard R here. Like bad 80s action flicks, like a Seagull, like Under Siege, like Hard Target, or like a Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Cyborg.
You know, I am Jean-Claude Van Damme, and I am acting like, and just... But you know, they got fun, very 80s soundtracks and like corny acting stuff, but it's like they're so dumb you don't have to pay like close attention, and they're not good enough that like a Terminator 2 where you're just gonna stop what you're doing and fucking watch.
Well, yeah, and every group has those classic movies, you know, that you grew up with, that, like Predator. Like you can put
Aliens.
you can put on Predator or Aliens, and everyone can sit there. And I think those ones are actually better because you already know what's going on. You've already watched it a million times. You know when the skinless dude falls from the tree. You know when fucking. You know, Billy gets fucking stabbed and lifted up in the air and shit, and because everyone's seen it so many times, everyone's quoting the lines, and you know, as you're going along, you can just be sitting there painting the models, just listening to it and having a good time.
They're really good ones as well if you're having like hobby sessions over at your place.
Yeah, exactly.
Where it's like you have dinner, everyone has dinner, you're on like the rumbos, got the fire going, whatever it might be. It's like I can do all that shit out of my hobby shed, which Cat loves sheds, and you can like fucking chuck the movie on and you can just have it going, and then like you start to move from hobby into like the evening games and chill out period. It's like so fucking rewarding when you get to that stage of the day.
Yeah.
You know, it's like at the end of an event, like when it's the end of like Saturday night, an event is always the wild night. You know, where it's like, fuck yeah, man, I had an awesome day of games, like let's get some fucking drinks and woo.
It's good in the pool.
And then, like, and then Sunday morning's always Sunday morning's always like a gentleman's start because everyone's just fucked.
Then you wake up in a laundry basket or whatever.
Yeah, like when Darcy's event, Cat, like I'm like ringing him at like 6 a.m. I'm driving from Ballarat down to Melbourne, like 130 k's or whatever to Darcy's, and I just keep ringing because I'm like, if I know Cat, he went out last night and he's like passed out somewhere. And he's like, what's going on back here? I'm in a fucking laundry hamper somewhere. I'm like, we got that event day. He's like, oh, fuck, thanks for reminding me. I better call Darcy.
The fucking best part about that was I was supposed to pick up Cat from the train station. So I was just waiting at the train station for a good half an hour. Just like, oh, he must be on the next one. And he hasn't seen my messages. Oh, no.
At the Brook Hotel, it's just Cat's way. Like at the Brook Hotel at Geigenhive, he brought back like 8 cinder blocks and some witches' hats, and I think he was setting up his own construction business in our hotel room.
Loose cannon. Definition of a loose cannon.
I love him. I wouldn't trade him. Like I embrace the madness. He is such a great mate, and I will defend that motherfucker to the bitter end. No matter how stupid he can be.
Well, he's stinging you like a scorpion, yeah. So, yeah, definitely, yeah, if you've got a bunch of friends, a bunch of mates, and you can get together, that's definitely super rewarding as the, like, good old painting day. Like, like I'll take my daughter over to Michael's house, and our kids just play, and we'll sit out, and, like, they'll be outside, like, enjoying the sunshine and shit, and, like, yeah, having fun playing fucking princesses or whatever, and we're just, like, in this, like, dank room with, like, airbrushes going and shit, wearing masks and, like, fucking carefully fucking painting little tiny things. That's always fun too. Just having a back and forth, you know, like, sometimes he comes around here and we do assembly, or sometimes we go to his place and I get him to airbrush my shit, you know. That's definitely, like, I do most of my airbrushing now, but yeah, definitely when we were first starting off in the Heresy, yeah, that was, I would do a lot of the building during the week, and then on the weekend I'd be like, all right, I'm coming around, get your airbrush warmed up, and then he'd do all the base spraying and stuff like that. So yeah, if you know someone who has an airbrush, those base coats, those base colors, fuck man, never again will I sit there and just base paint like the base color on a model. Like, that airbrush is so much better. It's insane. And
it's like fucking man standing upright for the first time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like cooking a steak rather than just eating a raw steak. Even like there, I'm not saying everyone needs to go out and buy an airbrush, but like through the network that is a Horus Heresy, you can probably find someone who has an airbrush, and most people won't mind doing like the base color on some models. Like, if you asking them to do all this like crazy shit, they're probably going to be like, oh fuck, this is a lot of work. But if it's just the base color, and then all you have to do is the trim, and then do some like inks or oils or washes or whatever the fuck, it just speeds up shit so much. Like, I think back on those, like I was mentioning my dwarf army and my undead and my vampire count army for fantasy. Everything was hand painted. You know, like I would spray my ghouls, for example. I would spray them entirely black, then I would hand brush each one of them the Codex Grey, then I would go over it again with like a purpley sort of wash to like get that purpley color, bruised sort of color. Holy fuck, I just think about that all the time, and how I could have done that in, like, instead of having to paint again and painting for so long, I could have done that so much faster. So yeah, the airbrush is the business. Don't get afraid. Don't be afraid of the airbrush. It's your friend. It's
another tool in the arsenal.
Yeah, exactly. And like my 30, I had, and when people say they're expensive, maybe like the compressor can be like $100, $200 maybe. And here's my two stories about airbrushing. Number one, I bought Michael gave me an airbrush that was really good apparently, but I fucked it somehow. And while he was over in Afghanistan, and I was like, oh, Michael's not here to fix my airbrush. Oh fuck, what am I gonna do? So I went and bought a $30 one, and that $30 one, I did the MKA course with it. It was and I had awesome results. And that $30 airbrush lasted 7 years, and then I went and bought a new one that just cost me $80 from Super Cheap, and that one's fucking awesome too. So you can definitely spend hundreds and hundreds, insane price. But know your level. You don't, if you're only just starting out, you definitely don't need a $400 fucking Grex or Badger or whatever the fuck, right?
I only use $20 cheap airbrushes I buy on eBay.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that. And then
I can make my own airbrush, and I have made my own airbrush for fun in the past. I don't need to, because it's a tool in the arsenal. And you know, I'm not gonna like shit talk. Like, you want to buy like a Cult of Paint Infinity airbrush, that's going to be a fantastic airbrush.
Yeah, of course.
It's not going to make you a better painter though.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the handling. And then my second story is I was like, I had this huge fucking industrial mega compressor that Michael gave me that was just it was so big it had wheels, and that thing fucking shit the bed. And I was like, you know, I've just got my tax return. I've got $800, you know, I'm gonna go get top of the range air compressor. And I went down to the fucking hobby store, and I'm like, yeah, I'm ready to spend, bro. What's your best air compressor? And he's like, this one's like $180, and it's the best one we've got. And I'm like, what? Don't you have like what's the expensive one? It was almost like, and then I thought, wait, that's money I could spend on bourbon and Kirks. You know, like, fuck, okay, give me that fucking thing then. I think it was like $210 or something, and it was like, and you know, so what's that? 210 plus 80. If I was so under $300, and that's for the compressor. It's a little baby compressor as well. It's not super loud. It doesn't like blow through the entire house. People can't hear it next door and shit. And you know, and an airbrush that will do terrain. It'll do the base coats. Like, I'm not sitting there doing like the trying to do all the shade, all the MKA stuff. I know how to do that, but I don't want to. It takes too long to do that. So my $80 airbrush, fucking perfect. So yeah, definitely. I think that's probably, when it comes to motivation as well, once you spray that stuff and you realize, like, the first time you airbrush a whole unit and you realize, holy shit, that has, look at your wristwatch and you're like, fuck, that's taken me 10 minutes, where it would have taken me an hour to sit there with a hairy brush and fucking do all that. That's really motivating as well, because then you start thinking, oh fuck, I've really been building up how onerous this is going to be because I'm basing it off the brush, and then you think, oh fuck yeah, and then you start being like, oh, maybe I can take some bigger bites next time, So yeah, the airbrush to me is definitely, like, I used to paint stuff for fantasy with a brush. I used to be like, I don't mind painting, like, it's not my favorite part of the hobby, but the airbrush really, like, opened my eyes to the scale of shit that I could fuck out. Basically, that's how I'd put it. And that's motivating for me, is just knowing that I have that tool. Yeah, boom. Anything else, Macca, on your notes that you definitely have?
No, I wish I had them. I wouldn't have gone off on so many tangents.
Are we gonna get cancelled? I mean, I said retard as well. It's all right. Okay, we'll be all right. We'll be all right.
We'll be fine. I think people know the difference between disparaging the disabled and commenting on something being slow.
Yeah, exactly. It's like gay. Like, there's the fucking good. There's the good gay and the bad gay. Everyone knows that. So yeah, there's probably people listening right now who are literally painting models as well, and just going like, oh yeah, fuck, that's fucking. This has actually been helpful. So,
well, fingers crossed. If we have been, please let us know.
There must be at least. Like, and like you were saying, and like we've said on this episode many times, there's always, well, actually, you said there's always someone better than you, but a similar concept is there's always some new thing. So like, I'm sure, I listen to podcasts, I listen to conspiracy theory podcasts, and they're always saying shit that I already know, but it's that fucking maybe 5% or 10% of new stuff, that new information that suddenly clicks or gives you an idea or inspires you, which is what that's what I always think about when we're podcasting. Like, you've just sat here and listened to us shit on for 2 hours, but there's definitely something of value in there. If there's nothing of value, fucking write in ivehearspodcast@gmail.com. Make sure you put your name on there so I can name and shame you. But I think, like, I definitely don't claim to be like a king shit fucking hobbyist. I don't think anyone does. I'm sure there is definitely something that might have sort of like given you something to think about or something like that. All right. Anything else? Anything you want to shout out or anything, Darcy? Any apologies for tabling people or anything you want to make? Well, what was it? This giant APOC game. Did you crush that World Eaters guy that was across the table from me?
Oh, yeah. So, in the APOC game, so the sides were actually uneven. We were down a player on the Loyalist, and because I brought my big fuck-off tall army case that's got all my shit in it, I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll just play as 2 people, so I brought 5,000 points. But no, I did quite well up my end. I managed to take out the 2 World Eaters players across from me, and we tried to... Blake brought his Mastodon to the APOC game. It did nothing. Like, literally nothing.
That's a shame.
But he was so smug about it being alive, so me and the Knight player tried to just snipe it out with my Fellblade and his Befire, and at the end we couldn't do it because it was literally the last turn. But yeah, as for apologising, I will not. I'm not sorry for all the things I've done in games, and I stand by it.
There you go. You gotta stand by it. You gotta stand by your actions.
Like Goering at Nuremberg.
Yeah.
Look at these Iron Hands lawnmower lists.
Hey, look, it's a completely beatable list. You just weren't using the right tactics.
I don't think I've ever played against that list. I played with it though.
Oh, was there any? Speaking of photo, was there any photo at the thing? Does anyone take just tons of fucking dreads?
no one ran a photo list, but I think if you look at the photo and zoom in, there was about 13 fucking dreadnoughts staring right across the table from me and the night player. But it was a good mix. There was a Leviathan, there was some Boxnauts, and there was some Contemptors, and like they weren't the, most optimal loadouts of like a two-fist or a fist and multi-melter and all that. There was all sorts of, like, there was Volkite, there was autocannons, there was a bunch of box treads with the classic missile las loadout.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's those giant APOC games, that's where Foda lives, That's where the Night House and the all-tank army and the Foda, I think that's perfect fucking fodder. Like, no one's going to get upset about you running a fucking photo list in an APOC game. Cause,
you're expecting to remove Marines with a dustpan and brush.
Yeah. You almost just don't even want Marines, They just slow the game down. You just want...
Actually, there was a rule...
200 points on per unit.
Yeah. There actually was a rule that all the infantry would take radiation damage, so pretty much everyone just brought tanks or
nice.
vehicles and shit. Or Terminators. Terminators were immune from it. So yeah, it was mostly just, vehicles, knights, dreads, Terminators. So there was no like big blobs of attack marines just slowing everything down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like imagine a militia army, just like militia player throwing down 400 models, 500 models or something. and something like Hammerfall Strike for the Imperial Fist, where you can teleport everything. Or a big air wing or something like that. Those are really good in apocalypse games because you've got the big table. It almost makes sense that they would call in a ton of fucking Storm Eagles to shoot up a Reaver Titan or whatever.
And it's like the one game where being in a flyer that can move 36 inches or whatever actually makes sense trying to get from one end to the other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. Macca, any last thoughts? And don't forget to shout out your YouTube channel.
No, well, as I say, the last thing for me is I've been invited on the 19th of November to do a bit of a talk with Creality as a guest speaker at a 3D printing event.
Which
is going to be something different because I'm a huge proponent of getting more 3D printing into the hobby. Whether it's resin or filament, because I think it is just one of the most cost-effective ways to get just brilliant-looking terrain on your tabletops. Because, you can be as pro, I only ever buy Games Workshop as you like, but, like, if you want to have something that stands out from the crowd and you want to do something unique, like, you can't go past 3D printing. And just the speed of it and versus the price and what you get. Like, you're not seeing there clipping tons of pieces of terrain, off sprues, and I'm trying to use it as a medium to get more tables into my community because if more people have tables, more people want to host events and hold games and play regular games, because one of the biggest things that holds people back from getting out on the tabletop is actually the tables. So many people are afraid to host events because they just think, where can I get the terrain from? Like, don't worry, your community will sort you out, but I'm doing everything in my power within reason to get tables out there into the local community because like at my last event I sold 3 tables, $100 a pop, full 6x4 of terrain, simple gaming mat, so and it's like there you go, that's 3 more tables that are in the wild now.
Yeah, that's great. And it's really, it's not like, it's light as well, that terrain, like it's not heavy like you would like some of those ruins that are made out of fucking resin or something, like those is it Pegasus hobbies or something that do those,
and they cost a fortune buildings too.
Yeah, they're heavy as fuck. They cost a fortune. That 3D printed stuff, like it's nice. You just fill a tub, have a mat, boom, like. And then
Darcy's played on my tables. Like, how was your opinion of them, Das? And be honest.
Yeah,
be honest. Darcy.
So it wasn't just me that said this. They were good tables. They look great, and all of them had like a coherent theme. It wasn't just slapdash random bullshit. The only thing that most of us wanted a bit more of was line of sight blocking terrain, because naturally you had a lot of not shanty towns, but you had like ruins and you had structures or lamp life that not gappy, but you could see straight through it. So you couldn't really hide your shit anywhere on the board. So it, like, you're getting cover saves, but
yeah,
they only go so far.
And that's led to like a change up where like I've been keeping everyone up to date with what I'm working on now, because it's like, okay, I'm holding another event about this time next year, and the tables I'm putting together for that is like, I'm basically filling a 4x4 to the brim with terrain and going, okay, that's enough terrain for a 6x4.
Yeah.
Spread it out. It's getting into, and these buildings are huge. Like I've got one that's about the size of, if you got, the bastion, like put 4 bastions together.
Is that the round one? The round,
yeah.
That one's
stack like another set of bastions on top of that, and you're getting close to the size of some of these buildings, and that's like $25 of materials.
Yeah, I like that
gigantic thing.
I like that thing where the circular one with the big square doors on the side, where you can literally just take the top off, and then people can go inside and fight each other and fight in there, and then it's also just a big line of sight blocking thing as well. That one, I really like that one.
Yeah, and it's good as well, because like, if you do break this terrain, like you damage it, whatever, like whether it's resin, filament, well, one, you can just use it as ruins. Like just put a blowtorch onto that filament terrain, heat it up a bit, and then just it'll melt into pour some fucking sand and glue on it, and it's now ruins. And print another one.
Yeah, and using just basic techniques, you can a lot of misprint, even if you have misprints. And I mean, those misprints are probably becoming fewer and fewer, I'm assuming, due to technology, the relentless march of technology. Even those misprints are decent for turning into terrain. Like if there's a gaping hole in something, you just chuck some spac filler in it, boom, spray paint it, fucking good to go. Yeah, I'm really excited. Yeah, Mac is sending us up printer. Like an FDM printer, and you're sending one to Michael as well, or is that a resin one?
Yeah, one for you, one for Michael. Oh, yeah. I've pre-sliced a ton of STLs and put them on both.
Yeah, I'm psyched for that. I haven't got to the point where I've started clearing space for it, but I have been considering where I'm going to set it up. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Just smashing out a bunch of terrain to add to my giant piles of terrain that I already have. But it's like armies. You're always like, even once you've got those 2 tables of terrain, you're always coveting some new thing, like the giant ball forest or whatever the fuck Mac is printing.
You need more scrotums in your life.
Yeah, more scrotum
woods, trees.
The weird pyramid trees, Yeah, no, that's good. So this Creality thing, though, sorry, is it an online thing?
Yeah, we're doing some live streaming from there. I actually can invite some guests along. I do need a cameraman for the day, so maybe I'll hit up Darcy or someone.
It's in Melbourne, is it?
Yeah, it's in Melbourne.
Nice. Okay.
So right next door to Southern Cross Stadium, a hotel there. So
that's cool.
There'll be live streams and talks and all that kind of stuff to do with 3D printing, as well as like trialing some different stuff with newer models of printers. And it's not. I get offered a lot of promotional stuff because I've sort of started to get to that size of channel on YouTube. Not that I've really actively promoted myself. I never say like, subscribe and share.
Yeah.
If you don't forget to hit the bell icon. I don't do any of that.
And the clickbait fucking pictures.
I'm just some asshole with an opinion.
You got to have a person like making a weird face and then copy paste that into the thing. What do they call it? Chasing the algorithm or some shit.
Fuck. Yeah.
Just
that's find some like random models and get them to put their sexy faces in there instead of like my nerdy fat shit. Face.
Yeah.
But but I'm all about like I get all these offers, but I don't just spruik people. I'm not into the shill business. So like every day just about I'm sending just these fucking mobile games to the bin. The amount of people that are like, sponsor Raid Shadow Legends or, like they're just fucking endless with this trash. And I get offered a lot of 3D printers and stuff, and I'll talk with these people and be like, well, what are you offering, And so many of them are like, well, you can supply a code, and if people click on this code and buy the printer, then you get a cut of it. And it's like, well, I'm not judging people who do that, but for me personally, if I give a positive recommendation, but I'm making money at the same time, it kind of feels sus.
Yeah, they're only going to click.
How do you know that like I'm giving the positive recommendation because it is the right recommendation?
They're only going to click on that link.
Fucking suits.
Yeah, they're only going to click on that link and buy it if you give it a good recommendation. Like they're not going to be like, you give it a fucking 7 out of 10, and they go, "Oh, must buy, shit, where's my credit card? I'm gonna go buy that now." Macca gave it a fucking 7 or a 5 or whatever. Like, that's crazy. Like, it's clearly obvious, and I think everyone, and definitely like people who listen to this channel, like in the first part Michael and I recorded the other night, I think we said shill about 13 times in one segment. We were talking about actually I mentioned you, Darcy, because you sent through that Sprues and Brews thing of the
the influence holds
exemplary battles thing. Yeah, and I was like, the shills are already getting it now. Darcy just sent us this link, and then we actually did a little read through. Well, we didn't read the whole article, but we did a little read through just of that Sprues and Brews thing. And I mean, I'm not saying shills as necessarily a bad thing. Like, it's 2023, come on. But you definitely, if somebody's giving you free shit, and people know that, like, if I know that someone is getting something or getting money to say, like movies, right? Fucking who the fuck trusts? Was it Rotten Tomatoes, or who the fuck trusts, like, what is it, Joystick or any of those computer game fucking review sites where it's just
Konami,
Kotaku or whatever the fuck.
Kotaku, IGN,
Bella Los Sols. If you know that they're getting paid by the company, that to me invalidates what they're fucking trying to do. Like, and I mean, maybe that's super. I don't know. I think most people in this channel probably agree. Who are listening to the podcast probably agree.
And so, like, with
and you've got tons of reviews.
I get a lot of free stuff, and I even knock back stuff from companies I like. And with, like, Creality, the reason why I've agreed to do this with them is because in the past, like my most recent sort of experiences with them, they really picked up their game and took the feedback on board with things I'd said. And it was like, I did a review on a resin printer, and I was like, this is the hose dangling out the back to, like, suck resin up. What do you do with the hose when it's not fucking sucking resin up? You just leave it dangling, like, whatever. And they're like, yeah, no, great point. We're making a clip for that now, and with their latest upgrades, they're like, we're going to do this, this, and this with the firmware. Then they did it, and I was like, I've got questions about this. They put me in touch with the lead engineer on the project.
Oh, that's right.
So it's like, oh, shit, like, this guy is actually the person who does know the technical information and is giving me the information on the machine. Like, and if they're willing to do that, and this is like my big red flag, is when a company says, we want to see your stuff before you post it up.
Yeah.
With them, they've just been like, hey, we'd love a link to it. Can you include, links to our site or whatever in it? But otherwise, review is yours. It's like, great. Okay, now I don't feel like I'm bought and, paid for.
Yeah.
So that's the threshold, if people were wondering. And yeah, the amount of stuff that I knock back, it is insane. And I can only think of what, like, people are earning, because it's like 10% is sort of like the average with microtransactions. And I know with some companies, it's been $5,000 offered for a single ad. Now, if you're a small YouTuber, and, like, for me, it's just a hobby. That's another hobby I do on top of my real work, right? But if you're a small YouTuber, that's hard money to pass up, especially if you want to make a career out of it. And they say, hey, we'll give you $5,000 to put one thing in video, or you shill, like, Raid Shadow Legends, and we'll give you a 10% cut of any microtransactions that are bought as a result of someone clicking a link on your channel. Like, you can see why people fall into it, but
yeah,
that's getting sidetracked anyway.
Yeah. I mean, if you want that kind of money, just start an OnlyFans.
Sell your bathwater.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and so for 3D printing people as well, there's lots of reviews of 3D printers on the Outer Circles YouTube page. And Mac is really helpful with advice for printing as well. Like, there's been a few nights where we've been in playing Discord and playing games and talking on Discord and stuff, and Rudolph from Grimdark Terrain's on, and Mac is on, and somebody might drop by and say, oh yeah, hey, I'm thinking about this printer, like, and then they get some really good advice from those guys. So yeah, definitely like Maka, definitely Rudolph from Grimdark, like really really good dudes and knowledgeable about that printing stuff too. Like I just sit there going like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? It's fucking crazy. Yeah, so yeah, definitely. If I'm not trying to create more work for Maka, but if you are sort of thinking about a printer, get a cruelty. Ask Maka about the latest cruelty. I'm gonna get 10% for that. Yes.
We're gonna be like a Rick and Morty like cutaway. Like you gotta splurm the splurgler.
Yeah.
And Tim's just like, yeah.
Yeah. I know all about that. Yeah.
And then flirm the gong glurm.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Yeah, this has been a good convo. And for people out there, Outer Circle, I know, like, obviously, like, we always talk about the fucking crazy, sort of over-the-top fucking people that are just, like, always keen to sort of, because you don't, like, hold back, and like you were just saying then, like, you prefer to just, like, tell the truth and fucking be genuine, which is what I really like, and that's, you know, I wouldn't fucking spend all this time talking to you, having you on, like, talking to you and Kat, and fucking going to events and stuff, and like hanging out with you guys and stuff, if I didn't think that you guys were actually good people. Like, if I thought you were just fucking spurgs that were like just shitlords trying to start trouble, like I wouldn't spend so much fucking time talking to you guys and being friends with you. So although I don't spend much time actually listening to the Outer Circle, the stuff, definitely like the content that I've looked at and watched, especially the Horus Heresy stuff, I find really good. So definitely go and check that out, and it's good stuff to listen to while you're working on a project, and also will give you, just facts about shit, rather than the then what's it called? Sizzle, or what they call it in the marketing? The just bullshit that they make up.
I'm just gonna call it the Rizzle Jizzle.
Yeah, instead of Rizzle Jizzle, get facts instead of the Rizzle Jizzle. There you go. All right, awesome. Thanks, guys. We're gonna go to a musical break, and we'll be back with the wrap up after this. Welcome back to the IFRS podcast. It's time for the wrap up. Now, I'm going to do this bit on my own. We were going to record it the other night, however, we ended up jumping on Discord and to watch the stream, the Warhammer reveal stream thing, where they had the giant, like, Mechanicum stilt guy, and they showed some fantasy stuff as well, which I can't remember now. I think the Bretonnian foot guys, which were pretty cool. So that was a while back. Michael and I have been really busy this week. I've been waiting for us to try and record, but then we were going to record this weekend, and then we ended up going to a Halloween thing. Took our kids to a Halloween thing instead, which in Australia is just like they close a street and sell food and stuff, but everybody dresses in a Halloween costume. Well, all the kids do, and then all the adults were all just standing around in our thongs and shit, and just drinking. Like, you can't just openly drink alcohol, but you know, we had a couple of rums before we walked down there, and then just like eating ice blocks and stuff. I guess we got ice cream and stuff. It's just fucking weird. All the kids running around. The kids have a good time there. But yeah, I don't know. I don't understand it. I still don't understand what Halloween is. Like, no one can actually tell me what the fuck it is. Alright, so, first things first. Got a couple of mailbag items. So, let me have a look at those. I've got them right here. Alright, so the first one is Path to Heresy PDF. So this is from someone called Robert Black. He says, EOH. Here's the PDF I mentioned from before. It's still wonky, but it's good enough for government work. I put a lot into making this campaign supplement pop, so hopefully you'll like it enough to give it a go, respectively. Rob. So he sent through the, we talked about it on an earlier show, the Path to Glory rules. Horus Heresy, Path to Heresy. Brackets, Path to Glory. And then, yeah. So I'll put a link in the show notes. But this is fucking sweet. So it's got tons of, like, creating war bands and things like that. So definitely might have a read through that and talk about it on the next app. Because it looks really cool. I just want a game where you just fucking, and like, this is like a Horus Heresy kind of version of it, I guess. But I just want a game, like, just a computer game even, where, or maybe, yeah, maybe we can do it in Necromunda, where you just like a basic fucking just like escaped Empire dude, and you run away, or you're like, maybe, yeah, maybe you're like a teen on like a Empire wagon up in the north going somewhere, and then you get like, the wagon gets attacked and you run away, and then you're just like, I don't know how to get home. I guess I'll just head towards the Glow, and the Glow is actually the north, where the fucking giant portal to the realm of chaos is. And you just head north, and you're just like, must head north, head north. And maybe you like go insane, or you like cut your head and bleed a lot and lose your mind or something, and you like talk to the Chaos Guards, and then the Chaos Guards are just like, yes, come north, and then you just start with a stick and you just like kill some fucking giant rats, and then maybe you like fight a beastman like Ungor, and you like kill him and take his spear, and then you just keep heading north, and then you just stab fighting better and better shit, and you find like chaos shrines and shit like that until you just level up into like top tier fucking chaos dude. Boom! It's like fucking easy as fuck to do, right? But yeah, so anyway, this Path to Glory, I'm gonna read through that and maybe try and get a play in of that, because that looks really good. And there's a link to the show notes if you want to check that out. I know, like, Path to Glory. Okay, so I had to look up what the fuck Path to Glory even is, because it sounded familiar, but I don't know, definitely not familiar. Anyway, so I typed in Path to Glory Warhammer. Path to Glory centers around storytelling in the Age of Sigmar. That's probably why I couldn't figure out what the fuck it was. Each battle you fight with your army is linked in an ongoing narrative called a Path to Glory campaign. During the campaign, your warriors will gain renown and veteran abilities for acts of valor, and they will suffer casualties and injuries upon defeat. So it looks like there's a whole thing here for playing a campaign. So that sounds cool. I'm assuming that you... sorry, that's loading. I'm assuming... Yeah, here we go. So to create a warband, do not use points value. Instead, your army consists of a mighty champion battling to earn the favor of their lords and masters and their entire band of loyal followers. As you wage war against fellow warbands, your own warband will grow and existing units will become more powerful. Okay, so it's like doing that but with Chaos Marines. To reflect a warband... Sorry, to create a warband, simply follow these steps. Pick a patron, loyalist, traitor, black shield, or chaos. Loyalist, traitor, black shield, or chaos. Okay. You're a supplicant of that patron. Next, pick a champion of your warband. This is a Legion Centurion or Terminator Armored Centurion, or army list equivalent with the following restrictions. Cannot be equipped with weapons, war gear, or armor. They may only be equipped with weapons of God. Legion specific war gear, must correspond. Okay. And they can take a Legion specific weapon upgrade or armor for free. And they can have up to 3 D3 glory rewards. So it sounds like, yeah, you start with the warband. Captain guy. And then you add other vehicles and things. And then I'm assuming that you use the Heresy rules, right? Yeah. Okay. And then there's a whole bunch of rewards and like tables, D25. D25 tables? D20 tables? D25 table? Okay, anyway. Looks cool. Thanks for sending that through. We'll talk about that on another show, or on maybe the next show. I'll try and have a look through all of this. There's a lot of Age of Sigmar stuff in here too. Oh, so it's a free PDF, this Path to Glory thing. The original one. Okay, so that's one email. Thank you for sending that through. The next one is entitled Powerful Fuck Tower Content from Robbie Fleming. He says, Dear Tim, please regale us with more stories of Fuck Tower Alpha and potentially touch on any experiences so far using/fighting fortifications in Horus Heresy 2.0. Cheers, Rob. So different Rob. I haven't played with the fortifications. They didn't change the fortifications. And I think now fortifications are even going to be worse, possibly, because like if you're in a fortification, usually you're only being hit in the shooting phase, but now if you shoot out of a fortification at the wrong target, and they have like anti-armor shit, they can just fire back into your fortification and crump it. So I don't know. They seem super fucking weak. I think my biggest problem with fortifications is they should be fucking like a bunker should be more heavily armored than a land raider, surely, right? Like a fucking like a bastion is bigger than a land raider. It should be like better than 14 all round and 5 hull points, but it's not even that. And like the like a 6 on the building table, like they're more flimsy than a vehicle. Like why would you bother armoring anything if it's not going to be as good as your land raiders? I don't know. Or like a Le Mans Russ from the front can take the same amount of damage as possibly more, I think, than a bastion. So the fortifications, super, like, not super exciting. However, Fuck Tower Alpha, back in the day, oh my god, let me regale you with tales. So I used I have a void shield generator. Back in those days, you could have 3 void shields, and these were proper void shields that came back up. and then that has enough room in it to put like myrmidons. So on top of there, I would have like a whole bunch of like all my culver and myrmidons with irradiation engines as well. So if anyone tried to get inside the shield, it would just get fucking hosed down by irradiation engines, and then some culverins as well. And then I had so that would be sort of like 12 inches on, that would be sort of like 12 inches on in sort of in a corner, and then right in the corner I'd have a bastion, and in that bastion was a whole unit of conversion beamer myrmidons, and they could fire conversion beamers out of there, or they would be on top of that. And then I also had a plasma obliterator, boom, and then I had a Aegis line as well, because I think it was you used to be able to take a fortification attach. Oh no, it was a cast. It must have been a Castellan Forsorg. I feel like I'm forgetting some. Oh, and there was the other thing I had was the Avenger. Those sort of octagonal little turret things with a battle cannon or a Punisher cannon on them, and I had 2 of those with battle cannons. And then the rest of the army was just like thralls behind Aegis lines, thralls in the bases of the buildings. I think sometimes I put myrmidons inside the plasma obliterator as well, so they could shoot out, as well as the plasma obliterator could fire. And one of the dudes, like a myrmidon, could fire the plasma obliterator at fucking BS5. However, it is a gets hot weapon, and it was kind of so you would take some damage yourself there, but when it did fire, it wasn't too bad. It's just a giant 7-inch like strength 7 AP2 shot, which like in the current rules would be fucking super amazing. But I don't think there's rules for the plasma oblit, and I don't think there's rules for those Avenger things, or there are, but they don't have the right weapons. They need battle cannon rules. The Aegis lines are pretty decent there, but yeah, the fortifications are just really fucking crappy. They should be like way sturdier. Like there's just no just like standing your dudes in the open. If someone fires 3 las cannons, they could kill like 3 guys. But if you're inside a building, they could just shoot that building with those 3 las cannons, and they have a chance of just killing it on a 6, and then it collapses and does like a whole ton more damage to the unit inside. Whereas if they were just standing in the open, they would take less damage from 3 las cannons, which is like a mind-boggling proposition. So yeah, fucked out alpha, not really possible. Well, I could run it. I think there are rules for the void shield generator, but they're extremely bad. Like you have to use a reaction, and you can only give 1 unit a 4+ damage mitigation save, I think it is. Like what? Huh? So I don't know. Just like, yeah, I don't think I'll bring out fucked out alpha for a while. And I also haven't really used my Mechanicum in this edition as well. I've used my Myrmidons a little bit just to see if my suspicions about Myrmidons being fucking super good were right, and they are fucking super good. Like if I really wanted to like spice up my Iron Hands, I would definitely add just my Sons of Curides Myrmidon Brotherhood. That would make them like fucking so good. And I've done that. I did that for a few games. I ran like some Automata, but just a big unit of the basic Myrmidons. Holy shit. Fucking so good. So so fucked her alpha, so kind of like RIP for a bit. Maybe at some point they'll revamp fortifications. Maybe like there's a lot of fortifications that could come out There's some extra ones that could go in that Legacies document, I guess. Like the Plasma Obliterator. Unless that's in there, I don't think it... I checked the second iteration that they did of that, but I'm pretty sure it's not in there. But it really, like, the actual, all of the fortifications just need, like... They need some special rule. Like, they need to, like, be immune to glances. Like, glances just don't do anything, or and you don't count hull points. And they need to, and the damage table needs to be like it needs to be at least a 7 to destroy, not a 6. That's fucking crazy. That means on a 5/6 a las cannon can just destroy it. What the fuck? That's insane. Like, you can just one shot a bastion. It's like hundreds of tons of fucking slabs of steel. Like, way more steel than is on a, like, possible on any kind of tank, like a Land Raider. You can't just one shot that with a las cannon. What are you talking about? It's crazy. There should be a Stardays, like, fucking upgrades for them as well. Like, imagine bastions, like Iron Hands are gonna rig their bastions in a totally different way to how Word Bearers would, for example. Just in a Witchy-Poo. Like, there's gonna be way more skulls, glowing candles, and other just dumb shit on a Word Bearer's bastion. All that stuff could have rules. Votive candles. I don't know. Allows you to be seen in the dark. Maybe has some kind of benefit for devilry. I'm not sure, but you know what I'm getting at. Like, a fortifications expansion would be fucking sick, because, like, so many of these games, like, and so many of the stories as well are about, like, fortified areas, but then fortifications just a super weak sauce. So yeah, sorry, that's a bit of a downer, but yeah, in the glory days, Fuck Tower Alpha actually was also kind of a bit of a downer, because I think, like, there was one event where we played 3 games, and I'm pretty sure all 3 games somebody the people teleported down, or sent down a special K, and there was a Primarch with them, and the Primarch just basically was started, like, definitely like Angron in a Spartan, just drove across the table, jumped out and went, oh, nice fucking whatever stupid shed you guys are hiding in, just flimsily fucking armored thing, like, just gonna hack you out of there with the chain axes, just ripped it open, killed everyone in there. Next turn, charged the Void Shield Generator, and the dude's on the Void Shield Generator, and then killed them, and then also just applied attacks to the generator as well, because other guys in the unit, like, dual charged it, I guess. And then the next turn, just cut through all my shit. Like, I had tons of tarantulas as well. Like, the little, like, I got a full Planet Strike set off a dude who was just like, oh, yeah, they changed editions, and Planet Strike isn't a thing anymore, so I guess I'll just sell my fucking Planet Strike set. So anyway, I got that, and it was fully painted. It's really nice. But all the little plinth things, because I think there's, like, it's like 5 sets of bastions and Aegis lands. I think there was like 8. Sorry, no, 4. So there's like 8 of those plinths. They exactly fit each one of those little plinth things, those little, like, steel box things that you put a communications array or a quad gun or an Icarus las cannon on. You can also attach any of the Predator turret things, like whirlwinds to make Hypharioses. You can put like the Razorback turrets, like Forge World does full Razorback range, so twin link las cannons and multi-melters. So I've got tons of those. So I just bought all the tops and just loaded up. So I've got tons of tarantulas, is what I'm trying to say. I got fucking like 8, more than 8 tarantulas, or maybe exactly 8 tarantulas. And then I've got another 3 of the classic ones with the little spring with the little legs. So yeah, loading up on all of that shit. It sounds like fucking cool, and it looks fucking cool because it's all these little, like, turrets and fences and, like, thralls fucking, like, bubble wrapping everything and shit. But yeah, fucking someone like Angron or Horus is just like, oh yeah, well fuck you. Don't Definitely, like I remember Dom Santilli did that with Horus. He just landed. I think Dom Santilli actually landed right next to where the conversion beamer dudes were, I think, and just went for them and just ripped them apart. Yeah, and the another problem is with conversion beamers is once people know what conversion beamers do, they just go, "Oh, I'm just gonna drive inside their range as soon as possible," so you get like one shot of good shooting. But conversion beamers, I would definitely say give them a go. Conversion beamer, the CBC, like just the basic conversion beamer that Myrmidon has is pretty good, but the conversion beam cannon, the CBC, on the Dreadnought, that's really good. It goes up to strength 12, and, so that's like 3+ you're penetrating at AP1 on a Land Raider. Boom, you can just one-shot a Spartan. Boom, get a killing fucking blow on a super heavy. Boom, extra D3 damage, son. Just like 4 fucking hull points off a whatever the fuck. What are they called? Macharius or something? Little baby pocket super heavy. Poor little baby. Just like almost fucking one-shot it. Anyway, so, what next? Corporate Dirtbags. So, thanks to all the corporate dirtbags, versatile terrain.co.uk. Very first of all the corporate dirtbags to sign up with us. Versatile Terrain makes amazing nameplates for your bases. If you really want your models to stand out, boom, hit them up. They can also, if you've got a 3D printer, they can also create the thing and send you the file, and then you just print it out yourself. Amazing, easy, effortless. I don't have a printer though, so I can just go there, type in all my names of my gangers and shit. Super easy. Takes like fucking 10 minutes and you're out. Have your credit card ready. Boom, done. I think it does PayPal as well. Pretty sure. Grimdark Terrain. Grimdark Terrain, German designed terrain for all your small people games, so your quarter scale games, so Titanicus, but most importantly Epic, which is coming out, which may be bigger than Titanicus. Who knows? Maybe it'll only be the same size as Titanicus, but I feel like there's a lot of people who are like really want to get into Epic, Horus Heresy era Epic, and it seems like most of those people are like not just normal Heresy people as well. There's like tons of old fucking Epic people, people who I haven't seen or seen like, for years and years, sort of interested in Epic and shit like that. So, waiting to see how that goes. I think everybody was really sort of poised to go, and then there was the delay, and now it's been, I think they leaked it. Has it been leaked that it's coming out in November? So I mean, it's almost November now. Coming out in November. I'm not even sure. I heard someone say just earlier when we were over on the other Discord that they were talking about. They were saying it was November something. So whatever. It'll be out soon. There's also a rumor now that The Old World is coming out in February? Or was it March? I think it might have been March. Was it February or March? Might have been February. So yeah, Epic coming out right before Warhammer Fantasy Square-based. It's so crazy. Whoa, it's like being back in the 90s. There's like fucking Epic and Square-based Fantasy going around again. Holy shit. What a crazy fucking time. Grimdark Terrain, get your terrain for Epic that's coming out imminently. Next up is Crystal Fortress, crystal-fortress.com. Grab your very nicely designed, beautifully constructed terrain, transport, and display from Crystal Fortress. Amazing work. I was around at Michael's just the other day, admiring his Crystal Fortress. Skeleton Games and Terrain. There's a link in the show notes to Skeleton Games and Terrain. You can check out what he's doing over there on YouTube, one of our corporate dirtbags. And Black Label Painting. Search for Black Label Painting on Facebook. They do like amazing commissions on Titans and also Titanicus models, I'm pretty sure. And last is Quartermaster, hashtag by Quartermaster, Quartermaster 5 on the Apple iTunes.apple.com store. Go and check it out. Amazing app. We use it for all, I use it for all the games that I play, except for Second Ed 40k. It's the only one. But I'm playing, I'm list hammering like some super obscure like game from fucking 1997, like the Chaos Codex, Chaos Cult list. So it's no surprise that that's not on there. However, every other game, literally every other game I play, there's list for on over on the Quartermaster Tumblr page, I think it is, but there's a link to it in the app, so you can find the community made list. Maybe I should do a second ad, just so we can have like the most obscure list. Or maybe that's what Sean needs to do, is have an obscure list competition where people have to do obscure lists for games that aren't on Quartermaster already, and the most obscure gets a prize. Whoa! I don't know why I just fucking brainstormed that, but there you go. That's what Quartermaster pays us for. Those kinds of ideas, and also spruiking Quartermaster. So go and buy a copy of the Quartermaster app. Super easy to use. It's like an Apple thing. It's fucking everyone's got that. For the people who don't, I'm sorry. However, if you do have Apple, really fucking good app. It would just make playing Necromunda and trying to track your Necromunda gang just such a pain in the ass without that app. So that they are the corporate dirtbags. Thanks very much, guys. I'm running Horus in January, so I've got lots of terrain and stuff to build. Michael's moving back any week soon, so he's gonna be back in Brisbane, so we're gonna be able to play. He's gonna be able to come to Necromunda finally, because he's been posted away sort of during the week for the whole time we've been playing Necromunda basically. So that'll be really good, and we'll be able to do some more get into this main podcast a bit more. We've been doing an episode, trying to get one episode out a month. I only charge it only goes through on the Patreon if we if we don't put out this main episode, or at least 3 or 4 Warmonger episodes, or 2 or 3 Warmonger episodes or something, then I don't charge for it. So having the Patreon's been really good, because it's allowed us to travel to events. We're able to sponsor prizes at events as well, which we've done for a couple of things. So that's been really good. It's kept the podcast alive, kept the community going. But yeah, HorusCon, I've got a ton of terrain I'm just trying to finish off, but there's plenty of time. It's 3 months out. Just sort of just been going through some boxes of stuff, just rearranging things. Man, when you have so much terrain, I've got about 11 tables of terrain, but probably more, because I've got so much Necromunda terrain, and you have so much Necromunda terrain actually on a table, you can't play 30k on it. There's just not enough room, so you gotta spread it out. So I don't know, I'm just looking around at all these tubs and just thinking oh yeah, I need to rearrange that and rearrange this. Yeah, so yeah, I've got to do a rearrangement. The way that we're doing the tables at this one, we're going to have a bunch of big tables where we put 2 mats together to make like 6x8s. So I'm just sort of like, I've just been sort of like going through my inventory of terrain and then just like double checking my terrain bins and things like that. Like putting, because like when we play Necromunda, like I'll just grab sort of terrain from all sorts of different bins sometimes, which is a fucking foolish thing to do. Like never mix all your terrain up. Because I'm trying to rearrange all of that stuff, but then also the way that we're going to set up some of these big tables, I want to combine some stuff. So I'm going to end up just making a fucking huge mess. I can just tell. I was just gazing at these boxes, just going, holy fuck, this is going to be a pain in the ass. Anyway. That's what you do for gaming. For gaming's sake, gentlemen. Alright, well, I'm out. Thanks very much for listening. If you've listened all the way through and then listened to the last half hour of me just fucking serial killer style monologuing, thank you very much. We're like, hopefully you've gotten some fucking serious painting done while you've been doing this. You haven't just been sitting there fucking playing some like some hentai game or some shit like that. Hopefully you've actually been painting models and getting fucking hard for heresy. So, alright, cool. That's all there is to say, except for fully painted is for closers.
Young guys of fear.